Failure is not an option. Mission control from Mercury to Apollo 13 and beyond. Gene Kranz. Simon & Schuster, New York, London, Toronto, Sydney, Singapore. Simon & Schuster. With love to my wife, Martha, and our children, Carmen, Lucy, Joan, Mark, Bridget, and Jean. Contents. 1. The 4-inch flight. 2. Liftoff, the clock is running. 3. Godspeed, John Glenn. 4. The Brotherhood. 5. The making of a rocket man. 6. Gemini, the twins. 7. White flight. 8. The spirit of 76. 9. The angry alligator. 10. A fire on the pad. 11. Out of the ashes. 12. The X mission. 13. The Christmas story. 14. 1969, the year of Apollo. 15. Simsup wins the final round. 16. We copy you down, Eagle. 17. What the hell was that? 18. The age of Aquarius. 19. Coming home. 20. Shepard's return. 21. What do you do after the moon? 22. The last liftoff. Failure is not an option. 1. The 4-inch flight. Houston, we have a problem. At some time in the hours that followed that terse announcement from Apollo 13, many of us in NASA's Mission Control Center wondered if we were going to lose the crew. Each of us had indelible memories of that awful day 3 years before when 3 other astronauts sat in an Apollo spacecraft firmly anchored to the ground, running a systems test. Routine. In terms of the distances involved in spaceflight, we could almost reach out and touch them. Moments after the first intimation that something had gone terribly wrong, technicians were up in the gantry, desperately trying to open the hatch. It took only seconds for an electrical glitch to ignite the oxygen-rich atmosphere of the cabin, creating a fire that was virtually a contained explosion. In those few seconds, the men inside the capsule knew what was happening, and they must have realized, at the last moment, that there was no escape. We simply could not reach them in time. Now, 3 equally brave men were far beyond us in distance, far out in the vast absolute zero world of space, the most deadly and unforgiving environment ever experienced by man. We could measure the distances in miles, but with so many miles, the number was an abstraction. Albeit one we had become used to dealing with in matter-of-fact fashion. We could reach them only with our voices, and they could speak to us only through the tenuous link of radio signals from precisely directional radio antennas. This time they were truly beyond our reach. Time and distance. So close were we in the Apollo fire that claimed the first 3 Americans to be killed in a spacecraft. Now we were so far, so very far, away. Once again, technology had failed us. We had not anticipated what happened back then. On Earth. We had not anticipated what had happened this time. In fact, it would be hours before we really understood what had happened. There was one big difference in this case. We could buy time. What we could not accomplish through technology, or procedures and operating manuals, we might be able to manage by drawing on a priceless fund of experience, accumulated over almost a decade of sending men into places far beyond the envelope of Earth's protective, nurturing atmosphere. All we had to work with was time and experience. The term we used was workaround, options, other ways of doing things, solutions to problems that weren't to be found in manuals and schematics. These 3 astronauts were beyond our physical reach. But not beyond the reach of human imagination, inventiveness, and a creed that we all lived by: failure is not an option. That was not true in the beginning of the space program. There had been many early failures back then, because we hadn't learned enough about the perilous business in which we were engaged. Would it happen again, the loss of 3 men? We had failed our crew in Apollo 1. This time we had a few hours to do something. But did we have the wisdom? And could we somehow build not just on our own years of experience, but the courage and resourcefulness of 3 astronauts far, far from home? Sociologists and engineers call it the human factor. It's what we must depend on when all the glittering technology seems, suddenly, useless. For me, and others sitting safely in mission control in Houston, we could depend only on a learning curve that started at a place that wasn't more than a complex of sand, marsh, and new, raw concrete and asphalt. It wasn't even Kennedy Space Center then. But it was our first classroom and laboratory. And all we had learned since those first, uncertain years would be what we had to work with to figure out what had happened and what to do about it. November, 1960. Ace, the former Air Force fighter pilot, I am not usually a nervous passenger, constantly staring out the window to make sure a wing hasn't fallen off or monitoring the noise of the engines. But for once, on that fateful day, November 2, 1960, I couldn't wait to get on the ground. East Coast Airlines had only one flight a day from Langley Air Force Base in Virginia to South Florida, using creaky, old twin-engine Martins and Convaires. How long the flight took on one of those old prop aircraft on any given day depended on the size of the bugs that hit the windshield and slowed it down. This time my eagerness had nothing to do with the condition of the aircraft. This was my first trip to Cape Canaveral, Florida, the launching site for the infant American space program. During the brief flight on the shaky Convair, I was absorbed in thoughts about the new battle in which I had elected to play a part. As an American, I had to see our nation second in anything, and I had no doubt we were second in space. I had seen an example of what Soviet technology could do as I watched MiG aircraft making controls high in the sky over the demilitarized zone in Korea, higher than our F-86 fighters could climb. Now the Russians had utterly surprised us by launching the space race. This was a race we had to win, and I wanted to be part of it. In a matter of weeks, I had given up my exhilarating work in aircraft testing to take a job with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, officially coming on board on October 17. 2 weeks later I was on my way to the Cape, and my family, my wife, Marta, and our 2 young daughters, was camping out at a motel near Space Task Group headquarters at Langley. My instructions were pretty simple: get to Mercury control and report for work. Well, I thought, here I am, looking around for launch towers and gantries, but all I could see looked like a regular old Air Force base. It turned out that my knowledge of the local geography was just a little bit hazy. We had landed at Patrick AFB and I literally did not know whether we were north or south of my destination. After the plane rolled to a stop and a couple of guys from base operations rolled a metal stairway out to the aircraft's door, a shiny new Chevrolet convertible wheeled to a halt just beyond the wingtip. An Air Force enlisted man popped out, saluted, and held open the car's door for a curly-haired guy in civilian clothes, a fellow passenger who deplaned ahead of me. That was unusual, a non-military vehicle cruising around the ramp of a military base. As I stepped onto the tarmac, I looked around for the man my boss had said would meet me. I didn't see anyone who seemed to be looking for me, so I started searching for a taxi or any form of transportation. I felt like a foreigner in a strange land. The plane's baggage was being offloaded next to the operations building when the tall, thin, curly-haired guy now driving the Chevy yelled out, "Come on, I bet you're going to the Cape." I suppose my military-style crew cut and ramrod straight posture gave me away. As I nodded, he said, "Climb aboard." After clearing the plane, he peeled into a 180-degree turn and raced along the ramp for 100 yards, my neck snapping back as he floored the Chevy. I had never driven this fast on a military base in my life. I was thinking I had hitched a ride with a madman, or at least someone who apparently had no concern about being pulled over by the air police for speeding and breaking every regulation in the book. This feeling was reinforced as we took a few hard rights and lefts, then roared toward the gate, momentarily braking as an Air Force military policeman snapped a salute and waved us through. I took a closer look at the stranger behind the wheel. He was hatless, wearing a Ban shirt. There was no gold braid on him. I wasn't accustomed to seeing a guy in a Ban shirt rate salutes. Hitting the highway, he made a wide turn and a hard left, burning rubber. In no time, he had the needle quivering between 80 and 90 miles an hour. After a joyful cry of ee-ee-ee-ee-ha, he turned and offered his hand, saying, "Hi, I'm Gordo Cooper. I had just met my first Mercury astronaut." As I soon learned, if you saw someone wearing a short-sleeved Ban sports shirt and aviator sunglasses, you were looking at an astronaut. We humble ground pounders wore ties and white shirts, and yes, those nerdy pencil-holding pocket protectors. I thought of that handshake often in the many years that followed. Mercury worked because of the raw courage of a handful of men like Cooper, who sat in heavy metal egg cups jammed on the top of rockets, and trusted those of us on the ground. That trust tied the entire team into a common effort. I took it as a good omen that Cooper, taking pity on a befuddled stranger, offered me a lift to the base. He was one of the 7 former test pilots selected for the first class of astronauts. They had been introduced, unveiled like sculptures, in April of 1959. Instantly the media compared them to Christopher Columbus and Charles Lindbergh. Today, I wonder how many of them the average American could name. They were John Glenn, Alan Shepard, Virgil I, Gus, Grissom, Wally Schirra, Donald K. Deek, Slayton, Scott Carpenter, and Cooper. They were similar in size and build, partly because the design of the capsule ruled out anyone over 5'11". All of them were white, all from small towns, all middle class, and all Protestant. This was not the result of deliberate discrimination, but because at the time that was the kind of man who became a military test pilot. At this period it was hard for Americans from any minority to get into flight training. But the military, like the rest of the country, grew up and lived up to its fundamental commitment to equality, thanks in large measure to the civil rights movement that, like the space program in the same era, demanded conviction and courage. That day when I arrived in Florida I stumbled into the future. I didn't have enough time even to learn the recently coined space jargon before the Mercury flight director, Chris Kraft, gave me the task of writing the operating procedures for Mercury flight controllers. Without knowing much about anything, I was telling people how to do everything, writing the rules for the control team that would support the Mercury Redstone launch. Not only had I never laid eyes on the Mercury Control Center, I had never even seen, close up, any rocket big enough to carry a human payload. I did not really research the program before I joined. I knew that it was called the Man in Space Project. Lyndon Johnson, then the Senate Majority Leader, was given the job by President Dwight Eisenhower of determining how we should respond to the Soviets' launch of Sputnik on October 4, 1957. The impact of the first orbiting satellite, visible to the naked eye as it passed through the night sky over America, was profound. Sputnik was a shock to national pride. Russian science had put the first object in outer space, giving Americans both an inferiority complex and a heightened sense of vulnerability in what was then the most intense phase of the Cold War. Out of this was born the missile gap between ourselves and the Soviet Union. Years later we would discover that this gap was an intelligence myth, but the Soviet Union was indeed ahead in a space race that this tiny, rather primitive satellite had effectively initiated. Our adversary had developed rockets with greater thrust and throw weight. For the military this meant ballistic missiles that could throw a heavier warhead a greater distance than anything in our arsenal. The reverberations of that little sphere emitting its beep-beep radio signal as it sailed unrestricted through space were far-reaching. Among other things, it would spark a massive federal education funding program, significantly called the National Defense Education Act, to stimulate better teaching of math and science as well as foreign languages to more students throughout the country. A sleeping giant suddenly woke up. One of the other immediate results of Sputnik was the National Space Act of 1958 and the creation of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. To me, our leap into space was the logical next step beyond the X-15 rocket-powered aircraft. The problem was that our first leaps would be some fairly short hops. All of these factors had influenced my decision to join this embryonic program. It had been cautiously funded, was working from a somewhat thin base, and was also a crash effort for everyone involved in it. I don't think that at the time I realized just how caught up I was in the excitement and challenge of this race. Nor could I have anticipated just how thrilling and dangerous, frustrating and inspiring the first lap in it would be. All of those involved were obsessed by a driving dream, working with an intensity that fused NASA employees and contractors, launch and flight operations into one powerful organism. Cooper dropped me off at Mercury Control and I was greeted by the familiar face of the only person in the program I knew down at the Cape, Paul Johnson, a troubleshooter working for Western Electric, one of the subcontractors to Bendix in building the control center and the tracking network. Western Electric's responsibilities included radars, telemetry, radio signals to and from the rocket and spacecraft that told us how things were working and what wasn't, control consoles, and communications. These were the core systems. Western Electric quickly parlayed this into a responsibility for integrating operations, training, maintenance, and network communications. Paul was amazingly young for his responsibilities. He had an intuitive feel for this unprecedented development and deployment of technology, writing the specifications and testing procedures and doing everything that needed to be done to check out the largest test range in history, one that went around the globe. Kraft said you were coming down, he greeted me, smiling, and I thought I'd give you a hand. During the next 2 days, Johnson gave me a master's degree in the art of mission control. He had been at the Cape for the preceding week and had been writing the manual on the team structure and operations. He handed it over to me to finish defining the standard operating procedures for Mercury Control, such as how to check out the console displays and communications, set the format for teletype communications, and how specifically to request data from the technicians, politely but urgently. I soon began to think of Paul as my guardian angel. From the moment I came on the job it seemed that whatever I was doing, wherever I turned, he was there. He always appeared when the pressure was on and I was happy to see him. I felt my way through a program inventing itself. Marta was moving from the motel into a new house in Hampton, Virginia. It was our 5th move in the 4 years since our marriage, setting up successive households in South Carolina, Texas, Missouri, New Mexico, and now Virginia. Carmen, our 2.5-year-old daughter, had been born in Texas, and Lucy, 14 months, in New Mexico. Like most service families, they were ready for anything, anytime. The Space Task Group's launch team was permanently stationed at the Cape to support the test and checkout of the rocket and capsule. The flight team of which I was now a member, the astronauts, engineers, and program office operated from Langley Air Force Base and traveled to the Cape for each mission. I had been on the job in Virginia only 2 weeks, hardly long enough to figure out the pecking order, when Kraft walked up to my desk and said, "Everyone else is tied up. You're all I've got. We're coming up on our first Redstone launch. I'd like you to go down to the Cape, get with the test conductors and write a countdown, then write some mission rules. When you finish give me a call and we'll come down and start training." The shock on my face must have registered as Kraft continued, "I'll tell Paul Johnson to meet you at Mercury Control to give you a hand." When Kraft talked, his eyes never left mine. I was given this assignment mainly because I was available. In this period of intensive development, jobs were open all over the place. NASA was forming organizations for mission planning, recovery operations, astronaut training, launch operations, and Mercury Control. Every new hire with the requisite technical and scientific credentials was put into a job slot the minute he came on board. Kraft was one of the original 36 members of the Space Task Group, most of whom stepped forward to do a job that had never been done. He recognized that someone had to be in charge of the ground effort, and he volunteered to lead that effort. A graduate of Virginia Polytechnic Institute, Chris had worked at Langley in the Aircraft Stability and Control Laboratory. My senior by 9 years, he did not immediately impress me as a leader, the way some of my early mentors had. Kraft led a step at a time, and each Mercury mission added a new dimension to his presence and style. My days as an observer were over, my chance to get up to speed ended. This was the first indication that my job slot would be in Mercury Control. Some people in Mercury Control had technical experience working on the tracking stations or at the Cape on the Vanguard, Explorer, and Pioneer missions. Others, like me, came from aircraft flight testing or were engineers from the pilotless aircraft research program at Langley. From my work, most recently at Holloman AFB in New Mexico, I knew about flying systems, procedures, and checklists. I could figure out what a countdown should contain. Mission rules were different. There had never before been such a mission in US history. I would just have to give it a shot. Since there were no books written on the actual methodology of spaceflight, we had to write them as we went along. There was a relatively small group working down at Mercury Control, 40 to 50 people. Some of them had grown up launching the early US rockets derived from the German V2 of the Second World War. Now, in a few months, we would attempt to send the first American into space. It was a scary thought, but not for anyone who had been around test pilots. I had flown supersonic F-100s, which needed at least a mile to get off the runway on a good day. When you took off at 230 miles per hour, if the engine crapped out or you lost the afterburner, it could quickly become a bad day. But when you punched through the sound barrier, it was a jolt of pure adrenaline. The Super Sabre looked like it was more than capable of carrying out its air superiority mission. But you had better be ready when you strapped yourself in. No matter how skilled you were in handling it, you were never sure when the elements or the aircraft, in a perverse way, would decide to test you. Every time I climbed aboard, I could feel the thrill of tension and anticipation. At Holloman AFB, where I had worked as a flight test engineer, we had been putting people into scary situations for years. It was not unusual for a guy to climb to an altitude of 100,000 feet in a balloon and then bail out in a parachute, falling 90,000 feet before his parachute opened. This was the environment of risk, and these were the kinds of people who had been picked as the Mercury 7 astronauts. Looking back, I can see now how minimal, even primitive, our facilities were at the time, both in the control center and in the blockhouse, a massively reinforced structure placed as close as prudently possible to the launch pad where the guys who were responsible for the actual functioning of the rocket manned their posts. We tended to talk about the Germans in the blockhouse largely because Wernher von Braun and his cohorts, who had worked on the rocket programs, came to the United States after Germany's defeat in World War II. They were originally stationed near El Paso, Texas, and tested captured V-2 rockets for the military at the White Sands, New Mexico, test range. Later they were moved to permanent facilities at Huntsville, Alabama, and worked for the Army Redstone Arsenal. Most of the Germans became American citizens, adopting Huntsville as their home. In 1960, rocket development at the Redstone Arsenal was transferred to the newly formed Marshall Space Flight Center, MSFC, and von Braun, along with nearly 100 other German scientists and technicians, began work on a powerful series of rockets called Saturn I. At this point in the space program, our communications network was actually run out of NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. It had been named after Dr. Robert Goddard, the American pioneer in rocketry, who had developed rocket engine and guidance technology in the 1930s, equal, if not superior in some respects, to what von Braun and his colleagues were working on as late as 1945. Goddard, one of my boyhood heroes, had had the backing of Charles Lindbergh, which enabled him to test his rockets in New Mexico, not far from the site where von Braun and his Germans would fire the first captured V-2 rockets in the late 1940s and test those that evolved from V-2 technology in the years that followed. The German scientists and technicians would come back to the Cape occasionally for selected launches, particularly high-profile manned missions, but they had their hands full at Marshall developing a new generation of rockets. By the time NASA launch operations were forming up, American engineers were well acquainted with rockets, building on the experience of the Germans, as were the contractors producing the Redstone and Atlas missiles. While the new generation of American scientists and engineers was now doing the job, the first boosters in the manned spaceflight effort were barely adequate, as events would demonstrate. In many ways this technology was as out on a limb as Charles Lindbergh's Ryan monoplane. He didn't have any manuals either, and his facilities were primitive. Roosevelt Field in 1927 and Canaveral in 1960 had a few things in common. The massive Cape facility that would grow up in the next decade and soon become the Kennedy Space Center, which would include the largest enclosed space in the world, the Vertical Assembly Building, was beyond our wildest dreams at the time. In 1960 the Cape looked like an oil field, with towering structures, dirt, and asphalt roads newly carved out of the palmetto scrub. The alligators were reluctantly surrendering to the onslaught of newly arrived civilization. If you didn't have a good sense of direction you were in trouble. There were few directional signs and once you got off the road visibility narrowed. At night you could easily imagine the gators and snakes taking their revenge on any intruder foolish enough to be wandering around on foot, lost in the boondocks. The Man in Space program was simple in concept, difficult in execution. Every mission was a first, a new chapter in the book. Many, if not most, of the components in both rockets and capsules had to be invented and handmade as we went along, adapting what we could from existing aviation and rocket engine technology. Before putting a man on top of a rocket, we would first fly 1 or 2 tests with a mechanical man, a box full of electronics weighing about as much as an astronaut to simulate the conditions that would be present when an astronaut was on board the capsule. The capsule would send back some pre-recorded messages to test our communications. Then we graduated to spider monkeys, and then to chimpanzees, working our way up the evolutionary ladder, so to speak. The missions were initially to be 20-minute lob shots, using the Army's Redstone rocket. Then we would go into orbit with the Air Force's first-generation Atlas intercontinental missiles. The military boosters were barely ready for operational use. Here the missile gap was indeed real, except the gap was between what the hardware was supposed to do and what it had shown it could do. The day after I arrived, Paul Johnson and I went to the launch pad. I was shocked when I first saw the Redstone rocket. It was stark, awkward, and crude, a large black and white stovepipe atop a simple cradle. It had none of the obvious coiled power and distinctive personality of an airplane. It was not graceful in form, not something you could come to love and rely on. The Mercury capsule squatted atop the rocket, black in color and seemingly constructed of corrugated sheet metal. With its tall red escape tower it looked more like a buoy in a harbor than a rocket ship from a science fiction novel. Given the oil field-like setting in the wilderness and the crude appearance of the rocket, I felt more like a drilling rig roughneck than a rocket scientist when I made my way into the bar of the Holiday Inn that evening. Putting any reservations aside, I plunged into working with Paul on defining the joint tests of control and communication systems, as well as the go-no-go points for telemetry display, command, and communications in Mercury control. My next step was to synchronize with Mercury Control Center, MCC, countdown with the capsule and booster countdowns. Paul Johnson returned to Langley to deal with a set of problems in the tracking network while I completed the work down at the Cape. To this day I feel enormous gratitude to Paul for giving me a running start. This was one of the critical moments in my life when someone stepped in and pointed me in the right direction. I had left behind a world where airplanes were flying at roughly 5 miles a minute. In this new, virtually uncharted world we would be moving at 5 miles per second. During a mission countdown, or even a flight test, so many things would be happening so fast that you did not have any time for second thoughts or arguments. You wanted the debate behind you. So before the mission, you held meetings to decide what to do if anything went wrong. You wrote down on paper the outcome of these meetings, and this became what you needed for a launch, your personal list of go-no-goes. There was no room in the process for emotion, no space for fear or doubt, no time to stop and think things over. A launch is an existential moment, much like combat. With no time to think about anything, you had to be prepared to respond to any contingency, and those contingencies had to be as fully anticipated as possible before you pushed the button. You also had to be thoroughly knowledgeable about the responsibilities of launch control and range safety. During a launch, the only mission alternative to save the capsule was an abort, and we had to pick the points to act before the range safety officer, RSO, stepped in to blow up the rocket and the capsule after launch if things went to hell. By the end of the first week we had just finished the initial paperwork for the countdown procedures and mission rules, but had yet to run a simulated countdown. I was finally breathing easier. Johnson had taken me from Kraft's few words on what he wanted done to a point where I finally knew what he was talking about. It was only some 6 days after my rocket ride with Gordo Cooper, but my job was starting to seem real to me. The few days of hands-on familiarity with MCC systems now tied into the concept of the MCC team. The MCC was coming together as a working reality. My newfound knowledge, while only paper-thin, was as good as anyone else's. It was now time to put it to the test. I called Kraft and said the countdown and the operational rules were ready. Shortly before the rest of the team that would be involved in the first launch arrived from Langley, I made a thoughtful walkthrough inspection of the relatively small, in comparison to later control centers, space that contained the operating elements of Mercury control. When a fighter pilot arrives at a base, the first thing he does is go down to the flight line and look at the new airplane he is going to fly. You walk around it, feel the skin, climb up on the wing, and look in the cockpit, knowing that soon this airplane is going to be yours. It is a time when you feel a bit cocky, knowing that you are one of the few who will be privileged to live in this highly charged new world of high-speed flight. I felt the same way on my solitary walk around the Mercury control room. I felt like I was meeting an airplane. I was, at long last, feeling at home. The telemetry, communications, and display areas were like the facilities at Holloman, but there was no counterpart for the control room itself. The room was square, about 60 feet on each side, dominated by a world map in the front. The map contained a series of circles, bullseye centered on the worldwide network of tracking stations. Below each were boxes containing many different and, for the uninitiated, unintelligible symbols. A toy-like spacecraft model, suspended by wires, moved across the map to trace the orbit. On each side of the map were boards, where 16 critical measurements were plotted by sliding beads, like those on an abacus, up and down wires as the capsule circled the world. In less than 4 years much of this technology would be obsolete, only the concept of mission control would remain. The meters and console displays would eventually be replaced by television displays driven by computers, which provided the controllers virtually instantaneous access to every bit, or byte, of the spacecraft starter. Digital systems would enable ground control of the space systems. This would make it possible for controllers on the ground to work in partnership with a spacecraft's crew to achieve the objectives of any flight, but this was yet to come. Now we had to control the missions with fragile communications, a first generation solid-state computer, slide rules, and guts. We were in the lined bus stage of spaceflight. Given my aircraft test flight background, the control room felt vaguely familiar, with the exception of the 3 rows of consoles on elevated platforms. Each console was configured differently. Consoles on the top row were flat pedestals with communications boxes on top. When I first arrived at the Cape, Paul Johnson had taken me on a tour of the control room and pointed out the procedures console. I sat at the console, staring at the flat grey face and writing desk. The only instruments were a clock and an intercom panel with a rotary phone at the top. This was the state-of-the-art workstation that Paul and his colleagues from Western Electric had designed from scratch. It was on the left, in the middle row, and closest to the teletype room. As I sat down at my console, 2 people came over and introduced themselves. Andy Anderson, tall and skinny with long, sandy hair, was the boss of the communications center. His hotshot teletype operator, a short redhead with a brush cut, was simply Eshelman. No one called him anything else. During a launch, I reeled off a running account of key data on the sequence of events to Eshelman, who typed them out and transmitted them by landline and radio links to remote tracking stations in Bermuda, Africa, Australia, and distant islands and ships in the Atlantic and Pacific. Eshelman had the skill and grace of a concert pianist as he stood, intently bent over the teletype keyboard, interacting in real time with the Bermuda teletype operator, just as if they were having a conversation. The tools we used in Mercury were primitive, but the dedication of highly trained people offset the limitations of the equipment available to us in these early days and kept the very real risks under control. But at a price, this was high-sweat, high-risk activity, demanding a degree of coordination between the ground and the capsule exceeding what I had experienced even in the testing of experimental aircraft. During the next 2 years, Anderson, Eshelman, and I controlled virtually all the teletype message traffic originating from Mercury control at the Cape. This was the heart of the ground control system, tied to that tenuously linked chain of tracking stations and manned remote sites by a variety of communication systems. Low-speed teletype provided the backbone, and the controllers became adept at moving messages rapidly between the tracking sites as the spacecraft passed overhead. The tracking network voice system used a massive manual switchboard up at Goddard. Its operator plugged cables into a bewildering assortment of jacks as he performed a frenetic ballet. He carried a thick bundle of cables wrapped around his arm, darting from one part of the big switchboard to another, making connections manually so we could talk to tracking sites and working around bad circuits to provide alternative connections. This remarkable guy, known as Goddard Voice, was another guardian angel. Since we never knew whether every link had heard the voice exchanges, as a cross-check I transcribed every major communication into a teletype message. We didn't save computers in Mercury control. So the radar information from the launch, orbit, and reentry was transmitted by tracking sites around the world to the computers at Goddard for processing, and then sent down to drive the plot boards in Mercury control. Advanced as they were at the time, and filling whole large rooms, those computers had a speed and processing capacity easily exceeded by desktop PCs today. So our margins for error were made even thinner by the limitations of these resources. While waiting for Kraft's full team to arrive from Langley, I explored everything from the launch pad to Hangar S, where they checked out the spacecraft prior to launch. I was welcomed everywhere by engineers and technicians who were as new to their jobs as I was. All of them were eager to discuss their work, trade ideas, and figure out how each of us fit into the total picture. I felt that I was not alone, that virtually everyone was writing their game plan as they went along. I felt an undercurrent of organization that was emerging from a leadership structure still solidifying. By the time Kraft and the rest arrived at the Cape, I was no longer feeling like a rookie. I had spent every available moment in Mercury control, prowling through the room and listening to the checkout, observing how the technicians handled communications with Goddard Voice, the tracking stations, and the blockhouse. Project Mercury was literally having trouble getting off the ground. In August of 1960, after the first Mercury Atlas exploded in flight, the major journal in the aerospace business, missiles, and rockets, stated, NASA's Mercury manned satellite program appears to be plummeting the United States toward a new humiliating disaster in the East-West space race. The program is more than 1 year behind the original schedule and is expected to slip to 2. It no longer offers any realistic hope of beating Russia in launching the first man into orbit, much less to serve as an early stepping stone for reaching the Moon. The testing of the Mercury capsule escape system was carried out at the Wallops Island station just below the Maryland-Virginia border. This was a Langley test facility for all sorts of sounding, or high-altitude research rockets. The tests of the escape system were about 50% successful. While we were getting ready at the Cape, one of the Mercury tests at Wallops failed spectacularly on November 8. 16 seconds after launch, the escape and jettison rockets fired prematurely, thus leaving the capsule attached to the booster rocket, which reached a 10-mile apex and then came screaming back to Earth, destroying the capsule at impact. The Mercury program used 2 booster rockets, the Redstone and the Atlas. Both were derivatives of military systems but with vastly different capabilities. The Redstone was an Army battlefield rocket. It would be used to start the capsule system's qualification test flight and, if that was successful, for 2 ballistic manned missions. The ballistic missions were to be about 20 minutes in duration, reaching a maximum altitude of about 130 miles and providing a short weightless period before reentry. The Atlas was an Air Force intercontinental missile and was to be used for both ballistic and orbital Mercury missions. The first 3 missions were ballistic, to continue the booster and capsule qualification, test the tracking network, and provide experience for the MCC team. The orbital testing would continue the qualification testing using the mechanical man and a chimpanzee before the manned orbital flights. When Mercury Atlas 1 exploded in flight, we fell about 1 year behind in the schedule, so a lot was riding on. The first Mercury Redstone flight, Mr. 1. Craft's team arrived on November 13 for the Mr. 1 launch, now only 8 days away. Once again my guardian angel, Johnson, arrived to save my bacon. He took a place to the right of the console and punched up the buttons of the intercom during our simulation dress rehearsal. Immediately, a half-dozen different conversations flooded through my headset. It reminded me of the cool, almost casual but terse and clear voice chatter that came up on the tactical frequency when things heated up during the time I was in Korea directing airstrikes on ground targets. As I listened, I picked up the voices of the test conductors. Johnson broke out some thick documents and advised Kraft of the page and sequence of the countdown. It was fortunate that this was just a test. It gave Johnson a chance to brief me on the countdown process, get to know the people talking on the loops and Mercury Control's role in the test. At intervals, Johnson encouraged me as the MCC procedures controller to make suggestions to Kraft or one of the other controllers. Throughout the test, he glanced around the room and made mental notes about what people at the various console positions should be doing or doing in a different way. Periodically, I would print out a message and call the ground communications controller. Eshelman would rush into the room to pick up the message, put it on the teletype line, and then rush back with a confirming copy of the transmitted text. After several hours, I picked up the routine of the count and felt comfortable, as long as all was going well. This first mission in which I would play a role was a ballistic test of a Redstone booster rocket and a Mercury capsule. The Redstone's engine was scheduled to burn for 2.5 minutes. After the booster engine cut off, the escape tower separated from the capsule by firing the towering attachment bolts and igniting the tower escape rocket. Then after the booster thrust had decayed, explosive bolts would fire, followed by the firing of 3 small posigrade solid rockets, to separate the capsule from the booster. Posigrade is the term used for adding velocity in the direction of flight, in this instance the small rockets used to separate the Mercury capsule from the booster. Retrograde rockets fire opposite to the direction of flight. The Redstone boosted the spacecraft to an altitude of 130 miles before it started to arc downward. At 20,000 feet, the capsule's drogue parachutes would deploy, stabilize its motion, and slow it down sufficiently to allow the main parachutes to deploy safely. Then the landing sequence would begin. The entire mission was planned to last only 16 minutes. After the countdown simulation test, we began training for the brief actual flight of the Redstone. For 3 days we rehearsed, calling out events and issuing backup commands to the automatic sequences. During the simulation run-through, our instructors sat watching us from their vantage point at the top row of the consoles and played magnetic tapes into the telemetry and radar systems, which in turn drove the controller's meters and plot board displays. If all else failed, we would be handed a written question, like a pop quiz in school. You had to stand up in front of the entire Mission Control Center team and say, "Flight. A new problem has shown up and this is what I am going to do about it." You took it seriously. God help you if you couldn't come up with an answer instantly. The launch complex from which we would fire the Redstone consisted of the launch pad, service tower, and a blockhouse for launch site command and control. Servicing the pad was a network of power and communications cables, and pipes carrying fuel and other fluids. The blockhouses were igloo-like structures that sat about 230 meters from the pad and looked somewhat like squat World War II pillboxes. Atlas blockhouses were a bit different, 12-sided. Concrete bunkers with walls 3 meters thick and dome tops, embedded in 13 meters of sand. Earlier blockhouses used a viewing slit with a thick quartz glass window. Later on, periscopes were added. They afforded a view of such things as the fuel tanks and cable trenches. The blockhouses had to be close enough for direct viewing and far enough from the booster to survive an explosion. 5% of the early boosters exploded shortly after liftoff. The blockhouse team was a mixture of German rocket scientists, former army technicians, and booster contractors. The Germans were most often found talking in their native language, huddled over their displays and praying for things to go right. In addition to von Braun's colleagues, the blockhouse capsule engineers were drawn from a broad talent pool, mostly from aircraft, soon to be called Aerospace, contractors. Craft's team was made up of engineers who came from all sorts of backgrounds, put together like pickup softball team. The capsule engineers came from the NASA Space Task Group, network controllers from the Air Force, facility technicians from Bendix, and the Mercury Control Center Capcoms from the initial group of 7 astronauts. 3-man operations teams were deployed to the 13 Project Mercury manned tracking stations to provide global tracking, data, and voice communications data coverage. The leader of the 3-man team was the Capcom, and he was responsible for site mission readiness, real-time mission support, and status reporting to the Mercury Control Flight Director. During the manned missions he provided the communications with the astronaut in the capsule, hence the term Capcom. The teams at the 13-man tracking stations were provided by Craft's operations organization. With high-risk time-critical decisions, the astronaut corps believed that only astronauts should talk to the astronaut in the capsule. Only astronauts should talk to the astronaut in the capsule. In the Mercury Control Center and at the blockhouse, Capcoms were selected from the Mercury astronauts. And they were often sent to tracking stations designated as mission critical. During this period, the American space program drew on some military resources as well as those of NASA. By contrast, the Russian program was part of their military. Soviet hardware, software, and personnel were military, albeit with some modification. Spacecraft instead of warheads sitting on top of boosters that, like our Atlas, originated in military programs developed for strategic warfare. Over time the Russian effort would become somewhat more civilian in nature, but from inception, NASA's operations would be separated by a kind of firewall from military operations and personnel. In the first decades of the race into space, the Russians enjoyed the advantages of running a program powered by the virtually unrestricted resources and funding of a military that, in a command economy, came first in economic priority. We were on a somewhat more modest footing in the early days. That would change dramatically thanks to President John F. Kennedy and Vice President Johnson pushing for the funding and resources that would enable an explicitly civilian space program to succeed. In Mercury Control, the only controllers reporting administratively to Chris Kraft were the trajectory operators, Tequin, Tech, Roberts, and Carl Haas, whom I had yet to meet, Howard Kyle, who doubled for Kraft at the flight director console, Paul Johnson, and myself. The capsule engineers assigned to work with the MCC team understandably focused on hardware rather than flight operations and had their hands full checking out the spacecraft in Hangar S, and they looked at training in the Mercury Control Center as a waste of their time. The core of the engineering staff was based at Space Task Group headquarters at Langley Research Center. When McDonnell Aircraft sent a capsule to the Cape, the engineers would come down and check it out in Hangar S, despite a certain amount of confusion about who should be doing what. Since we were inventing it all as we went along, we were moving quickly to the crunch point. To my dismay, 2 days before launch at the readiness review, Johnson took me aside and said he would not be there. He had to go to the Canary Islands to work out a tracking site problem. He wished me good luck. November 21, 1960, Mercury Redstone 1. Only 1 month and 4 days after I was hired, I was at the procedures console. Thanks to Johnson's unflagging coaching and the training we had done, I had no problems and felt comfortable with the mechanics. But I had a long way to go before I would have that sense of being ahead of the airplane or ahead of the power curve, as pilots put it, having the experience to anticipate what could happen rather than just reacting to what was happening at the moment. As the countdown proceeded, I noticed a change in the intensity of the atmosphere in the control room. I had felt that before when I signed off my aircraft, accepted it as ready for flight at Holloman. Although the job was different, the emotional content was the same. Controllers were going through the same gut churning as we had had prior to a B-52 test flight, during a hold in the countdown to fix a leak in the Redstone's hydrogen peroxide system that fueled the control thrusters. Kraft turned to me and said, "How about getting me a couple of cartons of milk from the Roach coach?" Mercury Control, like all the other Cape facilities, was out in a vast palmetto swamp, about half a mile off the main road. A lunch wagon, known as the Roach coach, pulled by a pickup truck, made its rounds to the test stands, camera trackers, and other stations. The loudspeakers would announce its arrival when it stopped at Mercury Control 3 times each day. The menu was pretty limited, but it did offer milk. For the first time I realized that behind Kraft's calm exterior he had the same sensations I felt of squirrels running around in my stomach as we approached launch. The launch countdown progressed without any major incident. As liftoff approached, I leaned back and peered at the video image in Kraft's console coming from a camera focused on the Redstone standing on the launch pad. Precisely at 0 on the clock, there was a great cloud of smoke. Kraft looked startled, and then he leaned forward intently. The TV cameraman momentarily lost track as he panned the camera upward, and, for a few seconds, there was nothing in the screen but a smoky sky. From my position, it looked much like the rockets I had launched from aircraft. I was surprised at how quickly the Redstone had accelerated and moved out of sight. Then after a few seconds the camera panned down. Although smoke still obscured the launch pad, the vague outline of the Redstone was still there. Kraft's face was incredulous. He stammered for a few seconds, then called out, "Booster, what the hell happened?" Our booster engineer in the control room came from the Marshall Redstone team. After liftoff he was responsible for reporting booster status, engine and guidance to Kraft's team. If something was wrong he was supposed to give us a heads up so the trajectory people in Mercury Control could better assess what they were seeing on their radar plot boards. Now he reverted to his native German as he tried to figure out what happened and, more importantly, what the blockhouse team should do about it. All hell broke loose. The Redstone had lifted a few inches off the launch pad and then the engine shut down. by some miracle, the rocket had landed back on the launcher cradle. When the escape tower cut loose, unguided and spewing flame, it corkscrewed to an altitude of about 4,000 feet. As it plummeted back to Earth, loudspeakers around the facility blared out warnings to the astronauts, engineers, and VIPs in the viewing area to take cover. The escape tower ultimately landed some 1,200 feet from the launch pad. The launch team in the blockhouse was as stunned as Mercury control. Booster continued talking in German to his counterparts in the blockhouse, oblivious to Kraft's repeated calls. Television cameras showed the events on the pad as the main and reserve landing parachutes popped out of their stowage compartment at the nose of the capsule, ejected upward and partially opened up. Initially, they hung limply, then they slowly inflated and caught the sea breeze. At the same time, strips of tinfoil were ejected from the capsule and spilled over the sides of the booster and capsule. The strips, or chaff, were used to help radar track the capsule as it was slowed down by the parachute and headed for splashdown, or water landing, in the Atlantic Ocean. Every controller held his breath, afraid the parachute would topple the rocket and cause an explosion. The intercom that had been quiet was now busily filled with directions, observations, and opinions. Everything that happened, although it had taken only seconds, passed before me in slow motion. Then it finally clicked. We had launched the escape tower. The Redstone rocket, surrounded by smoke, was armed and fueled but still sitting on the launch pad. Kraft told everyone to calm down, but Booster was still on the hotline, interrogating the blockhouse in German. We all could see the anger glowing in Kraft's eyes as he walked over and yanked Booster's headset cord loose from the console, saying, "Speak to me, damn it." Chaos continued for several minutes until Booster, in halting English, told us that the Redstone engines had fired and the rocket had lifted off the pad enough to drop the umbilical, the bundle of cables that connected launch control with the booster and that normally fell away right after liftoff. Then the engine inexplicably shut down. The Mercury capsule, sensing the booster's engine shut down, acted as if it were in orbit and sent the command to jettison the escape tower. The capsule, not sensing any further acceleration, acted as if it were in the recovery phase and so deployed the parachutes. We now had a live rocket on the pad, a fully pressurized Redstone, and, since the umbilicals had disconnected, we had no control of it. The booster's destruct system was armed and there was no way to secure the system. No one had any idea what to do next. Kraft walked over to me, eyes blazing. Pointing at Booster he snapped, "The damn Germans still haven't learned who they work for. Everyone in this control room must work for me." We sat stunned, helpless in Mercury control. We had no technical data on the spacecraft or the launch system beyond a simple manual, the equivalent of an owner's manual for a new car. All of us were still thinking in aircraft, not rocket, terms, and we were definitely behind the power curve. We had no data to work with because we weren't smart enough to know what we really needed. We were dealing with a new control room, a new network, new procedures, and entirely new jobs, doing something that we had never done before, something almost alien to our nature. A tentative proposal came from the blockhouse to reconnect the umbilical. The chances of people getting killed doing this were discussed and we decided that it could not be done safely. The next, an equally desperate, suggestion was to get a cherry picker, a kind of crane or boom with a man holding bucket on the end of it, like those used by telephone and utility line repair crews, and cut the nylon parachute risers. This would at least eliminate the threat of wind filling the parachute and toppling the Redstone, but this idea was also discarded because of the risk to personnel. All the while we were apprehensively watching a partially inflated parachute and praying that the sea breeze did not pick up, fill the parachute, and topple the whole damn rocket over. After impatiently listening to a pretty far-out proposal to depressurize the rocket by using a rifle to shoot holes in the fuel and oxidizer tanks, Kraft sputtered and growled, "Damn it, that's no way to do it. They sound like a bunch that just started spring training. Even to a rookie like me, shooting a hole in the tanks did not seem to be a sound plan. Kraft listened intently as each of the crazy schemes came across the loops, everybody desperately searching for a way out. Then one of the test conductors came up with a plan that made sense. The winds are forecast to remain calm, so if we wait until tomorrow morning, the batteries will deplete, the relays and valves will go to the normally open condition. As the oxidizer warms up, the tank vents will open, removing the flight pressure. With the booster depressurized and batteries depleted, it will then be safe to approach the rocket. Kraft nodded and growled at his controllers. That is the first rule of flight control. If you don't know what to do, don't do anything. We secured Mercury control and the blockhouse gang got saddled with the unenviable job of nervously watching over the Redstone throughout the night. Doing nothing worked. By early the next morning, the batteries were depleted, the destruct system disarmed, and the pressure relieved. The capsule and the Redstone rocket had survived with only minor damages to the tail fins. This fiasco was the most embarrassing episode yet for the young engineers of the Mercury program. The history books call this mission, sardonically but accurately, the 4-inch flight. While the badly shaken booster engineers frantically worked on finding out just what had happened, I promised myself that when I returned to Langley I would use the same technique that had worked for me flying airplanes or flight testing at Holloman. I would get to know as many technicians, designers, testers, and planners as possible and find out what data they had that would be useful to me. I would then compile a book that contained essential, carefully organized, and easily accessible information so in future emergencies we would have what we needed to know right at our fingertips. The engineers at Langley were tremendously cooperative and even gave me a drafting board where I could study blueprints. The learning curve of my first mission had been steep. But I had gained something precious. I now knew how much I didn't know. We went back to Langley and regrouped. The launch team debriefed, fixed the launch umbilical circuit problem that had caused the premature engine shutdown, and a month later we sent the rocket aloft. Project Mercury closed out 1960 with its first successful Redstone launch. In January of 1961, our second mission gave the chimpanzee ham a hell of a ride. The Redstone failed to shut down when commanded and went to fuel depletion, landing almost 120 miles downrange from the recovery forces. We wrote our reports and classified the mission a success. After all, ham survived and the rocket had not blown up. In these early months, we were plain lucky that America understood there was no achievement without risk, and there were no guarantees in this new business called spaceflight. To haul a man into space and bring him back alive, we needed to wire the world. This meant stringing communications across 3 continents and oceans, building tracking stations, installing the most powerful computers we could lay our hands on, and learning the business of real-time spaceflight with our teams. We established the 13 manned network stations, which provided optimal coverage only during the initial 3 orbits. Cable connections from the United States stretched to switching centers in London, Hawaii, and Australia. The Mercury voice and teletype communications were controlled by Jim McDowell from the Central Switching Center at Goddard. After logging thousands of hours at his end of the lines, McDowell had an instinctive feel for each of his communications links and was able to predict and anticipate problems to an uncanny degree, bringing alternate circuits online moments before the prime circuits failed. It was common to lose communications because of construction workers severing cables, or cranes knocking down power lines, sunspot activity, or even fog. After only a few weeks of training, in March 1961 the controllers went to the most remote outposts, installations connected to Mercury control by a communications system best described as brittle. Text messages were prepared by teletype operators at machines that punched holes into a narrow paper tape. When the message was completed, the tape was fed into a machine and transmitted to the tracking stations. This took at least 20 times longer to transmit a data packet than a present-day $100 fax machine would take to transmit the same amount of information. The constant chattering of the teletype machines provided the audible backdrop for virtually all of the work at a site. The Capcom was the remote site team boss and handled all air-to-ground communications. His systems monitor assessed the capsule status with a bank of 21 meters and a couple of 8-pen recorders, like those used on lie detector or polygraph machines. The team flight surgeon had even fewer displays, 13 meters, a scope to monitor the astronaut's electrocardiogram, and an 8-pen recorder. Each 3-man remote site team, with their brief contacts of 8 minutes or less with the capsule during each orbit, provided the global coverage for early spaceflight. They were our eyes and ears as the spacecraft passed overhead. Their charge was simple: stay out of trouble, keep the mission on track, and provide any needed assistance to the crew. Easier said than done. The Mercury remote site Capcoms were all fresh college graduates. This was their first job. They were paired with systems monitors, also young, who worked for Philco, a high-technology, in those days, electronics company. The systems monitors had no more than 2 years' experience working at the early global satellite tracking stations. Only the very young seemed to have the guts to volunteer for these assignments, living on their own in distant and remote places. The tracking stations were often fairly primitive corrugated steel buildings like the hooches I lived in while in Korea, housing the electronic equipment and consoles. The sites were easily identified by their myriad of antennas. Primary site communications were provided by 60-word per minute teletype and a radio voice link from relay stations at London, Honolulu, and Sydney. The system was a daily crapshoot, susceptible to a variety of problems. When communications failed, the remote site teams were on their own, improvising and taking any action necessary during the period the capsule was in view to restore contact. The key sites were located at the points for the major go-no-go decisions, and the locations of the deorbit maneuver. These included Bermuda, Australia, Hawaii, Guaymas, Mexico, and the California coast. These sites were usually designated as critical, and the team was augmented with an astronaut Capcom. The more remote facilities were the Canary Islands, Nigeria, Zanzibar, Canton Island, and ships sailing the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. World War II cargo vessels had been converted into floating sites to track satellites. They were the length of a football field, manned by a makeshift crew recruited from the hiring halls at the local ports. Since the ships carried no cargo, a foot of concrete was poured on the top deck to make them ride lower, and the superstructure was filled with antennas and electronics. Chris Kraft developed the concept of Mercury control and taught the first generation of controllers. Like everyone else, he was drinking from a fire hose and needed every bit of help he could get. I was the operations and procedures officer. The job description consisted of keeping anything from falling through the cracks before or during the mission. I wrote the countdowns, prepared all message traffic, made sure the communications were working, briefed the tracking stations on the mission, and gave Kraft any assistance he needed. In effect, I was the flight director's wingman. I became the scribe of Mercury control, originating and approving every outgoing teletype message and most voice communications. Within weeks after it had come on the job in 1960, my relationship with Kraft was solid enough for me to take on responsibility to clear virtually all of the messages without having to bother him. On the first Mercury deployment, this got me into big trouble with the U.S. State Department and President Kennedy's Peace Corps. I sent out a message to one of our controllers requesting information on the health conditions at one of our sites in Nigeria. The controller replied that a hospital of doubtful cleanliness is nearby and noted that the local people were extremely poor, local government performance rather feeble. There are no nightclubs or bars. Temperatures are as high as 115 with frequent dust storms. The bad news. When the rainy season begins, it will get worse. The Nigerian government intercepted the message and threatened to remove the Peace Corps unless the U.S. government apologized. The flap filtered down through the NASA chain of command until it got to me. The message from Kraft was clear: you screwed up. Next time you're gone. The US apology kept the lid on the issue. The team stayed on site and I got my first lesson in international diplomacy. On the last day of March 1961, 5 months after my arrival, the tracking network was declared operational. We had 21 sites, 13 of which were manned. The total cost of the network, built in 1 year, was $60 million. 2. Liftoff, the clock is running. The Soviet Union was our rival in space. While we were blowing up rockets, they were impacting the moon with a probe. They even photographed the far side. Each Russian breakthrough came as a shock. Our intelligence on the Russian space program was pretty hot stuff: notebooks with newspaper and trade journal clips pasted in them. The military apparently didn't feel that the civilians in NASA had a need to know whatever it was they knew. Most Americans followed the selection and training and further adventures of the 7 original astronauts. That was about all they really knew about our infant manned space program. The astronauts were instant celebrities, not so much selected as anointed. The public, as well as the mission control team, was caught up in the beauty pageant aspect of the first manned launch. Which astronaut would be first? Who was the best? April 1961. In April, as we were deploying for a pair of missions, the Russians beat us again. Yuri Gagarin became the first human in space, and in orbit to boot, and we neophytes in the Space Task Group viewed the Russian success with both frustration and admiration. We packed up our bags, kissed the wife and kids goodbye, and, a few hours later, were once again at Mercury control. Marta was now expecting our 3rd child. We were launching increasingly complex missions from the Cape every month. Over half of the year we were TDY, on temporary duty, at the Cape. Unlike the later years in Houston, our wives did not know each other and often lived pretty far apart, so it was a lonely time for them. Compounding the problem was the dispersal of so many of our people to far-flung remote sites. Working in Mercury control, I was fortunate. I could easily stay in touch by phone, and I could share with Marta the excitement and pride that we felt as the program went forward. Following 2 successful Redstone launches, we moved on to the unmanned Atlas mission, which was designed to test the spacecraft and the global network. The mission that would follow was the one we had been waiting for. It was planned to launch the first American into space. After we arrived at the Cape, we found that the military, which actually ran the Cape and nearby Patrick AFB, as well as the recovery forces, had pulled the plug on our resources and reallocated them to deal with one of the worst crises of the Cold War. A force of 1,300 Cuban exiles, who had been trained and armed by the CIA and given decidedly insufficient American tactical support, had landed at the Bay of Pigs in Fidel Castro's Cuba in the pre-dawn hours of April 17. Initially planned under the Eisenhower administration, this ill-advised invasion had probably been doomed from the outset, but its fate was sealed when President Kennedy, only a few months into his term and ambivalent about the entire operation, withheld American air support. Castro's small air force decimated the exiles bent on his overthrow. All this was happening a few hundred miles to the south of the Cape. We sat in our hotel rooms, anxiously waiting to recover the resources we needed for the next 2 missions, our eyes glued to the television sets. The combination of Gagarin's flight and the U.S. humiliation at the Bay of Pigs provided a sobering background to our deployment. The press focused on America's pitiful space record, while touting Russia's successes. It was reminiscent of what had happened a year earlier, when Newsweek lowered the boom on the Mercury program. To lose to the Russians, all we needed to do was start late, downgrade Russian feats, fragment authority, pinch pennies, think small, and shirk decisions. I don't recall anyone disagreeing with that assessment. The message was understood in Washington, and it was taken to heart at the Cape. I find it difficult today to convey the intense frustration and near despair as we picked ourselves up after each setback, determined to break the jinx on the program. Now we were going for 2 back-to-back missions, launching an unmanned Atlas downrange and then carrying out our first manned Redstone mission. We tried not to think about the gaps in knowledge, experience, and technology in our program. They were big enough to drive a truck through, and we could never forget that while we were screwing around with baby steps in suborbital missions, the Russians had put a man in orbit. So we would continue with our preparations at the Cape, tired of being one step behind. It seemed like no matter what we did, the Russians were always one step ahead. In those dark days our only thought was, this time it has to work. Testing went smoothly once we regained the test range and network resources. The Mercury network, operational less than a month when we deployed, was working beautifully. NASA, playing catch-up with the Russians, changed the Mercury Atlas launch, MA3, from a ballistic mission to an orbital one. We split the Canary Islands team and sent a small grow-up to Nigeria and Zanzibar. We planned 2 launches in the next 10 days, an unmanned Atlas orbital mission and America's first manned mission on a Redstone. The simulation team was composed of another small group of controllers. Their task was to create what we now call virtual reality, to replicate, in chillingly convincing detail, every element of the mission, from countdown to completion. The simulation supervisor, SimSup, had 5 people playing the roles of 30. They would supply a data stream, telemetry, command, radar tracking, voice reports, and our controllers would have to respond. SimSup's team would provide the voice calls and responses of the 3 test conductors, range safety officer, recovery team, and everyone else involved in a launch. One guy might play a dozen different people responding to controllers' calls. The SimSup's objective was to test the judgment of each individual and the competence of the total mission team. How quickly would they recognize and solve problems? How well did the mission rules and the procedures used in the various facilities and the network function in real time? Were we ready? SimSup would prepare and send out magnetic tapes to each of the Mercury facilities. For instance, a single orbit takes 90 minutes. The tapes would be played in sequence, starting at the Mercury Control Center at the Cape. At 4 minutes after simulated launch, Bermuda would start playing their tape, so for about 6 minutes MCC and Bermuda could compare data, then MCC would lose data and a few minutes after that the Bermuda tape would end. There would be an 8-minute gap before the tape at the Canary Islands site would start running. Each of the tapes had to contain timing and data replicating what was expected to happen during the actual flight. The simulation team would introduce various malfunctions on the tapes sent out to each site and the controllers there would have to deal with them. While all this was going on, an astronaut sitting in the capsule simulator had to deal with the same malfunctions thrown at the controllers at the various sites. If either the astronaut or the site controllers wanted to take an action that conflicted with the data on the tape, then the whole simulation would start to fall apart. Few of the early simulations achieved their objectives. Everything was new and untested, new equipment, new procedures. Attempts to conduct seconds critical training often failed. Our final MA3 training run was no exception. Our novices stumbled from the start, when the wrong tapes were selected. After several restarts, tempers flared as controllers at the separate sites began improvising in an attempt to complete the test. Later in the afternoon, a disgusted craft called off the exercise and told me to sort out what had happened. 3 days before the Atlas orbital test launch, I prepared the teletype daily advisory, critiquing the previous day's run and offering an apology. The message to all the tracking sites was blunt. Today's operation was a come-down and indicates we still have problems. Mission Control's performance was substandard. We apologize for the way we closed down the voice network. Our discouragement with the drill led US to walk away uncompleted. Launch forecast, no delays anticipated. Booster, capsule and recovery go. Flight control is go assuming adequate training. It was customary to add the latest news headlines, which included these. US will act against Cuba to guard its security. Kennedy's anti-Castro invasion stamped out. Reports claim Castro suffering from mental collapse. Marilyn Monroe says no to remarriage to Joe DiMaggio. Allison and Mantle hit 3 home runs. AT&T 126 and a quarter, down 3/8 because of Project Mercury slip. We could only hope now that our training would prove sufficient. It was time to launch. April 25, 1961, Mercury Atlas III. The Atlas rocket, shedding ice formed by condensation on the sides of the liquid oxygen tanks, lurched skyward on 3 shafts of liquid fire, steam billowing from the flame bucket that channeled the fiery exhaust away from the blockhouse, support tower, cables, and pad. Inside the control room, I could not hear the engines roar, but the sense of my first Atlas launch seeped from my fingertips as I scribbled the liftoff time in the teletype message and handed it to a waiting runner. Without pausing, I picked up the running teletype dialogue over the order wire, advising Bermuda of the launch time and status. Seconds after the launch, a note of anxiety crept into the Welsh accent of Tech Roberts, the flight dynamics officer, FIDO, responsible for launch and orbital trajectory control, as he reported, "Flight, negative roll and pitch program." A collective shudder went through everyone in the control room as the controllers absorbed the chilling significance of Roberts's terse report. The roll and pitch program normally changed the initial vertical trajectory of the launch into a more horizontal one that would take the Atlas out over the Atlantic. This Atlas was still inexplicably flying straight up, threatening the Cape and the surrounding communities. The worst-case scenario would be for it to pitch back toward land or explode. The higher it flew before it exploded, the wider the footprint of debris scattered all over the Cape and surrounding area would be. The RSO, Range Safety Officer, monitoring the launch confirmed the lack of a roll and pitch program, then continued to give the Atlas an opportunity to recover and start its track across the Atlantic. The RSO lifted the cover on the command button and watched as the Atlas raced to a fatal convergence with the limits on his plot board. At 43 seconds after liftoff, Roberts reported, "The range safety officer has transmitted the destruct command." Seconds later, craft's TV glowed a vivid black and white with the explosion. We did not have color monitors. We waited, not speaking, counting the seconds, listening for the telltale, muffled crump that would signal the mission was over. Carl Haas, the retro controller, responsible for reentry trajectory planning and operations, reported, "Radar tracking multiple targets." Roberts's response echoed all our feelings, "Chris, I'm sorry." We sat by the consoles, not talking for several seconds. Then, one by one, the controllers closed their countdown books and started to pack their documents. My message to the remote site teams was succinct. MA3 was terminated BY range safety 43 seconds into flight. Stand by for debriefing. The destruction of the Mercury Atlas III left us dazed and disheartened. We had gone to launch feeling that with 3 successful unmanned suborbital missions the jinx seemed broken, the odds were turning in our favor, then the Atlas had to be blown up. There was no cheer as the Mercury team retired to the bar at the Holiday Inn in Cocoa Beach and waited for Walt Williams, the operations director, and the launch team to finish the press conference. We knew they would take a beating. We had no time to lick our wounds or feel sorry for ourselves, and no one had much to say. Numb with shock, frustration, and anger, we were uncertain about the impact of this spectacular failure on the entire program. We did know that it would mean more time at the Cape, more time away from our families. But did we really know what the hell we were doing? The Atlas was the key to orbital flight. And we had racked up 2 Atlas failures in 3 Atlas missions. When we debriefed and vented our frustration over drinks at the bar, it was all in the family. During the missions, Kraft set the tone when we lost our composure. He knew that he could not show any uncertainty to his team. In Mercury control there was no room for displays of emotion. Kraft allowed himself an occasional broad smile and lit up a cigar when his gang did well. When we failed, maybe he would mutter a curse word or two. His message from the earliest Mercury days: we were the visible point men for the program and we had to maintain a calm, professional, and confident image. But, as long as no outsiders, especially press, were around, we could let it hang out when we left the Cape and hit the bar. We didn't even have the luxury of a day off. We debriefed, wrote our reports, and, on April 26, 1961, returned to Mercury control. With only 7 days to prepare for our first manned flight, our self-confidence was badly shaken and we all shared the same unspoken fear. In only a few days, would we be crowning our first space hero or picking up pieces of him all along the eastern seaboard? We attacked the final days of the training schedule with a renewed urgency. Everyone connected with the program was now consumed with one goal: the successful flight of America's first man in space. We simply could not accept, or even contemplate, another failure. It was the top layer of NASA management which was directly in the line of fire coming from Congress and the executive branch. Our new administrator, James Webb, who was everybody's boss, didn't exactly deflect criticism when he said, "This present program is not designed to match what the Russians may do." Reporting to him for manned spaceflight were Wernher von Braun at Marshall Space Flight Center, Harry Gert at Goddard Space Flight Center, and Robert Gilruth at the Langley Research Center. Mercury pre-flight. Operations at the Cape were run by a division headed by G. Merritt Preston and reported to Gilruth. Gilruth, director of Project Mercury and boss of the Space Task Group, was the pioneer who focused the Mercury effort. He was regarded with great affection by those who worked under him. Starting at Langley in 1937, he had a sterling record of achievement in flight testing. By the late 1950s, people were the most knowledgeable on high-speed flight research and he was the obvious choice to form and lead the Space Task Group. Gilruth's Washington counterpart was George Low, an Austrian whose family fled to America when Germany invaded and occupied his native land. After serving in the Army in World War II, he worked for Convair and then was Chief of Special Projects at the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, the predecessor of NASA. In the summer of 1958, Low was tasked to organize a new space agency and became the chief of manned spaceflight during the agency's early years. He was absolutely determined to put a man on the moon, believing only such a bold goal would sustain the manned space effort. Personally, I would settle for rockets that worked. In the first 2 years, we spent almost half our time on temporary duty at the Cape. When we left our homes and families behind, we never knew whether to pack for a few hours or a month. We lived out of our suitcases, in nondescript motels, coping with loneliness, too little per diem, and too many failed countdowns. Invariably we would go home to find our wives feeling neglected and frustrated. You have no doubt heard the saying, behind every great man is a woman, and behind her is the plumber, the electrician, the Maytag repairman, and one or more sick kids. And the car needs to go into the shop. To make matters worse, most of the wives had a postcard image of sun-washed beaches and a kind of intergalactic glamour. We felt this pressure and knew we could not resolve it. The beach was only a rumor to most of us, and glamour was a tub of beer on ice. The Cape Canaveral area was hardly the glossy Florida of Miami or Fort Lauderdale, but it was a community full of solid, decent working people, who encouraged us by their support for our fledgling space program. We didn't have 9-to-5 jobs. Pad tests, simulations, and practice countdowns are driven by launch pad activity. Launch preparation is more an art than a science, with the high priests, test conductors, of the blockhouse in charge of the countdown, dictating the overall schedule. Our job at the Mission Control Center was to be ready whenever the launch team needed us. The MCC support for the capsule and booster launch pad tests usually started with the test conductor's call to console stations about 2 a.m., so the controllers usually hit the sack about sundown and arrived at Mercury control about 1 a.m. to prepare for the test. The flight rules that were a mystery in the beginning now anchored me at the center of the mission policy and decision process. They were an upscale equivalent of the go-no-go criteria we used in aircraft flight tests. I had inherited the rule recording job when Kraft sent me to the Cape for the first Mercury Redstone test. This task opened the door for me to every technical aspect of Mercury operations. In the early months, I was the scribe sitting in on Kraft's meetings with crews, controllers, and management. I wrote out the record of the decisions of the meetings, putting them in the flight rule format, defining each decision as a series of conditions followed by the action procedure. The Mercury rules summary was 30 pages long. Many of the rules were procedural in nature and placed a heavy weight on the judgment of the controllers. Go or no-go conditions were underlined in vivid green or red. The value of compiling and defining rules was not in the document itself as much as it was in hashing out go-no-go stipulations in team meetings. The rules were set up on each page in this fashion. Frequently, Kraft would leave a team meeting disagreeing with the results. The controllers and doctors were too conservative for his way of thinking. After reflecting for a while, Kraft would say, "I didn't like their input. When you write the rules, let's do it this way." Many of the critical flight policies were determined over dinner at Ramon's restaurant, late at night in one of the ball sessions, or during a lull after a tough training run. No matter what the rules said, the ultimate authority was the operations director, Walt Williams. Born in New Orleans and an LSU graduate, Williams worked for Martin Aircraft and then at Langley, where he concentrated on control and stability systems during World War II. In 1956 he was head of engineering for the X-1 project, our first aircraft to break the sound barrier. He went on to be the director of virtually every supersonic test program for jet and rocket-propelled aircraft and by 1958 was head of the X-15 test committee. He had been assigned as Gilruth's deputy for Project Mercury, and was the feared but highly respected boss of every aspect of Mercury operations. The days remaining before the manned launch passed rapidly. Walt Williams gave the operations go at the mission review on launch -1 day, May 1, 1961, and the capsule servicing began as we conducted our final simulations. We did our data checks and returned to the motel. Normally, I sleep like a dead man, but I tossed and turned most of the night. Since I had spent most of my time with the team at the Cape in unmanned rocket testing, most of what I knew about the astronauts came from the newspapers. When I did see them, they seemed to live in a world apart from the rest of us, communicating only with the top managers and spending most of their time in hands-on training, learning all they could about their spacecraft and rockets. I didn't blame them. The early space hardware had much in common with the imaginary technology in a Jules Verne science fiction novel. The capsule used steam-powered thrusters for control, the steam being generated by the reaction between hydrogen peroxide and a catalyst in a nickel chamber attached the thrusters, a periscope for visual tracking, and an electric Earth globe for determining position. Half of the systems were primitive by today's standards for aircraft avionics and control systems, while the other half were untested first-of-its-kind technology. Their test pilot backgrounds made the Mercury 7 highly independent and fiercely competitive. Each one of them was determined to be the first man in space. Each believed his performance during the months of training and testing would win him the coveted prize. As launch time neared, Gilruth took the extraordinary step of asking each astronaut to rank all the others in the order of who was best qualified for the mission. Some thought he did this just to confirm his personal selection. Alan Shepard, Gus Grissom, and John Glenn were chosen from the 7. One of that trio would be the first among equals. Shortly thereafter, Life magazine got into the act, dubbing the first 3 the Gold Team, the remainder the Red Team. The brass felt a need to reassure the public there was no split in the ranks. Wallace Skirrer, Deke Slayton, Gordon Cooper, and Scott Carpenter stepped forward at a press conference a few days later to confirm that there was plenty to do and they all were still on one team, not divided into red or gold factions. Their reassuring words and smiles could not cover up the fact that someone else had indeed been chosen to be first. NASA did its best to soothe the egos of those who did not make the first cut. The lyrics to the music went like this: each astronaut had an important role to play. There were plenty of flights for all. And, sure as hell, there was enough work to go around. We in MCC were not surprised by the choice of Glenn, Grissom, and Shepard to make the initial flights. The controllers had worked briefly with all 3, but only our bosses and the astronauts knew who would fly this very first mission. Since we had seen more of Shepard, we were betting on Ol. The media seemed to favor Glenn. In part it was his imagery as a God-fearing, clean-cut American patriot and good family man. But journalists may have reported this in hopes of provoking someone into saying who it would be. Shorty Powers, a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, was the man in charge of public relations and the voice of Mercury Control. To Shorty, dealing with the press was just like a game of poker. Never let on what is in your hand, and try to bluff them into showing you theirs. Like Williams, Shorty never seemed to sleep and his exhausting work schedule only compounded his irritability. It took very little provocation to make him lose his temper. When he did, it was like a launch, a great deal of energy and noise expended amid the fire and smoke. He was a bantam cock of a guy, about 5'4" or 5, always dapper and a bit of a strutter. For the most part, Powers had an unenviable job, setting up a public relations barrier behind which the engineers and the astronauts could work in peace, while at the same time trying to feed reporters' insatiable demands for information. He really needed 2 sets of astronauts, one to do the mission, the other to perform for the media. The astronauts and controllers stayed at the Holiday Inn at Cocoa Beach. It was not unusual to see Walt Williams charging into the bar late at night to get an answer to a problem from one of the controllers or engineers. He was likely to find the man he wanted there, because all of us sat around and chewed over rules and procedures endlessly and tuned in on Williams' questioning to get the latest word. We knew that 3 days prior to the launch the selected astronaut would check out of the Holiday Inn and quietly try to move out to the crew quarters at the Cape. Reporters hung around the Holiday Inn fishing for information, striking up a conversation, occasionally treating Trinto Pass as a member of the launch team. The press, which had become somewhat negative and adversarial after the Gagarin flight and the Atlas III failure, was now caught up in the excitement of this new chapter. Realizing that a man's life and the future of the program were at stake, their coverage finally began to capture the excitement and suspense surrounding the imminent mission. The control team, taking our lead from Powers, neither confirmed nor denied any of the press speculation and ignored all the rumors that buzzed around the program like a swarm of busy bees. It's a go. The weather was stormy at midnight on May 2, 1961, when the control team arrived to support the initial checkout. The countdown progressed through the fueling of the Redstone while the launch team held the transfer van, used to move the suited astronaut from the hangar to the launch pad, at the hangar until the weather improved. Or the launch was scrubbed. We had adopted the call sign Freedom 7 during our final training runs, but I never knew who had named the capsule. Just 1 week after the Mercury Atlas III failure we were once again in Mercury Control counting down to launch for our first manned mission. The headlines read, "As Hop nears Astronaut X in seclusion." Soon the world would find out, and so would we. I think only Kraft, Willems, and the flight surgeon knew it was Shepard. It had been decided in Washington that the identity of the first man would remain a secret until he stepped forward to climb atop the rocket. The Russians did not announce any launch in advance. In fact, they didn't release any news about their manned spacecraft effort until they were good and ready, and even then they gave only carefully selected details about a flight. They could do this quite easily in a closed society in which news was strictly controlled by the government. We did not have this luxury. From its earliest days, NASA had followed a policy of maximum, though prudent, disclosure. We had to do everything openly and soon under intensive live TV coverage. In their own good time, the Soviets had announced that Gagarin spent 108 minutes in orbit before returning safely to Earth in a parachute-cushioned landing. We want to catch up, and we believed that, at last, we were ready to do it, at least for the first step, a suborbital mission of limited duration. Dressed in his silvery spacesuit, Alan Shepard stood behind the door of Hangar S. Outside, the van that would deliver him to the launch site waited, along with a large group of reporters and photographers who were eager to tell the world which astronaut would step through the door. Lightning and rain had been playing about the Cape all morning, and when the clouds had not cleared by 7:25 a.m. local time, the flight was cancelled. No one could be responsible for the weather, but it struck us as another in an unending series of tough breaks. Who would stop the rain? Shepard shimmied out of his suit and downed a shot of brandy. An alert reporter standing by the hangar door had seen him and broke the story. First U.S. attempt to put man in space postponed 48 hours. Shepard given first call for historic venture. The secret was out. Hard-charging old Shepard was at the head of the line. We drowned our disappointment in the usual way, with a mission scrub party. No matter what hour the test was scrubbed, we would return to the motel wide awake, after the lounges had closed, or before they opened. We had stashed beer and snacks at the Holiday Inn, which often donated food left over from the previous days. Menu. We would eat and drink, and talk about what had gone wrong. It was a little like throwing a rueful party after a non-birth. At least we hadn't experienced another disaster, and the baby was still there in the womb, ready to go. All we could do was pace the floor and wait. In the heat of the following day, some of us headed to the ocean or the pool, or played full-contact volleyball, to sweat off the beer we had tossed down. The chalked volleyball sidelines didn't last long, and there was the usual quibbling on out-of-bounds calls. The solution was to dig a trench and mark the sidelines with gravel embedded in concrete. Out-of-bounds calls were a lot easier when you came up with bloody forearms after a diving save. Bruises, sprains, jammed fingers, and nasty cuts were the order of the day. Kraft, a standout baseball catcher and center fielder in college, was a fierce competitor, but on the volleyball court he was no longer the boss, just one of the team members. Carl Haas, the MCC retro, was a burly 5'11" guy with black bushy eyebrows and hair. When playing volleyball he had a habit of rising on his toes and shifting from left to right with a rolling motion. His menacing visage, combined with this motion and his perpetual growl, earned him the nickname Dancing Bear. During one match, Haas spiked a shot straight into Kraft's face. The ball drove the prongs of his sunglasses deep into the flesh of his nose. Without flinching, Kraft pulled out the prongs, wiped the blood off his face, looked at Haas, and growled, "Nice shot. Try me again." After multiple injuries to his team members, Kraft set the rule: no volleyball after L3 launch -3 days. Any controller violating the rule and unable to perform his console duties would be disciplined. No one was willing to find out exactly what kind or degree of discipline Kraft meant. The beverage of choice after these matches was Swan Lager, an Australian beer, and our supplier was Jack Dowling, the Australian government's envoy to NASA. Jack was the picture of a typical Aussie. He was a bit older than most of us, stocky, with wavy black hair, flecks of grey in his mustache, and eyebrows like caterpillars. All he needed to complete the image was the Crocodile Dundee bush hat. He had the accent, the one you never missed when you called Goddard voice, and the switchboard operator patched the voice communications to the Australian tracking stations. You had to be careful about confusing their language with the one we were developing for space. When we had needed a tracking station in the southern hemisphere, the people down under were quick to respond. They have always been our stout allies, and their very isolation inspired them to sign up for any new adventure. They sent their volunteers to train with us, and Dowling was one of those who learned to love the States so much he never left. The personal relationships that developed in the early years at Cape Canaveral provided the foundation of a brotherhood that extended through Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo. This bonding got us through the difficult times. We worked together, played together, and lived together. If I close my eyes, I can recall images of that strip of coastal Florida, a line of motels, restaurants, and bars, some pretty funky, lining the highway that ran south from Daytona Beach through Titusville and Cocoa, where a causeway across the Indian and Banana Rivers took you to the small town of Cocoa Beach. It was a two-lane blacktop that shimmered in the hot sun and paralleled the swamp that stood between the Cape and the mainland. Although Orlando was only a short drive inland, it might as well have been on Mars. Our world was confined to a small, tight circle centered on those strange new structures, gantries and launch pads and telemetry antennas sprouting up on an overgrown sandbar. NASA's arrival in this once calm and sleepy area would change it forever and make it perhaps a greater tourist attraction than the locals ever dreamed it could be, and perhaps more than many wanted it to be. In this setting, our bonding produced a spirit that responded to the challenge of John Kennedy's inaugural address. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. This was the spirit that a few days later would bring space and the astronauts to the front page soft newspapers and into the homes and hearts of America. May 5, 1961, Mercury Redstone 3. When the launch was scrubbed on May 2nd, it was reset for May 4th and then scrubbed again because of weather. But then the weatherman gave us a solid go for the next day. The weather was windy but clearing when Huss and I left the motel shortly after midnight. As we left, I drove around the east end of the motel to see if the searchlights at the launch pad were on. If we saw the lights, we would know that the launch complex was active and the countdown progressing. The lights drew me like a magnet. When I saw them, I picked up speed, and to hell with the local cops. Our sleepiness quickly vanished during the 20-minute drive. Highway A1A took you through the heart of Cocoa Beach. With only a single stoplight, it was a small town in the process of trying to grow and live with its newfound fame. The brilliant, garish neon of the motels and restaurants and go-go bars seemed more like Las Vegas, but they were soon behind us. The traffic was heavy, as it usually was, cars pulling out of motels and dark streets to join you as you passed by. You drove into an inky darkness after passing Fat Boy's restaurant, which marked the city limits of Cocoa Beach. This traffic was different from the usual relaxed pace of tourists and locals. From this point, the cars on the road were moving swiftly, their drivers knowing exactly where they were headed, a personal rendezvous with history. The interior of the space capsule that Alan Shepard would soon climb into was so small that a human being could barely fit. The back of his couch was within inches of the heat shield. The instrument panel was less than 2 feet from his face and the parachutes only 5 feet forward. John Glenn had hung a sign on the panel, "No handball playing in this area." The Redstone rocket would lift Shepard's 2-ton capsule on a 15-minute foray into space. He would reach an altitude of 100 miles, experience 5 minutes of weightlessness followed by a crushing 11G entry, and land 260 miles downrange from the launch pad. Closing in on the Cape, I could see that the lights looked much like the lights of the small cities amid swamplands when I trained and flew in Georgia. After a brief stop for a badge check, we continued toward Mercury Control, passing the security roadblocks that are always erected as launch time nears. Huss was not a man given to making small talk. Like a bear coming out of hibernation, he would wake up slowly, so we didn't talk to each other. I enjoyed the silence, which allowed me to think about what lay ahead as I made the long swooping turn to the north and the searchlights. The stars were occasionally visible through the muggy haze of the Cape. The outline of the launch tower was not yet visible through the palmetto as we approached Mercury control. After parking the car, I started to psych myself up, just as I did when I was flying. I in my mind, I could hear the marches of John Philip Sousa and the cadence quickened my step. The support team finished its systems checks and I sat down to check out the communications at my console. There had been no countdown delays and the capsule test conductor, the team leader for the capsule checkout, came on and reported, the Conti's on schedule. I then moved to Craft's console to check communications from his voice panel to the pad team. On this day, I was covering his tail, watching for problems while Chris went about the business of being the flight director. A half hour later, he arrived, dressed nattily as usual, regardless of the time of day. He made his standard comment, "How's it going, young man?" I gave him a thumbs up. He reached in the drawer for his headset, adjusted it, and then sat down. At his console, Kraft projected the image of a general reviewing his forces prior to battle. The only time he showed any uncertainty was when the IBM engineers, II Sachs and Ol Layton, periodically reported on the results of the network data flow testing. Tech Roberts and Carl Huss were monitoring the flow of data coming in from the tracking stations to Goddard Spaceflight Center in Maryland, which in turn came down, via dedicated telephone lines, to the data display and the 4 plot boards in front of them. Sachs and Layton were concerned that there was a lot of ambient noise on the data lines and, like the rest of us, were not sure how a burst of static might affect the 2 computers at Goddard. Sachs and Layton retested the lines and announced, "We had 270 failures out of last 11,250 transmissions." The perplexed expression on Kraft's face indicated his annoyance. Softly, he asked Sachs, "Damn it, will you please tell me if that is okay?" That was the one thing they could not do. Getting a less than satisfactory answer, Kraft frowned, pretending to make sense of their report. Nobody knew how much bad data the computers could digest and still come up with acceptable answers. Computers just seemed to work, crash, or go off on tangents for no reason, with Huss and Roberts at their mercy. Shepard had awakened at 1 a.m. and, after breakfast with John Glenn and Dr. Bill Douglas, began to undergo his physical exam, sensoring, and suiting. The weather was definitely better than the day before and a feeling of bullishness pervaded the control room. More controllers arrived and began making their checks. Walt Williams, rumpled as usual, showed up about 2:00 a.m. after a quick, "How goes it?" conversation with Shepard and Glenn. Chain smoking, Walt talked briefly with Shorty Powers, then moved to his desk behind Kraft, his voice hoarse, grunting a question to Kraft. Another sign of the times was that most people smoked in those days, and smoked a lot. Mercury control would have been a nightmare for those who object to second-hand smoke because the air was regularly blue with tobacco haze. Chris gave Walt a high sign, happy about the weather forecast. The report that Shepard had entered the transfer van and was en route to the capsule gave me a chill. I passed the report to the controllers on the 2 tracking ships in the Atlantic about 280 miles downrange, north of Grand Bahama Island. When the van arrived at the pad, we saw a flurry around the base of the Redstone. It was surreal. The brilliant floodlights turned the night to day. The silver-suited Shepard paused, looked up, and then strode to the gantry for his 6 to 5 foot elevator ride up to the capsule. I noted in the log that Shepard entered the capsule at 5:20 a.m. Again, I felt a shiver. This was history. I hoped that the other controllers were doing a better job of keeping their minds on their work than I was at that instant. The countdown continued sporadically with 5 holds during one of them I got Kraft his customary pint of milk to calm his ulcer. Williams spent more time outside checking on the weather, which was becoming increasingly overcast. With the launch gantry removed, the Redstone rocket stood starkly silent and alone on its platform. It was now a little before 7 o'clock in the morning. Looking up at the countdown clock, I thought, if there ever was a time and place to get it all together, it was now. It was time to kick in the afterburners and regain our confidence as Americans and as leaders. William Scalader weather hold at launch -15 minutes. Shortly thereafter, a problem developed in a Redstone power supply, and the decision was made to roll back the gantry and recycle the countdown to 35 minutes and hold. I got up to get a cup of coffee and stretch. Nerves were taut. It wasn't a subject anyone talked about openly, but we in MCC fully expected to lose 1 or 2 astronauts in Mercury. The prayer at that moment was, "Not now, Lord, please. Not today." Pilots don't growl at their crew chiefs, so it came as a surprise when Shepard, in Freedom 7, the tiny Mercury capsule atop the Redstone rocket, growled at his ground crew, "Why don't you guys fix your problems and light this candle?" The countdown had been holding for weather when our computer at Goddard crashed, requiring a complete check run. This was our third attempt to launch Mr. 3 and the pressure from Washington was mounting. Goddard estimated a delay of 10 minutes for the computer check. Kraft, sensing the tension that had built up in the control room over the delay, told his keyed-up team to take 5 and get a cup of coffee. When I returned from my coffee break, I lit another cigarette, and as the test conductors completed the recycle and announced the hold, the air-ground loop to the capsule came alive. To my astonishment, I heard the then-popular comedian Bill Dana's high-pitched parody of a reluctant astronaut. "My name. Jose Jimenez. Do you know what it really takes to be an astronaut?" "No, Jose." "Tell me." "You should have courage and the right blood pressure and 4 legs." "Why 4 legs, Jose?" "Because they really wanted to send a dog, but they decided that would be too cruel." As Jose Jimenez's routine continued, I punched the loops on my intercom to see if the recording was coming from Mercury control. Damn it, I thought, who the hell is playing a nightclub act on the countdown loops? I sure hoped it was not coming from Mercury control. If it was, I knew I would catch hell from both Kraft and Williams. I expelled a sigh of relief when it became clear that the comedy routine was being piped in from the blockhouse. A wonderful discovery. Our German colleagues had a sense of humor. But was now the time to display it? It would be a distraction for the launch and flight team, and if the mission had been scrubbed, the bosses would have been on the warpath. As it turned out, however, Gordo Cooper and Bill Douglas, the surgeon, had conspired to patch Dana's recording of Jose Jimenez into the capsule. They felt Shepard needed to relax a bit during the hold. This informality added a degree of unreality to the fact that we were only minutes away from launching the first American into space. Not everybody was amused. I could see that Kraft was not happy. He did not like surprises that would distract his team, but by now the countdown was forgotten momentarily. The controllers were drinking coffee, joking and enjoying Bill Dana's comic monologue. Dana had been dubbed the 8th astronaut by Shepard and Skira and was a favorite of everyone working on Mercury. Later, in the bar after the launch, I would decide that this bit of humor was exactly what we needed to relax a bit and get loose and ready for launch. But I am damn sure the Russians wouldn't have tolerated such shenanigans. Shepard had been in the capsule for more than 4 hours when the count again resumed. It went smoothly and, after a brief hold at 2 minutes, continued toward liftoff. During the last seconds I saw Kraft's hand move to the liftoff switch on his console. I just hoped he didn't throw it early and start the mission clocks. At T equals 0, I glanced at Kraft's TV, saw the rocket ignition, and then heard Shepard say, Roger, liftoff, and the clock is started. I logged the liftoff time, 9:34 Eastern Standard Time, as 14:34 Z for Zulu, or Greenwich Mean Time, used to establish a standard time for all the tracking stations scattered throughout different time zones, in the teletype message, turned in my chair, and took off to the teletype center. Oops. I had not removed my headset. After I'd run about 15 feet, the headset cord stretched to the maximum, snagged a chair, and sent it tumbling to the floor. Kraft, distracted, looked in my direction, frowned, then returned to the business of launching the first American into space. Sheepishly, I picked up the chair and returned to the console as Shepard made his 30-second status report. Shorty Powers announced to the world that everything is A-OK, a phrase hated by the controllers. And crew stars to Hollywood, but one that soon became a part of the American vocabulary. It seems quaint now, all these years later, virtually unused, almost forgotten. The 2 previous Redstone missions taught me that a ballistic mission is over in a flash. An energy-charged 142-second rocket launch followed by a 5-minute weightless period, retrofire, and then a reentry. The drive from the hotel to Mercury control was longer than the 15-minute flight time. Shepard's mission was just like my first jet solo, a blur of noise and motion, an event long anticipated that was over far too soon. Indeed, things were A-OK. After over 4 hours in the capsule, Shepard was in peak form reporting launch events. At liftoff his heart rate had briefly increased to 120, peaking 5 minutes later at 140 beats per minute as Shepard called, booster cutoff. Now weightless and traveling 1 mile per second, all was in the test pilot's nirvana. I was damn happy that the mission was going well and that Ol's performance would answer the medical scientists' concerns about whether man could function in space. I had always felt that the flight surgeons were too plodding, too conservative for the rapidly evolving program. After capsule separation from the booster, the automatic system turned the capsule into a heat shield forward position. Approaching the 116-mile high apogee, the highest altitude on the trajectory, Shepard took over manual capsule attitude control, maneuvering in the roll, yaw, and pitch axes and reporting that the capsule responded much as the simulators had. Using the periscope, he reported seeing the western coast of Florida and the Gulf of Mexico. Only moments later, Carl Huss broke into the communications loops, beginning the countdown to retro sequence. His words hung briefly, then were echoed by the MCC Capcom, 5.4. 3. 2. 1. Retro sequence. Shepard confirmed he had maneuvered the capsule to attitude for rocket firing. The weeks of frustration and training were finally paying off in a perfect mission. Now all we needed were the parachutes. I listened, amazed at the professionalism that had developed in the Mercury team in the 6 months since I had joined. The pad team, Mercury Control, and the recovery forces were working in perfect synchronization, with an almost casual tone in their voices as if they had done this many times before. In less than 15 minutes our first manned mission was over. Shepard was safely aboard the aircraft carrier Lake Champlain 11 minutes after landing. While dictating his pilot's report on the carrier, Shepard was Caletto, the carrier's flag bridge, to answer an unexpected telephone call. President Kennedy had watched the launch and landing closely via television and was now one of the first to congratulate America's new space hero. Kraft rapidly wrote out his mission summary report. It was less than 2 pages in length. It was now time to celebrate. 3. Godspeed, John Glenn. We consumed large quantities of beer and barbecue at Fat Boys in honor of Owl, and reveled in the day's headlines: U.S. scores success in first try to put man in space. All Americans are rejoicing, says Kennedy. Alan Shepard had become America's hero, but more so he was uniquely our hero. The Space Task Group had little time to savor the wine and smell the roses before we had to do it all over. Again. In 2 months the second astronaut would go up. This gave Kraft's team an opportunity to apply the lessons we had learned during the turnaround to our next mission. The combination of our technical successes and President Kennedy's vow to land a man on the moon in this decade spurred us on. When I read Kennedy's speech, delivered to a joint session of Congress on May 25, 1961, a special message from the President on urgent national needs, I found it almost impossible to grasp that our nation had established the lunar target as the prize in the space race. I had always yearned to be involved in an undertaking that would challenge the imagination of man. Any doubt I ever had about moving into space vanished. To those of us who had watched our rockets keel over, spin out of control, or blow up, the idea of putting a man on the moon seemed almost too breathtakingly ambitious. Word about the speech spread like wildfire. Through our offices at Langley, all work virtually came to a halt and people began to offer various opinions. Most wondered if this was for real. It seemed, at that moment, like a pipe dream. I thought, well, let them get on with their great plans, I'm gonna get a man into orbit first. But it became real for us in the months that followed, particularly when Kennedy gave a speech 16 months later at Rice University affirming his commitment to a lunar landing. I saw Kennedy when he came to visit Mercury Control at the Cape with Shepard and Glenn. His energy and charisma were electrifying. He made believers out of all of us, even the most skeptical. Our hopes had been renewed. Maybe Kennedy really understood the towering odds we faced and were willing to overcome. When Kennedy first announced this ambitious goal, we were back at Langley, preparing for the second manned Mercury mission, which would be flown by Gus Grissom, who had been Shepard's backup. For a change, we had a breathing space of almost 2 months before we deployed to the Cape. Now that we had flown Shepard successfully, the pressure eased for a while. Then, on July the 21st, 1961, at 7:20 Eastern Standard Time, Grissom made the second suborbital flight on another Redstone, his capsule bearing the name Liberty Bell 7. His flight was virtually a carbon copy of Alan's. This launch doubled our man time in space. We reached 1/2 hour. Grissom was a likable guy, seasoned, decisive, and taciturn. An Air Force cadet at 18, he had flown 100 combat missions in Korea. When he first arrived in Korea, he found that until they had been shot at by a MiG, pilots were not allowed a seat on the bus to the flight line. Gus stood only once. On his first mission, he went looking for a MiG, found one, shot it out, and qualified for a seat on the bus. Everything went well during the flight, but shortly after Grissom's splashdown, the hatch inadvertently released. With the hatch open, the capsule started to take on water. In his silver spacesuit, Gus fought his way to the surface and swam a short distance away. In mission control, we sat helpless as a nearby helicopter grappled the loop at the top of the capsule to prevent it from sinking. By the time the helicopter took up the slack in the lift cable, the capsule had partially submerged, with the capsule underwater and sinking fast. A tug-of-war began between the helicopter and the sinking spacecraft. Almost unnoticed, Grissom was struggling as the downwash from the chopper's rotor blades whipped the sea to a froth. I was sweating bullets, as I recalled the times I stood near the runway, or sat in my aircraft watching and listening as a squadron pilot called Mayday. Mayday and attempted to nurse a damaged or flamed out, no engine power, aircraft back to the runway. The feeling of utter helplessness gets you in the gut. I had seen a student pilot in jet training try to make the runway, finally ejecting too late when he realized he was short. I had that same sick feeling now. Watching Gus struggling in the water. Water was leaking through the suit inlet hose fitting, and as the seconds passed, the spacesuit buoyancy was no longer supporting him. I kept murmuring aloud at the console, "Damn it, get Gus, forget the damn spacecraft." As a second helicopter went to Grissom's rescue, the drama of the capsule recovery seemed to play out forever on our television sets in the control room. The helicopter strained against the load, briefly lifting the capsule almost clear of the water, only to lose the battle as the engine began to overheat. Through a remarkable feat in deep-sea exploration technology, the capsule was located and recovered in extraordinarily good shape in July of 1999. The Liberty Bell 7 mission was perfect until the very end, and then it turned to worms. Rookies and veterans alike were once again reminded, there are no free rides in a flight test. A rumor soon circulated that Gus had panicked when a small amount of seawater entered the capsule. I thought that was baloney. Everything I had seen of Gus and the astronauts indicated that they had the right stuff. Grissom's hatch was the first flown with an explosive primer. Shepard's had had a mechanical design. Something must have screwed up in the new hatch. I returned to Virginia from the Cape the next day, and Marta greeted me with a sigh of relief, and a holiday of hugs and kisses. "Thank God, you're here," she said. "I didn't think you'd ever get that thing off the pad. How did you make it so fast? Did you write your report on the plane?" Asa rule, we spent most of a day writing the post-mission report and did not leave until it was finished. I made quick work of this one. I had to because I was racing the stork. The next day I drove Marta to the hospital and, after a brief countdown, we were blessed with our third daughter, Joan Frances. Marta's timing was impeccable. But she didn't leave much to chance. With the births of each of our children, she had labor-induced to assure that I would be on hand. That happy event was in stark contrast to my on-the-job progress. Anger has always served me well, and I had been smoldering with anger and frustration for months at the Cape. I was largely angry with myself. I knew what to do but did not have the hands-on knowledge to do it. I felt I was not carrying my share of the load. My first step was to learn every detail of every system in the Mercury spacecraft and boosters. Then I intended to help Craft train members of the mission teams to make sure we had the competence and knowledge that I knew we needed to carry out our mission. I believed Craft had several problems looming on the horizon. His systems controllers were good engineers, but as I had learned at Holloman, engineers needed to become operators. There was a hell of a difference. An engineer can explain how a system should work, in theory, but an operator has to know what the engineer knows and then has to know how the systems tie together to get the mission accomplished. If the systems break down, the operator must make rapid decisions on fixing or working around the problem to keep the mission moving. We also had to change the way we were thinking. We had not crossed the bridge from an aircraft test mentality to one suited to spaceflight. Aircraft pilots have an option to get to a runway or else to eject. In space, we were always hours away from a landing site. If there was some kind of glitch, mission control had to be prepared to develop options to keep the spacecraft going until it could be returned from orbit. The third problem that I identified would take time to solve. Mission control was a new idea to the astronauts. They responded directly to Craft because of his authority, but were generally cool to the controllers. They would double and triple check what the controllers said and did. We had to earn their respect and trust. To do that, we had to be smarter than they were in each of our technical specialties, and we had to be utterly precise and timely in every action. This was a hell of a chore when we were writing the book. As we went along, after returning to Langley from the Cape following the Grissom mission, I was assigned the responsibility for the remote site teams, with 8 NASA civil servants and 16 technical representatives from the pioneer electronics company Philco. The technical challenge was to develop the remote site team skills sufficiently so that any one of the site teams could take the actions required to keep the mission going when things went wrong. The Philco personnel were from across America, virtually self-taught with an incredible mastery of communications, electronics, and data systems. They had staffed the tracking stations in Alaska, California, and at Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands in the South Pacific for the early Air Force satellite missions. The civil service recruits were mostly fresh college graduates. The shotgun wedding between the young scholars and the Philco controllers was just what we needed to bring instant maturity and poise to the fledgling remote site teams. The Bible on the Mercury capsule was the pocket checklist, a 5 by 7-inch set of schematics sized to fit in the pocket of the astronaut's flight suit. I knew from my own flight test experience that this wasn't adequate. Based on everything I had learned at Holloman, you lived or died by the data at your fingertips. This slim volume was the sum total of our knowledge, and it reflected the naivete of the engineers who produced it. I want to build a data set like the one I had had at Holloman. I got 2 engineers from McDonnell assigned to work directly with me at the Cape and at Langley. They would get the engineering data and test reports for me. From McDonnell Aircraft's St. Louis plant and help me boil it all down to information that was useful and instantly accessible. Kraft was skeptical but gave me the benefit of the doubt. 2 fine engineers, Ed Neiman and Dana Boatman, joined my remote site group. I would have my people train themselves in the same way I came up to speed as a flight test engineer. Each controller would research a capsule system to get a deep understanding of it, with the contractor help. When you are sitting at the console, you want a set of handbooks with certified correct data, formatted so the information can be accessed and used in seconds. We needed to separate the nice to know from the must know. We had to get the data that would enable us to work problems that were workable, and discard all the data that applied to problems that could not be solved by the crew or controller. To manage this large mass of information, I assigned a single capsule system to each controller. He had to grind through it and digest it, put it in a readily usable format, and cross-check it with test reports and specifications. We built a comprehensive handbook out of this data. Once we had the words on paper, each controller taught the entire team about the system he had studied. This gave us a common frame of reference among the crew, the remote site controllers, and those in the control center. Once we got the data right then, in similar fashion, we wrote the troubleshooting procedures the crew would use, and from there we moved on to codify all the operational rules. The potential for a superb real-time team was realized as the controllers fanned out to the remote tracking sites. Each mission was a final exam for the controllers, some passed the test and some didn't. Those who survived the early missions became leaders in the rapidly developing art of space flight operations. September 1961, Mercury Atlas IV. The next mission would use the capsule recovered from the flight that had been snuffed by the RSO on the 3rd Mercury Atlas mission. We had lost the booster but saved the capsule. When the destruct signal was sent, the escape tower fired and pulled the capsule away from the explosion. Then the tower separated from the capsule, the parachutes deployed, and the capsule landed safe and sound in the ocean. Mercury Atlas IV was a simple orbital test of the Mercury spacecraft and control teams prior to a 3-orbit mission with a chimpanzee. But there was a greater significance. This would be the first worldwide mission deployment since the global network had been completed 5 months earlier. For us, it was like planning the Normandy invasion. 13 teams of 3 controllers were sent, in those days mostly by slow prop-driven aircraft, to the distant corners of the Earth to function as self-contained mini-control centers. The teams had to be self-sufficient, so they carried everything needed for mission support, often including maintenance manuals and spare parts. The teams were mostly made up of men in their 20s, only one of the Capcom's team leaders had been overseas before. The controllers assigned to the converted, aging merchant ships deployed first and had the toughest and loneliest assignments, wallowing haplessly in the ocean swells and occasionally hanging on for dear life during severe storms, fighting 4 to 5 foot waves and losing deck gear and communications antennas in the process. The African sites were extremely risky. The young controllers found themselves in the middle of internal conflicts and were not warmly welcomed by many of the local citizenry. But the mission could not be done without them manning these remote and isolated sites. Throughout much of the mission, the remote tracking stations were the only sites in radio and telemetry communications with our crews. If communications were good with Mercury Control, the sites would report capsule and crew status to the MCC flight director and then receive instructions. If the communications were poor, as often was the case, they were out there on their own, improvising as they went along, dealing with often marginal technology and keeping their cool when things were falling apart. A prime example was John Llewellyn, a stocky, square-jawed former Marine and an early member of the Space Task Group. He was chosen to lead the control team at the Zanzibar site, on the large island off the east coast of Africa in the Indian Ocean. John had fought through the 1st Marine Division's bitter retreat from the Chosin Reservoir in Korea in December of 1950. After discharge he went to the College of William and Mary. A couple of years older than the rest of my controllers, John thrived in the crisis atmosphere of Zanzibar and drank many a toast. With the Gordon Highlanders, the British unit stationed there during the period when, as British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan put it, winds of change were blowing through Africa. This first deployment of a fully global network was a time of trial, the first test during a mission. Hundreds of people were learning to work together as a team for the first time and had had only a few weeks to put it all together. Things were particularly tense in Zanzibar, which was in turmoil. After a particularly bad day of rioting there the day before launch, I received a cryptic teletype from the site: "My team will remain at site until tomorrow's test. We have them where we want them. Signed, Llewellyn." It took me a while to realize that John's team was surrounded. John was not going to take a chance that he could not get to the site the next day to support the mission. Many of those who survived the hazards of remote site conditions would become the leaders in the Apollo program. After we accomplished a successful one-orbit mission, the remote site control teams returned to Langley to prepare for John Glenn's orbital flight, scheduled for December 19th. The final tune-up with the network and control teams was a planned 3-orbit mission with a chimpanzee named Ennis. November 29, 1961, Mercury Atlas V. Walt Williams was the toughest leader I have ever known. A bit of a brawler, with the build of a barroom bouncer, he manned the console behind crafts, surrounded by a blue haze from his chain smoking. Walt had to be a tough customer. Over the years he would have presidents, members of Congress, the media, and prima donna astronauts to contend with. Because he had to be on top of everything, briefing him was a scary experience. God help you if you were unprepared. Here was a man who must have never slept. In the middle of a briefing he would start snoring, then grab a handful of his favorite Necco mints, chomp a few, and go back to sleep. Then, after the briefing, he would crisply summarize every key point in your presentation, isolate the important issues, and say, "Okay, let's do it." On the crucial day when we were sending up Ennis for the pre-Glenn shot, the launch countdown was ragged, with numerous holds for missed procedures and repairs too. The data system. The telemetry was noisy, the glitches were visible on the console meters and recorders. I think Williams was moments away from calling it off when the Atlas finally lifted off. Then, after liftoff, Gus Grissom, at the Capcom console in Mercury Control, used his override switches to correct erroneous liftoff and booster engine shutdown data that had been fed into the Goddard computers by noisy data lines from the launch pad. During the second orbit, several of the sites saw an increase in cabin temperatures and unexpected attitude control jet firings. The reports poured in by voice and teletype as the hapless chimp sailed across Africa. The rate of fuel usage increased rapidly on the second orbit. The cabin temperature conditions were triggering an increase in Ennis's body temperature. With the capsule moving 5 miles closer to the deorbit point each second, decision time was rapidly approaching. Kraft knew that if he got Ennis home alive, even if the mission was 1 orbit short, he could declare it a success and clear the way for Glenn's launch. He didn't dare try to imagine the headlines if Ennis was left stranded and died in orbit. When Chris couldn't get a clear go or no-go from his systems monitor, he ordered the California site to go ahead with the retrofire. California then crisply reported, Retro 1 fired, Retro 2 fired. Retro 3. All fired and capsule attitudes were good. Ennis was coming home. After confirming that the retros had fired, craft. Turned to me, smiled, and said, "That's a good show." I knew then that Craft would build a team, his team. The real-time role of the flight director and mission control had been demonstrated. For the first time, the control team had intervened in a deteriorating situation, made time-critical decisions, and saved the mission. And now the team would have a new, permanent home. The decision had been made to relocate the controllers, the crews, and their families to what would become the permanent manned spacecraft center in Houston. Gilruth's staff and the logistics and engineering people would be the first to move in the new year. Then when they were in place, Craft's operations organization would begin relocating. I could not believe we would relocate the operations teams at the peak point of manned missions. But the launch pressure eased slightly when the agency backed off the December 19, 1961, date for John Glenn's first American orbital flight. A postponement of up to 5 weeks would allow time for refurbishing and upgrading the launch pad and give the flight teams a needed rest. We had flown 7 missions in 1961, weathered a few crises, put Shepard and Grissom into space, and brought them back alive. It was one hell of a first year for America's manned space program, but we still had a long way to go. We want to be the leading rather than the trailing edge in spaceflight. January 1962. Trouble with hardware caused NASA to scrub Glenn's flight, reset for January 27. We returned to Langley and landed in a blinding snowstorm. As we got off the aircraft, we were told to return to the Cape. The Atlas problem had been found. Air travel was out of the question, so we were driven to Richmond, Virginia, where we boarded a train and rode through the night to Orlando. During their few hours at Langley, several of the controllers had picked up their wives and children. After getting the order to return, they had the wives and children frantically pack for the trip to the Cape. Our families met us at Langley to get on the buses that would take us to the train in Richmond. The wives and kids were assigned chair cars. The rest of us had no places reserved to sit or sleep, so we sat through the night in the dining car, playing poker, rehashing how we would resume our support to the launch countdown. By the time we got to Glenn's mission, we started bringing families down to stay during the time we were deployed at the Cape. It worked out pretty well. We would work through the night and return to our motel and go to bed in the early morning hours. The wives would take the kids to the pool for the day while we slept. Then we would get up late in the afternoon, find some food, go to work, and the wives and kids would take our places in the motel rooms. The only trouble was that the per diem we got for Deploymento the Cape was so meager that after our families left and we were just down there on our own, we slept 2 guys to a room to make ends meet. After all this, the countdown had to be scrubbed again, this time for repair off a leaking tank bulkhead on the Atlas. It seemed that we would never get Glenn's rocket off the launch pad. Back to Langley. Next Deploymento the Cape was for a Valentine's Day launch, and, once more, we scrubbed it, this time for weather. At the Cape, we were focused and on top of the job, but the ups and downs of the launch preparation were nibbling at us. Tempers started to fray. The delays were hard to endure. We knew the stakes were enormous, both for the country and for John Glenn, but we were eager to move to launch and ready to go at a moment's notice. February 20, 1962, Mercury Atlas 6. When I look back, I find it hard to believe that when we launched John Glenn we had had a total of 3 orbits worth of experience during the 2 preceding missions. 2 of the Mercury Atlas rockets had failed. As formidable as the Atlas appeared, it was essentially a pressurized metal balloon. If pressurization was lost while the rocket was on the pad, the rocket would have collapsed. We were rolling the dice in a way that would not be allowed in today's space program. After 10 postponements and 82 days of delays, this countdown had the usual glitches. The pad crew broke a bolt in the hatch while inserting Glenn and had to scurry off to get a new one. Watching from Craft's TV, I was amazed as always by the close quarters of the Mercury capsule. The cockpit was smaller than any fighter aircraft I had flown. Glenn entered the capsule feet first, through a hatch less than 2 feet square. Assisted by the pad crew, then ducked under their instrument panel. In the silver spacesuit, gloves, and helmet, Glenn was the modern-day explorer ready to embark to a new world. During the hold, Kraft had his customary pint of milk to settle his stomach, and Williams made increasingly frequent trips outside to look at the weather. After the hatch was repaired, the countdown resumed. Williams polled the mission team, receiving a solid go from Kraft and the Mercury capsule and Atlas booster test conductors. With each succeeding go, the energy level in the control room threatened to burst through the doors. Scott Carpenter called from the blockhouse, "Godspeed, John Glenn." Then he counted down, 3 seconds, 2, 1, 0. As the umbilical cables were ejected, I filled in the liftoff message and started a continuous voice briefing for the Bermuda site team. My hand was trembling as I jotted 14:14:39Z on my notepad. When I heard Glenn's report, "Roger, the clock is running, we are underway," I took off for the teletype room. This time, I remembered to remove my headset. Returning, I continued to brief Bermuda via the teletype order wire until they acquired data at 3 minutes. Other than during the high G periods, Glenn's reporting was just like his training runs. I consciously had to fight to keep doing my job and avoid being mesmerized by the words. Shortly after 5 minutes, Glenn calmly said, "Sustainer engine cutoff, and the posigrades have fired." The posigrades provided the thrust to separate the capsule from the Atlas booster. The room hushed as Kraft and Tech Roberts engaged in the go-no-go dialogue. The answer came swiftly and after checking with John Hodge, the Bermuda flight director. Kraft nodded to Shepard, who gave Glenn a resounding, "Go. You are go for at least 7 orbits." The orbital trajectory was designed to provide more orbit lifetime than needed for the mission plan in case we had problems and could not come down at the planned end of mission time. Glenn, now in the element of the test pilot, was reporting the control system status, closing out the checklist items, and continually reassuring the doctors that he felt fine. It was a jam-packed 10 minutes, but everything had gotten done as Friendship 7 left Bermuda for the Canary Islands site, the next in our chain of tracking stations girdling the Earth. For the first time I was nervous. My site controllers were going to see a manned spacecraft for the first time, and now they would have to communicate with an astronaut, run the site, and direct their team. This was it, real-time and pretty heady work for a bunch of young guys. Communications were clear and I listened intently as Glenn reported his status to Llewellyn, "Control check complete. I have the booster in sight out the window. It's probably about 1 mile away, going down under me position and a bit to the left." Llewellyn stammered a bit in his first communication, "Friendship 7, what is your spacecraft station, status report?" I had to smile that even a tough, hard-ass Marine gets clanked up at times. After all of the attempts to get Glenn off the ground, this one seemed unbelievably easy. When it finally happened, it was smooth as apple butter. John kept clipping through the first orbit without a glitch. Teletype messages and occasional voice contacts indicated that the controller's adrenaline was pumping. It was difficult at such times to maintain my focus. I felt a strong urge to yell out, "We've got an American in orbit." My remote site controllers were working well and the lines were humming. I felt a burst of pride for our team and how it had progressed in the 15 months since we had bungled our 4-inch flight back in November of 1960. I had sat next to Chris Kraft since the first mission and was amazed at his aplomb now that he finally had an American in orbit. High-risk leadership beckons many, but few accept the call. The teletype post-pass reports filled the gaps when we could not listen to Glenn. The messages, when pieced together, indicated he was on the flight plan and the capsule was performing well. At the completion of each site pass, controllers prepared a system summary message containing the values of 16 key systems measurements, recorded during the pass. The short time intervals between tracking sites did not allow the MCC and site controllers to plot the measurements, so the teletype messages were cut into strips and aligned with the measurements from the preceding sites, then taped together. Trend predictions from this data were rough, but this was the best we could do. The control team at Canton Island in the south Pacific received Glenn's report of a brilliant bright red sunrise, then were startled as he continued, "I am in the middle of a mass of thousands of very small particles that are brilliantly lit up like they are luminescent. They are a bright yellowish green, about the size and intensity of a firefly in a real dark night. I have never seen anything like it. They look like little stars. They swirl around the capsule and go in front of the window." I showed the teletype of Glenn's finding to Kraft. He nodded, then said, "Keep me advised." Other than modest increases in temperature, there were no concerns as we approached the end of the first orbit. The only unusual occurrence was Glenn's report of the fireflies he spotted at sunrise over the Pacific. Before the Cape pass, Kraft walked over to me and said, "Shorty, Powers has confirmed that President Kennedy will make a call through the Cape at the end of the first orbit. Get with the communications people and make sure everything is set up." When caught off guard, I tend to be inflexible, particularly when I am distracted from the business at hand by details that could have been worked out earlier. This was one of those times. Kraft saw the expression on my face, frowned, and then chided, "The president is the boss." The presidential call did not surprise the audio technicians. They had been advised of the call by the White House switchboard the night before launch, and I was assured everything was already checked out. I had a lot to learn about the politics of space. As the capsule passed over the Cape, Shepard, the Cape Capcom, called, "7, this is the Cape. The president will be talking to you." Caught by surprise himself, Glenn stammered, "The president. This is Friendship 7, standing by." Shepard said, "Go ahead, Mr. President." The communications loop was dead. The call came early and the phone line was not yet patched in. George Metcalf picked up the phone when it rang at his backroom console. He thought it was a gag when the voice at the other end said, "This is the White House, stand by for the president." Attending other duties and unaware of the planned phone call, George stuttered, hello, Mr. President." Then Metcalf stood up, wildly gesturing for other technicians to come help him set up the patch. In the control room, a more crucial event now intruded on the team's attention. A warning light had flashed on the instrument panels in Mercury control. Moments later, Don Arabian, the systems monitor, called out, "Chris, I don't know what to make of this, but I am showing an indication on segment 51. Kraft looked perplexed. I overheard the call and immediately pulled out the telemetry listing from my console drawer. "Chris," Arabian went on, "segment 51 is the impact, landing, bag deploy." Quickly, I called John Hatcher, the facility team boss. "John, forget the president's phone call and verify the patching of segment 51. Then I broadcast an all-site teletype message, confirm patching instructions for spacecraft telemetry and report the readings on segment 51, ASAP. The chilling implication of the telemetry that Don Arabian was reporting was that the impact bag had deployed, which in turn meant that the heat shield had somehow come loose. The heat shield protects the capsule from the fire of reentry. After reentry is complete and the parachute is deployed, the heat shield is released. A rubberized bag which is attached to the capsule structure is stowed behind the heat shield. After the capsule's parachute deploys, the heat shield is automatically released and the rubber landing bag extends to cushion the landing impact. On the water, the landing bag acts like a sea anchor to stabilize the capsule in the upright position and minimize drift. If the telemetry indication being reported was correct and the heat shield had come loose in orbit, John Glenn would have no protection from the 3000 degree F reentry temperatures. The capsule would become a meteor that flashed for but a few brief seconds during reentry before burning up. Kraft and the team were now faced with a grim set of choices. Controllers, distrustful of solitary measurements, immediately started digging out the details of the switch and how it was rigged. The phone system came alive as the problem was pursued. Precious time was lost trying to track down engineers at the blockhouse and hangar S. Kraft's controllers had no provisions for emergency access to the total design, manufacturing, and assembly team. I jotted a note to myself to set up a hotline to McDonnell Aircraft for the next mission, if there was one. Unaware of the crisis unfolding around him, John Glenn coasted over the Atlantic. He was oblivious to the uncertainty over segment 51, but he was now having an unrelated problem with the attitude control. The capsule was drifting sideways to the right until it hit the attitude limit, then the big yaw thruster would kick in. The mood inside Mercury control had changed with the suddenness of a thunderclap. Metcalf, still holding the line to the White House, found no easy way to disengage. "Mr. President," he blurted, "we've gotten pretty busy down here now. I don't think we've got time to talk." The president responded, "Give me a call if you get a chance." George hung up and turned to more urgent problems. As the spacecraft passed over Central Africa, Glenn reported that he was departing from the flight plan and was troubleshooting the attitude control problems. It appeared to him and those on the ground that the problem was a random movement from left to right, possibly caused by one of the small thrusters working intermittently. Glenn interrupted his troubleshooting with reports on the flight plan as he moved across the Indian Ocean, continuing his assurances to the doctors that he felt fine. The medical community's anxieties, although reduced by Yuri Gagarin's one-orbit mission, persisted. Kraft and the rest of the control team were elated with Glenn's performance. It was obvious that he was on schedule and had no problems adapting. As John passed over Australia, he embraced the attitude control problem with an energized can-do spirit. On the ground the story was far different. The blockhouse had reviewed their measurements and verified that they had had no segment 51 indications during launch. But when the spacecraft passed overhead at the end of the first orbit, the blockhouse had seen the indication also. The data I was receiving from the remote sites was not much help. Half of the Capcom reports indicated they were seeing segment 51, and the others were not. The limitations of the Mercury communications system now became evident. The response to each of the teletype queries took 10 to 15 minutes. The answers often prompted another query. Chris was now on the phone with the blockhouse, trying to get answers, while I had gone to a small office behind the teletype room seeking out Ed Neiman and Dana Boatman, the two McDonnell engineers who were developing the system schematics. Both of us were seeking answers to the same question: if segment 51 is valid, what are we going to do about it? Chris was not having much luck and his frustration level was rising. The design engineers, in the heat of real-time crisis, weren't quick at coming up with options. One of them suggested, "Let's make sure Glenn keeps the landing bag switch off and we should ask him if he hears any banging noises when he maneuvers at a high rate." Kraft relayed the messages to Gordo Cooper in Australia, who first verified the landing bag switch position. Cooper asked, "John, you haven't heard any banging noises or anything of that kind, have you? Maybe when you maneuver at a high rate?" Glenn replied, "Negative," and let the question drop. If he found it strange, he gave no indication. Walt Williams, Max Fagit, the capsule designer, and John Yardley from McDonnell now joined Kraft at the console. In short order, the words came tumbling out, like objects falling from a filled closet. Fagit proposed to hold the heat shield in place for the early part of reentry with the retropack. The retropack is a cluster of 3 solid rockets used to reduce the orbital velocity sufficiently to allow gravity to pull the spacecraft into a safe reentry trajectory. The timing of the retro-rocket firing and the spacecraft attitudes are key to hitting the planned landing zone. The retropack is located behind and in the center of the heat shield and is attached to the capsule by 3 metal straps. After the retro rockets are fired, an electrical signal pyrotechnically cuts the 3 straps and a small spring pushes the empty retropack away from the heat shield. With the capsule oriented blunt end forward during reentry, the heat shield protects the capsule by dissipating the heat as the capsule enters the atmosphere. The heat shield literally melts away, ablates, on reentry. If the heat shield was not firmly attached to the capsule, the aerodynamic forces would tear it off during reentry, leaving the capsule unprotected. If after retrofire, however, the retropack was not jettisoned, it was in a position to hold the heat shield during the reentry until the retropack melted away. When the retropack melted, it was believed the aerodynamic forces would hold the heat shield in position during the remainder of the reentry. I looked around the room and saw faces drained of blood. John Glenn's life was in peril. We were desperate to find a solution, without being sure we knew the problem. Kraft said, "This is the wrong way to go. It's too damn risky for something that is probably an instrument error." Fighting to avoid a premature decision, Kraft fired off a barrage of questions. Does anyone know the aerodynamic effects of re-entering with the retro package attached? Do we have sufficient control with the attitude jets to keep us oriented in reentry attitude? Will we damage the heat shield to the point where it cannot protect the capsule as the retropack melts away during reentry? Faget and Yardley scratched their heads. They were well beyond the bounds of their design knowledge. Faget, quietly muttering in his Cajun accent, tried to reassure Kraft. "Chris, it should be okay. We designed the heat shield with plenty of margin." His words did not sound convincing. Kraft's gut feeling indicated just the opposite. He believed segment 51 was a false telemetry indication and the risks of an unproven, untested entry technique with the retropack were too high. Kraft exclaimed, "Damn it, we've got to find other pieces of data to confirm this before we jump to the conclusion to enter with the retropack." Slayton and Shepard had plugged into Kraft's console for the telephone conversation with the blockhouse. Returning to his console, Williams leaned over and asked, "What should we tell John?" Kraft ignored the question for the moment. Faget, the consummate engineer, could not ignore the telemetry. Engineers like Max live by their data. Asking one of them to consider that the telemetry information may be wrong borders on the heretical. Kraft was at the opposite end of the spectrum. "Max, damn it," he barked, "we only got one piece of instrumentation. My guys tell me it would take a dual electrical failure for the heat shield to come loose. The way it is stacked, a mechanical failure is out of the question." Yardley, who had been conferring with Williams, posed the fatal question, "Chris, what happens if it is valid?" With only a single data point, the discussion was at an impasse. Williams joined in. "If we come in with the retropack attached, what is the worst thing that can happen to us?" I could imagine Glenn's reaction. If he only knew, "What's this us crap?" No new information was forthcoming, but at least there was now a grudging acceptance for Kraft's position that the telemetry indicator could be wrong. The debate at the console broke off again as Cooper came on the conference loop to offer his impression of the problems reported by Glenn over Australia. Kraft knew the discussions were bothering his controllers on the floor and motioned the entourage to return to their seats. I noted the clock. The mission was half over and the team needed to make a decision in less than 2 hours. I made one more trip to my McDonnell engineers, who had been on the phone back to the plant in St. Louis. I doubted they would have any answers prior to entry. Kraft was again seated at his console when I returned. For a few moments, it seemed that everything had settled down. My console was flooded with teletype messages and I scanned the most recent arrivals first. The message from the Canton site brought me to my feet and I handed it to Kraft. The message said, "Or de CTN FM Capcom CTN advised SC no indications LDG bag deploy. SC resp did someone ask if the LDG bag was down? CTN resp we have been asked to monitor LDG bag and ask if you heard noises when maneuvering. SC response NEG. Teletype messages between the tracking stations and MCC are always abbreviated and terse to save transmission time. This message was painfully clear. The Canton Island Capcom, CTN, had inadvertently informed Glenn, SC or spacecraft, of our concerns. Craft had staked out his position long ago. I don't worry about things I can't do something about. But in this case, he was worrying a great deal. The impasse on entry techniques bothered him. Left to his own he would press on with a normal entry, ignoring the alarm, but Yardley and Faget were two damned good engineers arrayed against him. Williams also had flight test savvy, they were all telling him he should take a different path. Still, Craft had picked up the scent. He believed he was on the right track and wanted to buy more time. I want to give John a complete story, he explained, and I need more answers. Over Hawaii, Glenn was given the go for the final orbit. After the discussion with Canton, I was surprised John did not mention his conversation with the Capcom. During his last stateside pass, he continued discussing his attitude control problems, and we provided him with a recommendation for backing up the automatic attitude control. My roommate, Carl Haas, updated the capsule retrosequence clock to the correct retrofire time for the planned end of the mission landing area. The clocks would automatically initiate the retrofire sequence if the spacecraft attitude was correct when the clock timed out. The mission now coasted into the third and final orbit. Under other circumstances, Huss and Tech Roberts would have been delighted. Their tracking data was solid and the planned retrofire times had not changed by even a second. During the last orbit, with the decision time now down to less than an hour, I believed we had all the data we were going to get. Craft and Williams were facing the lonesome task of deciding what to do. John Glenn's life, the Mercury program, and America's future in space were in the balance. Looking back on this episode, and the other Mercury missions, I find it hard to believe that we did so well. The system's operators did not have the benefit of the massive analytical tools available today. The only computing resources available during the mission were used to process radar tracking data. Compared to the present technology, our computers were the equivalent of a rusty adding machine. A controller lives or dies based on the information he has at his console. If you lack what you need at liftoff, there is little hope that you will get new information that you would trust during a mission. This realization was the most profound impression branded on me from the Glenn mission. During the final orbit I witnessed the agony and the frustration faced by the controllers and engineers wrestling to help Craft make the best decision. There was no right decision that day, nothing in black and white. We could only try to obtain the best answer. At that moment, I also realized that learning by doing was the only way a controller could ever become smart enough to succeed in the tough and unforgiving environment of spaceflight operations. The last orbit was a stalemate. No more data was coming. The best judgment of the engineers was that there was sufficient attitude control for reentry with the retro pack attached. The straps would burn off during entry and should not induce any landing position errors. Craft restated his position: it is an instrumentation problem. The heat shield is still attached. If we burn a hole in the damned heat shield we are going to kill Glenn. Williams, rising to the emotion of the decision, chimed in, Chris, if you're wrong we are going to kill him, too. The engineers cautioned that if we kept the retro pack attached, we needed to confirm that all three retroshads fired. If one did not, there was a good chance it would detonate during reentry. Craft did not comment on this last prediction. Craft was still holding out until the last moment, so that he had a complete understanding of the final instructions before he radioed up to John Glenn. The mission was turning into a horse race. Kraft wanted answers from one final test to be performed over Hawaii before he turned the discussion to the entry procedures modifications. At capsule acquisition, the Hawaii Capcom advised Glenn, Friendship 7, we have been reading an indication on the ground of segment 51, which is heat shield deploy. We suspect this is an erroneous signal and would like to check it out. Place the landing bag switch in auto and see if you get a light. Glenn responded, negative. In automatic position did not get a light and I'm back in the off position now, over. Kraft turned again to Williams. Walt, this is the best damn data we can get. The test was negative. We should go ahead with the normal reentry sequence. Without waiting for a response, Kraft advised Hawaii, tell Glenway we'll go ahead with the normal reentry sequence. Kraft's instruction to the Hawaii Capcom surprised Williams. Still not satisfied that the test was valid, Walt continued to question the engineers over the telephone. He was getting a mixed input. The design engineers had conflicting feelings. Stormily closing off the final conference call, he said, if reentry with the retro pack is safe, what do we lose by coming in with the pack on? While the debate continued, Glenn had now made contact with the California site, and Huss started the countdown to retro sequence. The count was relayed to the capsule at California by Wally Schirra, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Glenn responded, retro sequence green. 30 seconds later the retros fired and John Glenn was heading back to Earth. All that was needed was the final decision on whether to retain the retro package to keep the heat shield in place during the reentry. Schirra said, attitude looked good, John. Keep your retro son until you pass. Texas. Glenn asked several times during the pass about the retro pack jettison time. Schirra advised him, you'll get the final word over Texas. Kraft called Schirra, California, can you confirm that all 3 retros fired? Wally, affirmative, Chris. In his role as the operations director, Williams leaned toward Kraft, and quietly but firmly said, that settles it, we're coming in with the pack on. Kraft nodded. Williams was the boss and the final decision was made. Chris got on the voice loop to the Texas Capcom, tell John to keep the retros on through entry. I had anticipated the decision and had a teletype message with the procedures already at the site. Glenn would have to override the 0.05G signal, which changed capsule attitude control modes when capsule reentry accelerations were sensed, and he would need to retract the periscope manually. I handed Kraft the message. Alan Shepard, the MCC Capcom, standing in front of Kraft's console, nodded affirmatively at its content. Kraft then asked the Texas Capcom, Texas, do you have the message on entry procedures? At acquisition, Texas called the capsule. This is Texas Capcom, Friendship 7. We are recommending that you leave the retro package on through the entire reentry. This means that you will have to override the 0.05G switch expected at 04:43:53. This also means you will have to manually retract the scope. Do you read? Glenn's response was tart. He wanted answers. Texas, Friendship 7. What is the reason for this? Do you have a reason? Over. Caught in the middle, and without the benefit of the discussions in Mercury control, Texas passed the buck to the Cape. Friendship 7, Texas. Cape Flight will give you the reasons for this action when you are in view. When Glenn passed over the Cape during reentry, Shepard calmly recommended the periscope retraction. He then added, John, while you're doing that, we are not sure whether or not your landing bag has deployed. We feel it is possible to re-enter with the retro package on. We see no difficulty at this time with this type of reentry. Over. Glenn's response on hearing it from Shepard was simply, Roger, understand. As capsule plunges toward the Earth, a sheath of superheated ionized particles surrounds it, causing a communications blackout with the ground stations. This blackout is accompanied by a rapid increase in external temperatures and gravity buildup. The astronaut is literally in the center of a fireball. Glenn watched as his world turned to a very bright orange as the external temperatures reached toward 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Flaming pieces of metal broke off and passed behind him, and for a moment Glenn had visions that they were chunks of the heat shield, but he could only wait to know for sure. The Reentry GS had him virtually immobilized, his body now weighing 7 times his Earth weight. Exiting communications blackout, the spacecraft started to oscillate, and Glenn tried every control mode. As the oscillations started to diverge, and he could finally lift his arm against the G-forces, he reached up to deploy the drogue parachute just as the automatic system sent the command. We listened in Mercury control as the final events unfolded. I continued the teletype and voice briefings for the control teams around the world. It was hard to contain my glee. Today we had put an American in orbit and returned him safely, in spite of a grave and, at the time, a life-threatening uncertainty. The destroyer Noah sighted the spacecraft as it descended through a broken cloud layer at 5,000 feet for a landing 5 miles off the bow. The cheering sailors who plucked him out of the sea painted Glenn's footprints on the deck. There were a hellacious number of rough spots and much to rethink before the next mission, but this was our day. There was no doubt about team. Craft's brotherhood had pulled it off. The joyous chatter among the consoles as the controllers stowed their headsets and documents belied the rip-roaring party we would throw that night. I sent the final message to the remote sites. I was damned proud of my guys. They had kept on top of a spacecraft traveling at 5 miles a second with a low-speed teletype network. It isn't equipment that wins the battles, it is the quality and the determination of the people fighting for a cause in which they believe. And, of course, it was John Glenn's day. None of us could have predicted the emotional reaction to John Glenn's flight, parades in Cape Canaveral, New York, and Washington. Miles of ticker tape. An invitation to speak to Congress. Dinner and touch football with the Kennedys. 500,000 letters and telegrams in the first month after his flight. And Glenn tried to answer them all. He had left college to join the Marines during World War II. He was a decorated hero in Korea, a jet fighter pilot nicknamed All Magnet Tail by his buddies because his plane took so many hits. In 1957 he set a transcontinental speed record for jet aircraft. Glenn was simply an old-fashioned, star-spangled hero. He spoke of God and country and the flag and the bravery of his fellow astronauts, and he actually meant what he said. Even a cynic like Shorty Powers was moved to say, "This guy is for real." I'd say he's the most decent human being I've ever met. The post-mission analysis confirmed that the telemetry reading had been invalid. John Glenn's mission was the turning point in flight control and in Kraft's evolution as a flight director. Walt's direction rankled Kraft, and Kraft vowed never to be placed in a similar position again. Kraft believed his neophyte team was superior to the designers at real-time integrated spacecraft systems analysis. Learning by doing equipped the controllers with a gut-level knowledge of spacecraft design and operations. When this knowledge was combined with the multidisciplinary skills of the mission team and the integrated risk assessments developed through the mission rules, the flight control team had the foundation needed to succeed in the new environment of space. Flight control rapidly became the dominant systems engineering cadre in the U.S. space program. There was, of course, a remarkable sequel to Glenn's flight. He retired from the astronaut corps to run for the Senate, withdrawing once after an accident, losing a second race to big money, and getting elected on his third try. No one ever accused John Glenn of being a quitter. He served in the Senate, representing Ohio, then retired after 4 terms. 36 years after he had made space history, he flew again, this time on the Space Shuttle in October 1998. His second flight helped close the chapters in history books that cover the first 4 decades of America's space program. 4. The Brotherhood. Langley Air Force Base, Virginia. By the time of John Glenn's flight, time was our greatest enemy at NASA. We had to move ahead as quickly as possible because of President Kennedy's pledge to land a man on the moon in the 1960s. We also knew that nasty surprises awaited us at every stage in development, no matter how hard we tried to anticipate the most remote contingencies. Deke Slayton had been selected to fly the second orbital Mercury mission. I had quickly updated the rules based on the Glenn mission and, with the flight planners, was set to give Deke an advance look at the flight rules and the 5 experiments that had been added. The same scientists who had believed a man's performance in space would be severely degraded by zero gravity and other factors were now eager to have astronauts perform as many experiments as possible, within the limits of a 3-orbit mission. Deke had heard the experiments were coming and voiced his well-founded objections to anyone who would listen. I believed he was right to do so. With only 3 orbits worth of manned experience, most, if not all, of the team felt it was too soon to distract the astronaut with tethered balloons, fluid studies, and a variety of other observations. I was pulling together a 1-page cheat sheet for Slayton on the flight rules, when the word came down that he would be replaced by Scott Carpenter. This news shocked us all, although not nearly as much as it did Deke. I assumed the switch was because he had raised hell about all the added experiments. But it turned out that Slayton had been scratched because of an irregular heartbeat. The problem, known as idiopathic atrial fibrillation, had been noted when Deke was being tested on the centrifuge, which simulated increased gravity and other stress factors. After an analysis of his data by NASA and Air Force specialists, he was accepted for flight. When it was his turn to fly, the NASA administrator, James Webb, had his records reviewed for a final time. 3 different groups of medical specialists gave their okay, then Webb got 3 civilian cardiologists from Georgetown University, Washington Hospital Center, and the National Institutes of Health to review his records and give him a brief exam. They recommended his removal from flight status. Moral: if you ask enough people, you'll find someone who will disagree with the majority and give those nervous about risk a way out. No one doubted Deke's heart when he was one of the hot test pilots at Edwards Air Force Base, pushing the F-105 to its limits. Slayton didn't quit the program. Few expected that he would. His initial assignment placed him as coordinator of the astronaut corps, and his first task involved the selection of the second class of astronauts. In October 1963 he was named the Deputy for Flight Operations, putting him in charge of just about everything that concerned his fellow astronauts. It was a legitimate job and a big one, but you could not avoid suspecting that Deke had been given a consolation prize. In the trenches at Mercury Control, we probably felt the strongest empathy for him, and for the time and energy he had spent training for a day that was now gone from the calendar and might never come again. He would be cleared 10 years later and would finally make it into space as part of NASA's joint venture with the Russians. But for now, he was the first of the Mercury astronauts to be washed out, and the controllers could not view that setback with indifference. Scott Carpenter, the backup for Glenn's mission, was a virtual unknown to most of the controllers. When Scott was given the nod, we were surprised because you had been expecting Wally Schirra, Slayton's backup, to replace Deke. The mission was rescheduled to accommodate the change in crewman, and additional attitude control tests were added to the flight plan. Glenn's mission had finally cleared the way for astronauts having hands-on control of the spacecraft in flight. John had not experienced any disorientation, and his troubleshooting of the attitude control problems demonstrated the value of having a human in control of the spacecraft at critical moments. Carpenter's flight plan was expanded to permit him to perform maneuvers to observe sunrise and sunset, fly upside down to test pilot disorientation, and conduct visual observations of Earth and space phenomena. We had reached another milestone. 2 teams were working in concert, more or less, the man in the capsule and the crew in the control room. Both sides were understandably a little wary of the scientists. Now the earthbound Slayton had nearly as much in common with our flight control team as his own astronaut corps. We in Mercury control were like the second-string team in football, who scrimmaged all week and took the banging, but didn't get to make the road trips. Each time a rocket lifted off the pad, we felt pride and elation and a little envy. We did not mingle socially with the astronauts. Even if that had seemed a desirable thing to do, none of us had the time. When the astronauts were not in nearly non-stop training, they were flying or racing their sports cars or making public appearances to promote the space program. But as our Mercury control team acquired as much, if not more, knowledge about the spacecraft as those who would fly them, each mission brought both sides closer together in mutual confidence, and we felt a more personal link with the crews. The first Mercury orbital mission had been at the core of our lives in the winter of 1961. Now, in the early months of 1962, Gilruth's newly designated Manned Spacecraft Center was moving to Houston amid a massive reorganization. This new NASA center was charged with the design, development, and flight operations for the newly formed Gemini and Apollo programs. In July 1960, NASA had announced plans to follow Mercury with a program to fly to the Moon. The program was subsequently called Apollo. The Gemini program, which started in 1961, would bridge the technology gap between the Mercury missions and the far more ambitious Apollo lunar program. In 1962, the master of science was in a period of unprecedented growth and change. It departed the Langley Field facilities with a staff of 750. With the staff more than doubling each year, it would increase to 6,000 at the beginning of Gemini operations in 1964. This rapid growth necessitated corresponding changes in the Flight Operations Division. Chuck Matthews, the FOD Division Chief, was reassigned by Gilruth to form a Spacecraft Research Division to develop the design requirements and the technologies needed for the Gemini and Apollo spacecraft. Chris Kraft replaced Matthews as the FOD Chief. John Hodge, the Bermuda Flight Director, then formed a Flight Control Operations branch. This branch had the responsibility for the mission rules development and the remote site teams and the MCC systems controllers. Hodge selected me as Deputy Chief. My role as his deputy did not last long. 2 months later, Kraft selected Hodge as his assistant, and I became the branch chief for flight control operations. I now had the resources I needed to develop an operations team that was fully capable of taking any actions needed during the course of a mission. As we were preparing for Carpenter's flight, Chris Kraft relocated to his temporary offices at the Houston Petroleum Center on the Gulf Freeway. His staff, however, remained at Langley, starting their relocation in the summer of 1962. During the interval between the flights now assigned to Carpenter and Skira, many drove with their families from Virginia to Cape Canaveral for Carpenter's flight, towing rental trailers containing all they possessed. After the mission, they continued on to Houston. As the space program was rapidly expanding, more land was needed to house people and test the systems being developed. In and around Houston, we had access to water in the Gulf of Mexico and even at Clear Lake, so we could do drop testing of the capsules. A key factor in determining the new site was the proximity of colleges and universities, a talent pool from which we could recruit newly graduated engineers and scientists for the rapidly expanding program. It should also be noted that Houston was in the congressional district of Albert Thomas, the chairman of the House Appropriations Subcommittee that oversaw NASA's budget. He and Vice President Johnson were loyal sons of Texas and highly effective advocates for Houston's suitability as the location for the new Manned Spacecraft Center. As a result, in the early years of space, many of my controllers were out of educational institutions in Texas and the Southwest, not the colleges in the Northeast that supplied many of those in the original Space Task Group. We had a few from as far north as Purdue, but they came in waves off the campuses of Texas A&M, the University of Texas, Rice University, and Lamar Tech, in nearby Beaumont. Tech Roberts, already in Houston, was designing the new Mission Control Center for Gemini and Apollo. Glyn Lunny had stepped in as his replacement as the flight dynamics officer for the remaining Mercury missions. Glyn was the pioneer leader of trajectory operations, who turned his craft from an art practiced by few into a pure science. In the early years, I envied him for his ability to rapidly absorb complex materials and find alternatives. We competed for the leadership role, Glyn pointing the way through his remarkable grasp of the entire complex picture, while I focused on structure and team building. Carl Haas, one of our math wizards, was training the remote site controller John Llewellyn as his replacement, and Arnold Aldrich was brought in from remote site systems to relieve Walt Caprian at the systems console. 18 months after our first baby step into the world of spaceflight, the Mercury pioneers were sliding into new jobs and their successors were entering the fray. In the midst of the preparation for the launch of Carpenter's Aurora 7 mission, we were advised to take a trip to find housing for our families. We would be given $30 per diem for 30 days for all expenses. By the time the allowance ran out, we had to be relocated. Manfred, Dutch, von Ehrenfried was a new recruit who joined us as a procedures officer in time for the Glenn mission. He had been teaching high school physics when President Kennedy set the lunar goal and was itching for a piece of the action. Trying to avoid an unnecessary trip to Houston, I called him into my office and decided to give him a real test. Dutch, we have to get settled quickly in Houston, I advised him. We need good, cheap housing with low down payments. Scout around and find the best place to live. We can't afford more than a $250 down payment. Dutch did not own a home in Virginia and was as eager as any of us to get his family resettled. He did well as a real estate scout and, during the interval between missions, 10 families moved into houses he picked out on Welk and Regal Drives, an area in Southeast Houston that came to be known in the early 1960s as Flight Controller Alley. March 1962. President Kennedy had challenged us to go to the moon and dispel any doubts of America's leadership, technology, and spirit. The colleges and universities responded. By the spring of 1962, we were flooded with job applications from a generation of young people drawn to the cause. The newly created Manned Spacecraft Center more than doubled in size, from 750 staffers to 1,800, in 3 months. Mel Brooks and Jim Hannigan were the first 2 engineers I hired, slightly older than the average controller. They had the savvy I needed to lead the young graduates through Mercury and into Gemini. Hannigan had been a flight test engineer for the Air Force. Brooks, an infantry veteran of the Korean War, had worked with the satellite control of the Air Force's Agena upper stage rocket, which had been selected as the Gemini rendezvous target. They were the first to relocate to Flight Controller Alley and were pressed immediately into service. Hannigan was selected as a Capcom assigned to the Kano, Nigeria, site, while Brooks led the training section for the final Mercury missions. The training classes set up by the Philco monitors were expanded and structured to accommodate the new college graduates being recruited as flight controllers. The 2-week, 12-hour a-day training program was a crash course in remote site flight control, providing only the most basic background for the work. At the completion of their 12-hour day, the controllers practiced their Morse code, the last, desperate fallback for communicating. The astronauts and controllers were trained to use their mic switch to transmit the code. Then, when Morse code training was completed, they were taught speed printing so that their teletype messages might get to the next controller's site before the spacecraft. This first formal flight controller training session was designated Class 101. I passed out the certificates to the first 6 graduates, one of whom was Charles, skinny, Lewis. 1 month after graduating from Class 101 and getting a crash training course, Lewis and his team were sent out to man our remote, and boy, was it remote, site in Zanzibar, the same site where John Llewellyn and his guys had earlier been surrounded by local citizens engaged in civil disorder, i.e., rioting. Like many of his fellow accidental tourists, Lewis had never been out of the country before and now was in a place where his military training as a tank commander in the Army Reserve came in handy. Having been briefed on the dangerous conditions in the area, Lewis, along with his surgeon and his systems controller, was returning from the site to his quarters late one night when he saw a roadblock made up of fires burning in oil drums and manned by natives not in uniform. He floored the gas and drove his Volkswagen right through a gap in the blazing obstruction. He survived that and other adventures to eventually become an Apollo flight director. May 24, 1962, Mercury Atlas 7. The launch preparation for Scott Carpenter's mission unfolded with the usual glitches that we had come to expect. We used 3 launch scrubs wisely in local training. I updated the procedures and flight rules for the next mission, reviewing them with craft, the controllers, and the astronauts during slack periods at the Cape. Because of the relocation of our operations to Houston, we lost almost a month of preparation time and we had to get ahead of the power curve. But finally the day came when we were ready to light the fire on Mercury Atlas 7. The Mercury spacecraft were given names by the astronauts, but the Mercury Atlas or Mercury Redstone designation was used by the launch and flight teams. The word flight referred to the spacecraft and booster events from liftoff to landing in the Mercury program. During the Gemini and Apollo programs, the term mission was used by the program, launch, and mission teams. Mission carried the collective connotation needed when dealing with 2 or more spacecraft or launch vehicles. Although this was the standard, the terms mission and flight were often used interchangeably. The launch day countdown moved along smartly with few glitches. If you counted orbits, the teams were virtually doubling their experience with each mission. The cumulative lessons of the missions and the training were bringing the controllers to instant adulthood, but as soon as one group made it they moved into new jobs in the rapidly expanding organization and another new team took their place. In the design of Mercury Control a spare console was located to the left of the flight director. The console was assigned to an assistant flight director, AFD, and the Mercury Control Center Procedures Manual stated that the AFD is responsible to the flight director for assistance in the detailed control of the mission and assumes the duties of the flight director in his absence. During the early missions no individual had been designated to that position and the console was primarily used during training by the simulation supervisor, SimSup, or a member of his team. At the conclusion of the training for Scott Carpenter's flight, Kraft walked over to me at the console saying, "You've trained Dutch, von Ehrenfried, well, and I think he is ready to go at the procedures console. I'd like you to sit here next to me from now on." Having become Kraft's assistant flight director, I had to figure out what this new job should cover. In Kraft's traditional fashion, while he allowed us to develop our own unique style and identity, he was cloning his team with a common genetic code. On that day I started along the difficult road to becoming a flight director. Kraft's fire and passion for his work had inspired me just as it had inspired every other member of his team. His cause and his victories were mine, and the emotional content of each day carried into the night. It was impossible to slow down. To the right of the control room, Carl Huss coached Llewellyn through the myriad checks designed to prove the integrity of the launch trajectory system. It was fun and somehow reassuring to see the two of them at work. Llewellyn drove Huss crazy at the console during training. Huss, orderly to the point of distraction, spent his time checking and rechecking every step of every procedure. Llewellyn, in contrast, trusted his instincts, and when a procedure was completed, he left it alone. Each night in our Cape motel room at the Holiday Inn, I would listen to Huss critique Llewellyn's daily performance. Dancing Bear, facing the end of his career as the world's first retro fire controller, was convinced that John would never succeed in the position he, Carl, had invented. Huss, now with real-time trajectory experience under his belt, became a section chief in the mission analysis branch, designing lunar trajectories. The generation of controllers who grew up at the Remotesitas and were now in Mercury control were about to be tested and win their spurs. The launch came off without a hitch and Scott Carpenter became the second American in orbit. His mission, like John Glenn's, would be 3 orbits. The first orbit went by the book, the controllers and teams were sharp. The training program had paid off in solid data flow, and the teletype messages told the complete story of each site pass. Class 101 was doing well, damned well. Except for a minor variation in his suit temperature, Scott reported no disorientation as he moved through the visual observations, and was thoroughly enjoying the zero-gravity environment. During the sunrise and sunset periods, he described the same firefly phenomenon reported by John Glenn in his flight and tried to determine the source of this phenomenon. Each flight, however, would present us with a new headache. Starting at the Canary Islands on the second orbit, Carpenter indicated that his out-the-window attitude did not agree with his instruments. The teletype messages I received from the African, Australian, and Hawaii sites indicated errors between the horizon sensor and capsule pitch attitude. Carpenter was advised to realign his gyros over the Canary Islands and then attempt to correlate his readings with Skinny Lewis's data over Zanzibar. The site data indicated significant errors. Horizon sensors detect the difference in infrared radiation between space and Earth. The sensors provide signals to update the gyros that control the pitch and roll. An Aurora 7's pitch sensor was varying by as much as +50 to -20 degrees. Carpenter was the only one who could put all of the pieces together by comparing his instrument readings with the spacecraft periscope and the view of the horizon from the capsule window. If the readings were off, like a pilot in an aircraft, he could realign the gyros to the correct position. The Mercury capsule design provided the astronaut with 2 attitude control systems, an automatic system containing 12 thrusters and 32 pounds of fuel, hydrogen peroxide, and a less capable manual system with 6 thrusters and 23 pounds of fuel. In Mercury control, Arnie Aldrich was watching the drain of fuel from the tanks. Whether on the manual or automatic attitude control system, the high usage continued and, given the infrequent site contacts with the spacecraft, Aldrich was unable to identify the cause. Carpenter was repeatedly advised to conserve fuel by turning off all control and going into drifting flight. At the start of the third and final orbit, the propellants were down to 45% remaining in both systems. Craft's concern at this time was not the fuel level as much as the control techniques used by Carpenter. Every time he maneuvered the capsule, the fuel quantities plummeted. If the trend we were observing continued, Carpenter would run out of attitude control fuel before reentry. Scott was again told to go to drifting flight and conserve his fuel for retrofire and entry. The site reports across Africa and Australia indicated that the fuel usage had stopped. The news from Hawaii on the final orbit was not good. Their job was to get Carpenter into retro attitude and complete the pre-retro checklist. As Carpenter maneuvered the spacecraft into deorbit attitude with the automatic control system, the controllers were alarmed by the system's rate of fuel usage. We didn't have the full picture back at the Cape, only Hawaii could look at the telemetry and communicate with Carpenter at the same time. We could hear that he was running behind in his preparations for deorbit and, given the low fuel level, we had to bring him home quickly. Then came more bad news: the automatic attitude control system was not functioning properly. Carpenter had to go to manual while the fuel continued to bleed away, with 3 minutes of contact remaining between Hawaii and the spacecraft, and 5 minutes left to complete the retrofire checklist. It was a horse race to get into deorbiting attitude if we were to land anywhere near the planned splashdown point. Each of the Mercury astronauts was made of the right stuff, but all were vastly different. While others would be making last compulsively detailed checks on the spacecraft, Scott might be found sitting on the beach, strumming a guitar. What I knew for sure at this point was that we had an astronaut in trouble, who was way behind the power curve, and if he wasn't careful he was going to die. Whatever the problem, the real-time California tracking station pass would determine if Scotty lived or died. Real-time is a term used when the capsule is electronically in view of a tracking station. It generally stretches from horizon to horizon as the station antennas track the capsule orbit. The initial contact is called acquisition, ACQ, and real-time ends at loss of signal, loss, at the low orbital altitudes, between 100 and 200 miles, of the Mercury capsule. The real-time period could range from seconds up to 8 minutes. To many controllers it seemed a lifetime. As Hawaii was losing the signal from the spacecraft, acting in sheer hope, and maybe a bit of prayer, they continued to read out the checklist. Their hope was rewarded when, well after Scott had passed over the horizon, he contacted Hawaii and told them that he had copied all of their message on the deorbit checklist. For the first time in what seemed like hours, the controllers at the Cape took a deep breath, wondering what the hell was going to happen next. Kraft leaned over and punched up the loop to California. California Capcom, have you been tracking this? Alan Shepard responded tersely, Rog, Chris. Shepard and Ted. White had been listening to the Hawaii pass and knew what they needed to do. There was nothing we could say or do at the control center. It was now up to the California team to get him down. 60 seconds after Hawaii lost the signal, Shepard made his first call from the California site. 7, this is Capcom, are you in retro attitude? Carpenter replied, yes, but I don't have agreement with the window, oh. I think I'm going to have to do it manually, with the window and the scope. Ted White, the systems monitor, scanned the console meters for the attitude indications and exclaimed to Shepard, damn it, oh. If he is in retro attitude his gyros are way off. I don't think he ever did a gyroscope alignment. His pitch gyroscope is off by at least 25 degrees. Reaching forward, Ted picked up a grease pencil and slashed a line on each of his meters at the current indication he believed represented the retro pitch attitude of minus 34 degrees, 0 yaw. Leaning toward Shepard, he pointed at his meters, saying, he's about out of manual fuel, automatic is about 35%. Attitude is okay in pitch, okay, but is still moving in yaw. Knowing I had to get Carpenter down, Shepard nodded, gave a 30-second mark, and then began the countdown to retro sequence, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Carpenter confirmed, retro sequence green. Scott made the final attitude check by looking out his window. White checked his meters, Aurora 7 was still moving. Retrofire was designed to be accomplished by the automatic attitude control system. The sequence began but immediately hung up. Shepard had to pack all his verbal instructions stow Carpenter into the next half minute to hit the planned retrofire time. Try the automatic system, quickly. If your gyros are off, you will have to bypass the attitude interlock. After hearing Scott confirm, gyros off, Alan continued, bypass attitude and use manual. At Cape we heard Carpenter indicate he had fired all 3 rockets. I had to punch them off manually, he said, and I have a bit of smoke in the capsule. Ted White confirmed that the retros were firing, but the capsule was well out of attitude in yaw. Seconds later, it seemed to tumble. Retrofire was only 3 seconds late, but Llewellyn's concern was the attitude. If Carpenter was far enough out in yaw or pitch, he would be stuck in orbit with no way home. One way or another, the die was now cast. Carpenter reported, I think the attitudes held well, oh. I think they were good. I can't tell you what was wrong about them since the gyros were not quite right. Shepard glanced at the fuel quantity meters on White's console. The manual fuel was reading 0. Less than 20% of the fuel remained in the malfunctioning automatic system. Ul knew it was going to be close. Carpenter said, "I'm using fly-by-wire to stop tumbling." "I'm out of manual fuel, Ul." Shepard, speaking with deliberate calmness, pronouncing each word slowly and distinctly, responded, "You've got plenty of time. Take your time on fly-by-wire to get into reentry attitude. If the capsule ran out of fuel before getting into the correct attitude, it could enter the atmosphere nose forward and burn up during entry." Whatever difficulty Scott was in, he could hardly have found himself in better hands. Shepard, in the opinion of just about everyone, was the most unflappable of all the astronauts. The man at his side, Ted White, was one of the pioneering group of Philco technical representatives who had been hired as monitors for the Mercury system. He had no peer. He had dedicated himself to acquiring experience in remote site operation, even if it required him to volunteer for the ships and spend weeks at sea. Llewellyn, now faced with his first emergency as a retro controller, continued to talk to White to get the specific attitude. "It looked like he was okay in pitch," White explained, "but he was all over the sky in yaw. I thought we lost him when he started to tumble. I'll get you more data after the pass." Llewellyn alerted the recovery teams that the capsule would land long, and searched for data that would give him a better estimate. Shepard continued coaching Carpenter, "You have plenty of time, about 7 minutes until 0.05 G, so take it slow and easy." At Mercury Control, we heard Carpenter's response, "Roger. Okay, I can make out very, very small farmland. Pastureland below. I see individual fields, rivers, lakes, roads, I think. I'll get back to reentry attitude now." Shepard's response was all business. "Recommend you get as close to reentry attitude as you can, using as little fuel as possible, and stand by on fly-by-wire until rates, capsule motions, develop, over." Every controller knew it was going to be damn close. If Scotty had not fired the retros in the correct attitude, instead of coming down in the landing zone, he'd be stuck in a slowly decaying orbit, circling for a few hours until his power and oxygen ran out. With the second critical reentry facing him, craft was a study in controlled fury. The mission had been close to perfect until these last few minutes, and now everything was going to hell. Yelling over to Grissom, the Cape Capcom, Craft said, "Damn it, Gus, keep his, Carpenter's, mind on the job. I think he's delirious." I was standing at the console next to Craft. There was not much we could do except try to keep Scotty focused on the very few remaining things that would keep him alive, nursing the last few drops of attitude control fuel and maintaining reentry attitude. In the years to come, I would often feel the absolute frustration at being helpless during the blackout that concludes every mission. It is like watching your wife in labor. There is nothing you can do except hold her hand and pray that all goes well. Llewellyn looked like a guy juggling raw eggs, trying to interpret Ted White's report and coordinate the recovery forces and radar trackers. For his first mission, he had drawn a big one. Using high school geometry, and after consulting a plot under the plexiglass cover on his console, John said, "Chris, with the California data, I think we're going to be a couple 100 miles long. We'll get a good hack when we see what time he enters blackout." Shepard chimed in, "This is California. We're losing you now. Stand by for the Cape." After contact 3 minutes later, Grissom's dialogue with Scott centered on the fuel status and the few remaining checklist items. Aldrich said quietly, "Chris, he's down to 15% on auto fuel, the manual tank is empty." After relaying the recovery area weather, Grissom reminded Scott of the impending blackout. The voice loop exchanges were crisp, but the overall mood in Mercury Control was somber. As Scotty entered blackout, in the next few minutes, America might lose an astronaut. Af Mercury Control loss of signal, Llewellyn called Craft, "Flight, we were about 30 seconds late going into the blackout. We're long." I'll give you a better hack in a few minutes. Within minutes, Llewellyn had the first landing prediction. Flight, I've got an impact point 250 miles downrange from the predicted target. I have good agreement with all of my tracking radars. This is the best impact point we will get. I'm passing it on to recovery. Bob Thompson, the recovery operations chief, called, indicating that an air rescue service twin-engine amphibious aircraft had been launched from Puerto Rico and was flying to the new landing point north of the Virgin Islands. The wait was agonizing, as it had been on John Glenn's Reentry. I muttered a silent prayer to St. Christopher, the patron saint of travelers, and it seemed everyone was on his second cigarette during blackout. 10 minutes later, we got our first call from Aurora 7. I'm on the main chute at 5,000. Status is good. It was if 10 tons had been lifted off our backs. We felt like standing and cheering, but that didn't happen in Craft's control room, only in the movies. Chris's smile was more like the grimace of one receiving a last-minute reprieve from the guillotine. He was not happy about the ending of his second manned orbital mission. A relieved Grissom advised Carpenter, your landing point is over 200 miles long. We will jump air rescue personnel to you in about an hour. For nearly 30 minutes after the landing, the press was in a panic, thinking an astronaut had been lost in space, or dropped into a watery grave. When the recovery helicopters got to him, a typically laid-back Scott Carpenter was described as quite comfortable in his raft, even a bit irritated because they had interrupted his contemplation. He was eating a candy bar. In the rescue process, Scott was quoted as saying, "I didn't know where I was and they, Mercury Control, didn't, either." Those were fighting words to a new young IETO who prided himself on perfection in the emerging art of retrofire control. "Bullshit," Llewellyn exclaimed. "The SOB is damned lucky to be alive." Carpenter's words would often be remembered. At beer parties, or during debriefings, if we wanted to get John Llewellyn to tell the story of Aurora 7 and his first mission as retro, we would stand and say, "I didn't know where I was and they didn't, either." And the story would commence. Later, Scott Carpenter became entranced by the mysteries of the sea. He lived and worked on the ocean floor for periods of 30 and 45 days, developing techniques and systems for undersea operations. He retired from NASA in 1967 and was assigned by the Navy to the Deep Submergence Systems project. During mission debriefing, Scott said simply, "I think the reason I got behind it retrofire was because approaching Hawaii at dawn on the third orbit, I discovered the source of the fireflies. I took out the camera and tried to get some pictures. I felt that I had time to get that taken care of and prepare for retrofire properly, but time just slipped away. The fireflies reported on Glenn's and Carpenter's missions were simply frozen droplets of water from the evaporators used to cool the cabin and space suits. They were most noticeable at sunrise on each orbit. Scotty's mission was close, too damn close. A crewman distracted and behind in the flight plan is a risk to the mission and himself. A major component of the ground team's responsibility is to provide a check on the crew. The ground had waited too long in addressing the fuel status and should have been more forceful in getting on with the checklists. I also thought we started too early in introducing such scientific experiments as a balloon drag experiment, zero-gravity fluid studies, and photographic observations. Once again, we were lucky, but luck has no business in spaceflight. June 1962. During these times of endless hours and heavy stress, keeping a marriage intact was no small achievement. I couldn't have done it without an extraordinary wife. Our newest daughter, Joan, was now almost a year old as we packed up and joined the caravan moving west. As we rolled into Flight Controller Alley in Houston, I knew that while the controllers faced many tests, we, too, had the right stuff for spaceflight. The nature of our work made us develop strong loyalties to each other. Most of us were in our late 20s and early 30s. Outside of wartime, I do not believe that young people had ever been given responsibilities so heavy or historic. We were in jobs that appealed to the adventurer, dreamer, and foreign legionnaire in each of us. Over half of the original members of the Space Task Group elected to leave flight operations in the first 2 years. Many had come from working in aeronautics at Langley and wanted to get back to the airplane business. Others did not want to relocate to Houston from Virginia. There were some who handled 1 or 2 missions, but the responsibility scared the hell out of them and they left. But those who stayed with the program grew in experience and judgment and provided the hardcore leadership for Gemini and Apollo. With the selection of the second astronaut group in September 1962, it was obvious that we were approaching the end of the series of missions that made up the Mercury program. While waiting for the construction of our new offices, the Flight Control Division was located in a sporting goods warehouse on the main freeway between Houston and Galveston. The remaining offices of the Manned Spacecraft Center were scattered at 11 other locations, including a bottling plant, a TV station, a bank, and an electric fan company. The accommodations for my branch were short on windows, restrooms, and decent lighting. The first floor was a huge open warehouse on which we located our gunmetal gray government desks. The secretaries were in pay booths just like those in a movie theater at the end of the hall on the second floor. These facilities would be our home as we closed out Mercury and prepared for Gemini. In August, with their dual launch of 2 Vostok spacecraft, the Russians had shown us they were in the race to stay. Their spaceships came within less than 3 miles of each other. We believed they had intended to rendezvous but didn't execute the final maneuvers needed to fly formation in the same orbit. For the first time, I thought we might have overestimated their technical capabilities. I respected their accomplishments, but the Russians no longer seemed invincible. Kennedy's bold commitment to put a man on the moon had set America on a faster track. Daily we could see progress in developing the computing, communications, and precision guidance and control technologies we needed. I was confident the tools would be there, but I was concerned that we wouldn't be smart enough, or at least have sufficient hands-on experience to use them well operationally. September 1962. It was in the interval between the first scrub of Wally Schirra's launch and the second attempt that President Kennedy made his speech at Rice University that confirmed his commitment. This time I was more attuned to his words. On a makeshift stage erected on the 50-yard line at Rice Stadium, Kennedy repeated the question that many had raised. Some have asked, why go to the moon? One might as well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why sail the widest ocean? Kennedy's words were to echo across the decades, and we, along with the rest of the country, found out that a noble cause brings out a nation's best qualities. I now believe that Kennedy fully understood the difficulties before us. I listened closely to his speech, feeling that I was ready to do whatever it took to turn his great dream into reality. Next up for a Mercury mission was Schirra, a known quantity to the controllers, the astronaut with the best feel for the emerging relationship between the flight crews and ground control. Schirra's 6 orbits would be the bridge needed to go from 3 orbits to a full 24-hour mission. The medical community's concerns about man's ability to adapt to zero-G led to conservatively planned incremental increases in mission duration during Mercury and early Gemini. In general, we attempted to double the flight duration of each mission. I believed that the name of his capsule, Sigma 7, symbolized the sum of all the efforts of design, test, and operations necessary for success in space. For us, it signified teamwork. Since I had hired Mel Brooks at Houston, he had been quietly transforming the training team. Previous training exercises had focused on the controller's knowledge of the mission sequence and had tested simple applications of their judgment on the flight rules. With the perspective he gained from his satellite operations, Brooks had taken over the training of the flight control team with a single-minded zeal. Think of Alec Guinness in Bridge on the River Kwai. Recognizing their youthful naivete and technical limitations, Brooks's training staff attacked us individually and as a team. He went after those he felt were short on theory. He picked apart their communications and forced them to own up and say, "I don't know." As we prepared for the final day of training, Brooks decided Kraft was too dependent on my backing up his every move and anticipating his command and data needs. So he took me by the shoulder, walked up to Kraft, and said, "Kranz is in the hospital. He was injured in an automobile accident coming to the MCC today." My response was quick. "Damn it, Brooks, what the hell do you think you are doing? This is our last training run." Kraft, amused by the byplay, said, "It looks like you've been benched." Brooks believed that Kraft should conduct Skirra's final training simulation without his regular wingman. Von Ehrenfried filled in and did well. Skirra's was a textbook flight, but within days of its conclusion the world was again on the brink of war, this time over the discovery of Soviet missiles in Cuba. I was glad we were not in Florida. My Air Force Reserve unit, among many others, was put on standby status as a showdown between the Soviets and the United States developed. For almost 2 weeks, we in the space program were understandably preoccupied by the blockade and possible invasion of Cuba, which could presage an all-out nuclear conflict with Russia. With the two countries eyeball to eyeball, in the apt phrase of the Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, the Russians backed down, turned their ships around, and removed the missiles. The textbook flight of Skirra cleared the way for Gordo Cooper's one-day mission to conclude the Mercury program. Cooper's flight required 2 MCC control teams and a relocation of the ships to plug the gaps in the network coverage. The length of the flight represented a different test for all of us. The capsule would be out of communication on several orbits for over an hour as Cooper slept. We had no option but to trust the capsule systems. Still, I was less concerned about this mission than any of the preceding ones. The Mercury spacecraft, if used well, was getting the job done. The knowledge level of the controllers was at an all-time high and the remote site teams had proven that they could respond rapidly. The technology was advancing so rapidly that we could now reliably bring the tracking and telemetry data from the Bermuda, California, and Texas tracking stations to the MCC. Now we had almost 20 minutes of continuous data every time the capsule passed over these stations. Since we no longer had to staff these stations with controllers, we had the resources to make decisions in a much more focused and efficient fashion at Mercury Control. Early 1963. With the new year, more changes came. Bob Gilruth, director of the Space Task Group, became the director of the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston. He was shifting resources to Gemini and Apollo, so the Mercury office was down to less than 50 people. Marta was in the hospital in labor with our 4th child and for a change I was holding her hand. I had been in Korea for Carmen's birth, out to lunch during Lucy's, and just made it back to Virginia for Jones. Now the women in flight controller Ali decided it was time for me to do my duty. They selected Jim Strickland, a neighbor and systems controller, to carry the message. "Jean, we can carry on here at work. The Ali has decided you should be with Marta, so get home and take care of your wife." The hand-holding was an experience in total helplessness. All I could think was to thank God for the courage women have to go through childbirth. Mark, our son and 4th child, was born in Houston in January 1963. We were staying with the von Ehrenfrieds at the time we think he was conceived, so we have since concluded that drinking a lot of good German beer and living with a family that had 2 boys in it had a decisive effect. 27 years later I again learned how powerless one can be. Mark was hit by a drunk driver. For an entire night Marta and I held his hand while doctors tested for neurological damage. Mark had to endure without medication. He spent the best part of 2 years in multiple surgeries and therapy before he recovered. With the organization in high gear, I prepared for the final Mercury mission. The Air Force Atlas program had suffered 2 unexplained flight failures. We could not move ahead until we figured out what had gone wrong. Then the Atlas booster to be used for Cooper's liftoff failed its rollout inspection in San Diego in January. These setbacks had emphasized the need for support from inside the plant to track design changes. The second Atlas rollout in March was successful and finally had the flight elements for the final mission. Gordo Cooper's Faith 7 mission was the first where we would literally fly beyond the coverage of the ground network. The ship's coastal sentry and Rose Knot were moved to the Pacific Ocean to provide the mid-orbit communications coverage and to support the capsule retrofire sequence preparation. The 2 ships provided the majority of the controller support during the middle section of the mission while Gordo Cooper was sleeping. Chuck Lewis led the Australian team and Ted Whitehead California. At least one team would spot the capsule during each orbit. Cooper's mission would involve a global effort of 28 ships, 171 aircraft, and 18,000 military personnel, in addition to the support of the ground control crews. Mel Brooks, in his capacity as SimSup, had achieved a degree of notoriety among the flight control teams as a result of the training exercises for Skira's flight. He was forming a new organization for Gemini, and for his farewell training run he unleashed an exercise that tied the control teams and especially the doctors in knots. Most of the doctors assigned to the remote site teams were military personnel with broad experience, some were Army Airborne and others were Air Force and Navy flight surgeons. Thosi and mission control came from research backgrounds. Brooks was determined to build on their uncommon skills and motivation to create a real-time ready team. While medicine often has occasion for differential diagnoses, i.e., doctors who disagree, Brooks felt that the control teams didn't need any doctors telling them, on the one hand. But on the other hand. So he did things like obtain electrocardiograms of people having actual heart attacks and patch those into training tapes. In the final simulation session, Brooks had trouble keeping a straight face as tapes peppered with this type of material and instructors simulating astronauts in medical distress ratcheted up the anxiety level in their voices, giving our doctors plenty to think about and react to. Fast. They quickly learned there was no time to wait until the next pass, and they learned to resolve differing diagnoses very quickly. Brooks had a field day debriefing the medics and was in a merry mood. His final training run had been a success and now it was time to put on his other hat and become a capsule systems engineer on Hodge's team for the final Mercury launch. Shortly before launch, Cooper's mission was expanded upward from 1 day to 22 orbits, placing the planned landing point near Midway Island in the Pacific. Since Gordo Cooper had been the first astronaut I had met, I was happy to be working his mission and even a tad sentimental about it. I was sure that my remote site controllers were in peak form. With the longer mission duration, Kraft and Hodge formed 2 teams to provide 24-hour coverage at Master of Science. Only Kraft, Hodge, Huss, Lunny, Aldrich, Llewellyn, and I remained from Kraft's original Mercury control team. The new teams were young, but we all were young together in the early years of space. May 15, 1963, Mercury Atlas 9. 13 seconds after 8:04 in the morning EST, Faith 7 lumbered skyward, and the final mission of the Mercury program was bound for orbit. The early orbits went rapidly. Cooper precisely checked off the procedures for the 11 experiments his capsule carried. On the 4th orbit, he launched a 6-inch satellite with a flashing light to test an astronaut's visual acuity in space. The orbits clicked off, the systems performing perfectly and the early go-no-go decisions easily made. Mercury control operated on a 2-shift basis for the first time. After the go-no-go on Orbit 6, Kraft's team handed over to John Hodge's team. In my newly assigned role as Assistant Flight Director, Kraft had assigned me to support Hodge's team. My vision of the flight director's role in Mercury control was based on associating with Chris during the pre-mission planning periods and watching him in action during missions. Kraft was called the teacher because of his hands-on mentoring of his young charges, the longer mission duration and infrequent contacts during the mid-orbits of Cooper's mission allowed me to study another flight director at work, John Hodge. Hodge was different from Kraft, less on edge and more dependent on his team members. I quickly sized up John as a flight director who sought to obtain consensus in selecting a direction and one totally at ease with his people, but not with his role as their leader. John was a damn nice guy. Cooper, a celestial observer, enjoyed the middle period in drifting flight, with all the capsule systems powered down. His 34-hour mission would take him through 22 orbits. With the control center, network, and capsule systems reacting flawlessly, it was easy to get lost in Cooper's descriptions of the view from orbit. When things are going well, the controllers slip into a mode of relaxed awareness. You tune your senses keenly to pick up even the slightest departure from the norm. It seems that you have a second sense running in the background, almost subliminal, that can pick up the slightest deviation. It could be a minor glitch in a telemetry measurement, a procedural step overlooked, or an unexpected observation from the astronaut. It can be the tone of voice of another controller. When you are well tuned, a second sense kicks in, looking for something out of order while you proceed with the normal or routine. The mission continued in this fashion through the 19th orbit. Kraft's team was in charge as the mission entered the gate for the final 3 orbits. The recovery forces were calling in, and Llewellyn, checking the retro times, anticipated a perfect finish for the final mission. Emerging from the network coverage gap at Hawaii, Cooper began reporting to Scott Carpenter, his Capcom. Scott, I wonder if you would relay to the Cape a little situation I had happen and see what they think of it. My .05G telelight came on after the light check. I have turned off both the .05G normal and emergency fuses, relay it to them and get their idea on it, over. The telelight was indicating that the capsule was sensing the onset of reentry gravity. Mel Brooks, seated next to Arnie Aldrich at the system's console, unfolded his schematics and began tracing the .05G circuitry. After a brief consultation with Mel, Arnie reported to Kraft, Chris, the signal that illuminated on Cooper's panel changes the operation of the automatic control system. It is used to provide a steady roll rate and dampen the capsule motions during entry. After giving Kraft a few seconds to digest his input, Arnie continued, with the .05G indication, the automatic system cannot be used for retrofire. I'd like to do a few tests with Gordo. The joint testing began over the Cape and continued through the next orbit, with Cooper reporting the test results to John Glenn, the Capcom on board the Coastal Sentry. The testing confirmed that the automatic system had malfunctioned and was in reentry mode. Cooper was informed that retrofire would have to be performed manually, but after retrofire was completed the automatic system would be usable for the final phases of entry. So far everything had gone well. The team had responded to the glitch, the controllers smoothly regrouping and updating the retrofire and entry procedures. I kicked into gear, getting the new reentry plans out on the teletype and setting up the backup communications to the Coastal Sentry. You can feel the atmosphere of a crisis center. It is almost like sensing the change in pressure when a storm moves in. In Mercury control it consists of the noise level of the room. Conversations change from an informal banter to crisp dialogue, thick manuals thump. Open, small huddles form at the consoles. The feeling is unmistakable, and when problems developed for Faith 7 I nonetheless felt secure. The teams were poised, professional, and competent. I was confident that whatever the problem, Mercury Control and the remote site teams could handle it. The last-minute decision to expand from 16 orbits to 22 got Cooper's mission into the record books as the third longest manned spaceflight. The Russians had flown 64 orbits with Andriy Nikolaev, and 48 orbits with Pavel Popovich. Cooper's flight now edged out German Tidov's 17 orbits. The increased duration, however, moved the landing point from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific, resulting in reduced coverage at the time of retrofire and reentry. As the capsule moved toward its deorbit point, only 3 sites remained on the ground track. Cooper had worked around the small glitch in the 0.05 circuit by the 21st orbit, and everything was returning to normal operation. Then all hell broke loose. Jim Tombolin's job at Zanzibar was to complete the stowage and pre-retro checklists so that Gordo had an all-green capsule, as he coasted to the Coastal Sentry site in the Pacific Ocean south of Japan, where John Glenn was Capcom. Jim started reading the checklist only to be interrupted by Cooper. "Zanzibar, I have one item for you. My automatic control system inverter has failed, so I will be making a manual entry." Tombolin, momentarily startled, asked, "Has the automatic system inverter failed?" Cooper responded, "That is affirmative." Like a tennis match, Tombolin again volleyed, "Have you tried the standby inverter?" Cooper's response came like a firecracker, "Roger, it would not start." Mystified, Tombolin replied, "Roger. Then we better get on with the checklist now." Attitude permission to bypass. "Roger, retro rocket arm to manual," Cooper replied. The checklist dialogue continued for the next 4 minutes, and when completed, Tombolin switched gears and started a review of the backup procedures. During the 6-minute pass, Gordo and the Mercury team at Zanzibar had prepared Faith 7 for retrofire and reviewed the backup procedure, and a potentially serious problem had been quickly addressed. We had come a long way in the 2 years and 10 days since Alan Shepard's launch. 17 minutes later, Cooper was holding attitude, using the window horizon as he reported to Glenn and the Coastal Sentry, "Checklist complete except for the pyros." After a few moments of banter, Cooper continued, "Oh. My automatic inverter failed along with a few other odds and ends. I will shoot the RetroSun manual and then re-enter manually also." While waiting for the retrofire time, he added, "I'm looking to get a lot of experience on this flight." Glenn's response was laconic, "You're going to get it." Moments later, John issued the retrofire countdown to Faith 7. The Mercury program was coming to a close in the sky over the Pacific. The manual retrofire and reentry were virtually flawless. 40 minutes later, Cooper emerged from the capsule and stood on the deck of the aircraft carrier Kearsarge. Cooper's post-mission comments said it all. "My analysis of the malfunctions," he said, "illustrated that the entire Mercury network had developed a concept of teamwork that culminated in an almost perfect example of cooperation between the ground and spacecraft. Almost everyone followed the pre-stated ground rules exactly, and the radio discipline was excellent." Cooper, the loner and rebel against the spaceflight bureaucracy, had pulled off a great mission and a picture-perfect entry. Gordo's test pilot mentality, coupled with the superb performance of the ground team, was a fitting finale to America's first manned venture into space. The final Mercury program party was held at the old Governor's Mansion on Galveston Bay on July 27, 1963. It was more formal than most Master of Science parties and was complete with an invitation worthy of a scrapbook. After a few drinks, Walt Williams began speaking about Mercury. Remembering the first Atlas launch failure and his decision to launch into an overcast sky, he started talking about making risk judgments. Then, in a melancholy tone, he concluded, "You will never remember the many times the launch slipped, but the on-time failures are with you always. In the years ahead we would have occasion to remember those words." 5. The making of a rocket man. Toledo, Ohio, 1940s. I always wanted to fly. As a boy in Toledo, Ohio, I had my head in the clouds and my heart followed. The Cartonwood tree in our backyard was my telescope to the world. On a windy day, I was on the tall mast of a ship plowing through stormy seas, calling out commands to my crew below. On calm days, I was an eagle lifting and soaring silently, searching for my prey. The tree was so tall I could see the Willys Overland plant where jeeps were made. If I stretched out, I could see an occasional airplane to the far north, over Franklin Field. My grandfather was a German immigrant, Peter Joseph Kranz, a remarkable man who came to America in his early 20s. He founded a savings and loan office in Toledo, was elected city treasurer, and became famous as a trout fisherman. He was wiped out in the Depression. His 5 sons assumed the responsibility of repaying his creditors. The oldest son, my father, Leo Peter Kranz, died in 1940 of a bleeding ulcer, misdiagnosed as a heart problem. He was 49, I was 7. One of my greatest losses is that I never got to know him. Of the few recollections I have, the most vivid is of my dad listening to the radio when the Germans invaded Poland. He commented, sadly, that this was the start of a world war. I didn't know what he meant, but in later years I learned he had been a medicine World War I, the so-called war to end all wars. I'm fond of his picture in uniform, erect, proud, crew-cut, and blonde. I closely resemble him, and for most of my life I have worn my hair in a crew cut. Like many others of his time, my father had no life insurance, so things got tight for the Kranz family after he died. My mother moved us, me and my 2 older sisters, Louise and Helen, to West Toledo so that she could raise her kids in a better environment. A staunch Catholic and Republican, her German side was evident when she was faced by a challenge. She never backed down, was stubbornly self-reliant, and expected others, particularly her children, to live up to their beliefs and stick to their guns. She was loving, nurturing, and tough. She turned our home into a boarding house to pay the bills, and she ran it like a drill sergeant. Among the boarders who stayed there, a few days at a time, were the servicemen who became my heroes, soon to be fighting the land, sea, and air battles in faraway places, some of whom would give their lives in combat. I retain vivid memories of World War II because of those young men who lived in our house, flirted with my sisters, and wrote them letters from the various fronts on which they fought. As a paperboy delivering both the morning and evening editions, I would walk past the houses of my customers, hurling the paper and shouting, "Extra! Extra!" Read all about it as the first reports on the Doolittle raid or Midway came in, right through D-Day, the Battle of the Bulge, and, finally, the capitulation of the Germans and the Japanese. I plotted the major battles on maps I had pinned up on my wall at home. I also was obsessed with aircraft. Just by looking at pictures of fighters and bombers, I could construct models of them the old-fashioned way, gluing them together out of balsa wood and tissue paper. This led me to experiment with powered model aircraft and, later, rockets. I dreamed of the day when I would climb aboard the real thing. I hitchhiked to Cleveland and Detroit for the air races. Aviation magazines flourished after the war, and I hoarded nickels and dimes to buy them. The writings of Willy Ley, Wernher von Braun, and David Anderton inspired me. My high school thesis was entitled, "The Design and Possibilities of the Interplanetary Rocket." I proposed a gigantic 2-stage rocket shaped like the German V2. I rendezvoused it in Earth orbit with another stage for propellant resupply. Once the ship reached the moon, I had to establish a base to manufacture the propellants needed to return home. Writing in 1950, I made this forecast. An examination of the current technical and industrial development demonstrates the high probability that the moon will shortly be conquered by man. The base will probably be established in 5 years and completed in 10. I scored a 98 on the paper, never imagining that someday I would be a member of the team that would place an American flag on the lunar surface. But, then, my thesis was not your typical high school junior's idea of light reading. Work was a way of life in our home. I spent 8 years absorbing the lessons and discipline of the Ursuline nuns. I can't remember not working 2 jobs, even while cramming and crashing to keep up my grades. I earned a Naval Rock Scholarship to Notre Dame and a congressional appointment to the Naval Academy, then received the crushing news that I had failed the physical. I had shown signs of diabetes. I had high blood sugar because of my diet, heavy on sweets, while working at the A&P grocery store. The condition was temporary, a small consolation. I believed that my world had ended. My mother, and Sister Mark, my history teacher, would not allow me to surrender. They found a $500 scholarship for the children of deceased veterans of World War I. We sold my father's stamp albums, and with every resource on the table I enrolled at Parks Air College in East St. Louis. The Korean Air War had focused my goal to become a fighter pilot. Parks offered training in aeronautical engineering and a no-frills flight program. The dormitories were army barracks at the edge of crossed cinder runways. Classes were punctuated by the roars of the PT-17 Stearman biplanes, the primary trainer for pilots in World War II, passing overhead. This was the first aircraft I ever flew, feet on the rudder pedals and my hand on the stick. The emotions of that first flight literally brought tears to my eyes. I was no longer swaying in the top of my tree, I was now truly an eagle, climbing, diving, and practicing turns with the wind singing in my ear. At Parks my dream came to life. I intended to stay for 1 year, then apply for pilot training. But with the Korean War winding down, I decided to finish college. Parks turned out to be my field of dreams. The college had opened in August of 1927 in a rented hangar at Lambert Field in St. Louis. Oliver Parks was the owner and only flight instructor, and he started with 2 aircraft. During World War II, 10% of America's pilots had received their primary flight training at one of his schools. I graduated on a hot, steamy day in July of 1954. With a commission in the Air Force Reserve. Present were my mother and one of my sisters, Louise, as well as my uncle Albert, who had helped us through some difficult years and was always there when I needed him. The entire family had pooled resources and bought me a green 1954 Plymouth Coupe as a graduation present. It was a wonderful surprise. I had planned on saving my money to buy a car before I entered Air Force flight training. There was one problem: I could fly airplanes but had not yet driven a car. The 52 members of my class consisted of Korean War veterans getting their schooling on the GI Bill, 6 Israelis, and 38 rookies like myself. I was 1 month short of my 21st birthday, and the gold bars on my shoulders were more meaningful to me than my college diploma. While waiting for a training slot, I applied to McDonnell Aircraft Company in St. Louis and was grateful for the chance to continue my transition from student to pilot. Graduates entering the aircraft industry in the 1950s were generally given options to work in drafting or reading and plotting the data records from flight tests. I chose the latter because it was attached to the flight test department, which was where I wanted to be. The roar of jet engines, the smell of jet fuel, and the constant rumble of the factory permeated the buildings. It was an exciting, busy place filled with high-energy people. As I walked through the office maze on my first day, I heard a gruff voice ask, "Are you Kranz?" I stopped and the voice continued, "Where have you been?" "I've been waiting for you." I turned to face a balding cherub, with a red nose and forehead, as if he had just emerged from a sauna. He looked like one of Santa's helpers. He was my height, but he leaned forward, neck bent in a questioning attitude. He had clear, piercing eyes under shaggy brows. I noted his bow tie and suspenders as he said, "Hi, I'm Harry Carroll. Follow me. I'm your new boss." He moved out quickly and I followed him to a desk covered with rolls of paper. He shoved them against the wall, pushed me into the chair, and said, "When you reduce these rolls of oscillograph readouts and learn to read the data, you will know more about what happened during a flight test than the pilot, the engineer, and the designer. These rolls of paper are like novels. It is up to you to get the meaning, then sense the plot and determine whether flight objectives were satisfied. You must watch to see if we are getting too close to the flight limits. Then he stepped back, chuckled, and said, "This is the best job in flight test. Get started." His enthusiasm was my enthusiasm, his passion for work was my passion. I had to learn from others that he had flown 86 combat missions over Italy and Germany in the B-17 Flying Fortress and over Japan in the B-29 Superfortress. He had many inventions related to data reduction and aviation safety. He was also a poet, actor, and scoutmaster, and he led the rugged and difficult Grand Portage canoe trips across northern Minnesota to Lake Superior. After retirement, he served as a deckhand for barefoot cruises in the Caribbean, and became the oldest individual to complete the Outward Bound Mountain Survival Program. Each day there was a new discovery under his guidance. No work was insignificant, no job unimportant. The standards had to be the highest if you were to meet with his approval. Harry Carroll was the first in a string of mentors who changed my life. By the end of my 3rd month on the job, I was sitting with the test pilots and flight test engineers during debriefings, reviewing flight cards, a pilot's checklist for the test sequences, transcribing pilots' notes, and validating flight test objectives. Heady stuff for a recent college graduate and the next best thing to being in the cockpit. This experience would serve me well later when I sat with the backroom guys and reviewed data on our space missions. At a glance I learned to identify the essentials and put the story together. The months passed rapidly, and then it was time to pack up and report to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas, for pre-flight training. As of March 1955, I was now on active duty and assigned to pilot Class 56M. Other than St. Louis, I had never been west of the Mississippi River, and I soaked in the scenery as I drove through western Missouri and down into Oklahoma. My vision of Texas was crushed when I crossed the Red River. I had been expecting the sandy desert, cactus, and rattlesnakes of the movies, but I saw rolling hills starting to green up. I was sure that would change as I neared San Antonio. I was wrong. This wasn't the lonesome prairie, the Texas of parched land and skeletal oil rigs. A scenic river wound its way through San Antonio, and the blend of Mexican and Western culture gave the city a gentle and festive character. I was a willing believer in Texas' charm and hospitality as I drove through the gates of Lackland Air Force Base. There I would have 12 weeks of pre-flight training, a good part of which taught you confidence by putting you through some pretty physically demanding exercises out in the boonies. I also learned the essence of leadership through being given responsibility for raw recruits who were wearing a uniform for the first time and were badly in need of understanding why the military demands order in everything from the state of your locato, the crispness of a salute, instant compliance with commands, and other basic military cultural imperatives. As the song puts it, by your pupils you'll be taught. It would take some 12 weeks for them to transform me from college student to officer, one hell of a speedy transition. It was the NCOs, non-commissioned officers, who taught me the basics, and my respect for the sergeants on the line grew with every passing year. My travels in the Air Force next took me to Spence Air Base in Moultrie, Georgia, where Jack Coleman, my primary flight instructor, opened the world of flight for me and taught me much more. In the hot steamy air over southern Georgia he tested my skills, but in the briefing rooms and on the ramp he taught teamwork and the belief that there is no such thing as good enough. You, your team, and your equipment must be the best. That is how you will win victories. The day he turned me loose to solo, he taught me that the teacher's role is to instill the confidence to fly at the edge of peak performance. Your primary flight instructor is the man you never forget. Coleman's lessons helped me in my years at Mission Control. I could empathize with what the controllers felt during the brutally demanding debriefings after a mission and tactfully handle the one-on-one critiques after a simulation. He taught me, by example, how to train my controllers, build their confidence, and turn them loose when they were ready. Coleman also gave me an appreciation of the fundamental importance of teamwork and mutual trust among team members. Of course, some lessons can only be experienced, not taught. One of these is dealing with fear, which comes to every pilot like a bolt from the blue. Flyers and fighters alike have referred to this as looking into the eye of the tiger. I looked into mine one night on my first solo cross-country flight over the blackness of Georgia's Okefenokee swampland. I had turned to a new course over the town of Alma and looked down to change my radio frequency. Moments later, when I raised my eyes, the lights of the town seemed to fill the cockpit like tiny diamonds. For a few seconds I was mesmerized, then confused, as the sound of my engine and my rapidly accelerating aircraft snapped me out of my reverie. In whatever part of my brain was still working, I put it together. I had rolled upside down over the city and was diving, inverted, toward the heart of Alma. I rolled visually away from the lights, into total darkness, all sounds diminishing as I approached a stall. Fighting vertigo, I recovered and flew on instruments, not trusting my senses, all the way back to base. The next night, when it was time for my second solo cross-country, fear was in my bones like a winter chill. I realized it was either conquer the fear and fly, or wash out of training. I delayed going to my aircraft, chain-smoking cigarettes. Then someone started testing the flight line loudspeakers for the Saturday parade. The music off John Philip Sousa's Stars and Stripes Forever soaked into the ready room and something almost mystical happened. My desire to fly overcame my fear. I picked up my parachute and walked to my plane and aced my second night solo flight. From that day forward, whenever I found myself looking into the eye of a tiger, the cadence of Stars and Stripes Forever, if only in my head, got me through it. I have a record and tape collection of over 20 versions of the march. It became a key element of my way of life. My training next took me into jets and an assignment farther west in Texas at Laughlin Air Force Base. Flight training is partly about fear of failing, and partly about firsts. The top graduates got the best assignments. I wanted to fly the hottest fighter in the Air Force, the F-86 Sabre. In order to get the chance to fly fighters, I had to be the best. To be the best, I had to go all out, reach into myself for every resource. I had to meet the challenge. In the process, I determined what my real capacity was and discovered that for much of my life I had just been coasting along. My competition for the Sabre assignment was First Lieutenant Anthony Zeke Zielinski, who had made his way through the ranks. He had won the wings of a navigator as a sergeant flying over Korean B-29s and was described as a natural-born pilot. The competition between us extended to the social. As he tried to cut in on the girl I was dating. We got our pilot wings, graduated with identical scores, and both qualified for the Sabre. Later I aced him, however, for I would marry a wonderful Texas girl, Marta Cadena, whom Zeke also wanted to date. Marta pinned the wings on my chest. Zeke, a true wingman, would be my best man. Zeke and I headed to Nellis AFB, near Las Vegas, to fly the world's best and fastest fighter aircraft. 6 weeks after I arrived at Nellis, I climbed into the cockpit of an F-86H Sabre. After a takeoff and climb out that felt like it would never stop, I started getting ahead of the power curve, just a bit, with this beautifully maneuverable airplane. An instructor flying alongside me put me through the flight. We landed, debriefed, and refueled, then took off again and climbed to 35,000 feet, did some steep turns and a bit of trail formation. At this point my instructor told me to perform a split S, roll out into a 45-degree dive, and call out the readings on the Mach meter. The Mach meters in those days didn't go a hell of a lot higher than Mach 1, the speed of sound. I rolled inverted, picked up the dive angle, and was quickly at 0.95 Mach, where the nose wanted to pitch up. The instructor then told me to trim out the pitch-up stick force and comment on the aileron forces. Wing heaviness increased and the Mach meter rose to 1.0 and hung there. I had the feeling that I was skiing down a steep mountain bowl, pushing a lot of powder, and that it was impossible to go any faster. I throttled back, recovered, and followed the instructor's lead in a high-speed spiral descent. It took me a moment to realize that I had just broken the sound barrier, a big deal with the airplanes we had in the 1950s. But that was the bright and shiny side of military life. While I was at Nellis, I broke my left wrist in a stupid accident, with the help of a goodly amount of beer, and managed to get myself grounded on September 6, 1956. This gave me ample time for reflection, during which I realized I was in love with the girl from Texas who had pinned on my wings. Since leaving Texas, where Marta and I had first met and started to date, I dated a few other girls, but none of them measured up to Marta. I still had her phone number and the good sense to call her. She was still interested, so I started to commute between Nellis and Marta's home in Texas. The weeks passed too quickly and soon my duty at Nellis was over. Upon completion of advanced training at Nellis, Zeke and I were stationed at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Myrtle Beach was a base in name only, parts of it still under construction. The only good part of the deal was that eventually we would have shiny new, they were still on the production line when I reported in F-100 Super Sabres to fly. During long-distance phone conversations, Marta could always raise my morale thanks to her good humor and indomitable spirit. I wanted her to meet my family, so she came to Toledo during my Christmas leave. On Christmas Eve I asked Marta to marry him. We set the date for April 27th of the following year at Eagle Pass, Texas, where we had first met, 50 miles from Laughlin AFB, but a commute I never minded making. It was 1 year to the date she had pinned on my wings. It started to snow as we left the chapel where I had proposed, and we started to sing Christmas carols, wishing the magic of the moment would go on forever. We were on top of the world, and there was no question that whatever we faced in the future, we would face it together, and we would emerge victorious. In courting Marta, I had been at a serious disadvantage, unable to communicate with her mother, Pura, who spoke only Spanish. Marta's parents were born in Mexico and came to the United States after the revolution of 1910-1920. Her father became a citizen and opened a drugstore in 1950. While I was dating Marta, her mother was studying English, preparing for her citizenship test. After the wedding, the Senora was able to welcome me into the family with 2 words in English: no givebacks. To the true regret of both of us, I soon was forced to do exactly that. We had been married only 3 months when my orders arrived in June of 1957, assigning me to the last squadron of F-86FS on active duty, the Fighting 69th, at Ozan, Korea. My squadron commander at Myrtle Beach bent the rules and let me finish F-100 training before I shipped out to Korea. Marta told me that she was pregnant. This was when I started to learn that if you have a good marriage in the military, you will probably wind up with a great marriage, if it lasts. Our 18-month courtship consisted of 7 dates. Even though the war had ended in July of 1953, Ozan Air Base, 30 miles south of the Korean capital at Seoul, was on a wartime footing. The squadron's purpose was to provide fighters capable of striking northward, supporting the Korean and American units emplaced along the demilitarized zone and achieving air superiority. We had about 15 minutes to launch defending aircraft in case we were attacked. Sabre pilots were a rare breed, flying the hottest machine of its time, the greatest sports car ever invented for the air. When flying overseas, you had no regulations. We buzzed everything in sight, flying as fast and as low as our nerves would allow. This was balls out flying. We did things we would never be permitted to do stateside. Every flight ended in a mock dogfight with 1 or more pilots diving, rolling, and scissoring for advantage. The fights continued until you ran out of altitude or you had the other guy on your gun camera film. This confidence was essential to aggressive flight performance. The Soviets' launch of Sputnik on October 4, 1957, while I was on a 30-day deployment at Tainan. Air Base on Formosa gave the Cold War a new dimension. I had seen the Russian fighters pulling controls over the Korean demilitarized zone and the Straits of Formosa. Now their new prowess in space raised doubts about America's commitment to lead the free world. I could suddenly see shadows of doubt about America's technological superiority in the eyes of the nationalist Chinese pilots. I finally got my own airplane, an F-86F, serial 24872. I promptly named it my darling Marta and had that painted on the left side just below the gun ports. My crew chief and I gave that plane every ounce of our attention, and like a human it responded to love and care. It never let us down. I drew a forward air control assignment with the Army 7th Infantry Division in January 1957. My job for a month was to lead a small ground team that directed airstrikes by Air Force and Allied fighter aircraft supporting the Army frontline troops. This FAC experience prepared me to work effectively with the forward air controller as a pilot attacking targets. I do not think any work in my life has ever been as demanding as close air support missions. Every element of mind, body, and soul was working intuitively and perfectly, putting the pieces together, planning ahead, communicating and pressing the attack. With mountains on all sides, poor visibility, and the high aircraft speeds, it was incredible we did not lose more pilots and we were just training. The 69th Squadron was counting down the days to decommissioning and returning stateside. I was looking forward to my next assignment. Marta was doing well in the latter part of her pregnancy, counting the days until the arrival of our first child and my return. On my last flight in a Sabre, I ferried the airplane to Taiwan and turned it over to the nationalist Chinese. Returning from the ferry flight, I was furious when I found out that my next orders took me to Altus, Oklahoma, to train in KC-135 jet tankers. I could not believe that with all the pilots coming out of flight school, the Air Force would take operational fighter pilots and send them to tankers. I had flown a Sabre at 400 knots, 40 feet above the ground, missiles and guns blowing away everything in my wake. This was the environment I craved. And now I was going to fly tankers. The assignment dimmed the joy of our returning home, and the K-55 Officers Club rang with the sad songs of the 69th Fighter pilots. We had all received the same orders. I wrote Marta a long letter that evening telling her I would be returning to civilian life. The next morning I requested my discharge from active duty. I wrote for aircraft companies, hoping to get a job that offered a cockpit position. Marta was waiting in San Francisco and, after a joyful reunion, we left for Texas so I could meet my new baby daughter, Carmen. After spending so much time overseas, I looked at my country with an even greater love and appreciation. The only job offer came from McDonnell, and my feelings on returning to St. Louis were mixed. I missed the flying and the camaraderie of the pilots, and the daily adventures we lived in Korea. But Harry Carroll's exuberance helped me through the first few weeks, and gradually I adapted to being a civilian. I was assigned to the F-101 Voodoo flight test. I could touch the aircraft, brief the pilots, check the pre-flight instruments, and climb into the seat, but I could not fly the planes. That hurt. Fresh from Korea, I was used to doing things for myself, and I got crosswise with McDonnell's union mechanics and inspectors on a variety of issues. Union stewards became familiar faces to my bosses, and I was directed to follow the rules. I had been on the job only a few weeks and I was already thrashing around, trying to get a job done and unhappy with my new role. In October of 1958, McDonnell posted a notice for flight test assignments at Holloman Air Force Base, New Mexico. I applied. Holloman is located 6 to 5 miles north of El Paso, Texas, and is near White Sands. The Sacramento Mountains lie to the east and lava beds to the north. The valley is a giant corridor stretching 150 miles, almost to Albuquerque. The first atomic bomb was detonated at the Trinity site at the midpoint of the corridor. The vast, uninhabited areas provided the remote location needed to test the early developments in rocketry and aircraft missile systems. When I arrived, every conceivable type of test was being conducted. High-speed sleds shrieked across the desert, balloon flights took man to the edge of the atmosphere. And parachute jumps were made from altitudes of over 100,000 feet. Aircraft were being tested with new missile systems and the Army was using rockets to shoot B-17s from the sky. The Zero Launch Project strapped pilots into airplanes that were powered by rockets and screaming engines. In a burst of fire and smoke the pilots were sent airborne. The Matador and the Mace, pilotless bombs with wings and jet engine, were zero-launched as well. Occasionally, one would get loose over the town, flying erratically until it crashed into the mountains or drifted back over the test range and was downed by the shotgun aircraft. I admired the steely raw guts of the pilots, engineers, and doctors who volunteered for these tests, pushing their bodies and minds to find the boundaries of human performance. Holloman ran on the pure energy of the test projects. The air crackled with high-altitude missile firings and the flight line never slept. I felt alive again. The Quail, powered by a small jet engine, was McDonnell Aircraft's entry into a competition to develop a decoy missile that could be launched from the bomb bays of the B-47 and the 8-jet B-52, the most advanced bombers in the U.S. arsenal. The decoy's purpose was to confuse the Russian air defense systems by replicating the radar signature of a large bomber. The head of the Quail flight test was Ralph Saylor, known as the Great White Hunter. Saylor was 6 feet tall, lanky but imposing. He had a sun-bleached crew cut, a great bushy mustache, and crystal blue eyes that peered out from beneath a brown Aussie hat. He was formidable. There was never any doubt about who was in charge of the 200 yards of the McDonnell flight line at Holloman. In short order, he assigned me as the lead flight test engineer for the B-52, with authority over the aircraft. No one got a seat without my okay. My job was to plan the mission, install the launch gear and missiles, test the missile and launch system, and hand the flight test data to the engineers. It was my baby, politics and all. In the meantime, our family continued to grow. On July the 27th, 1959, we were blessed with our second daughter, Lucy. I was nervous and clumsy in my first experience with a new baby, but savored the chance to share Marta's delight. Carmen was walking, not a rare thing, but I would watch for horse mesmerized as she learned to balance, standing uncertainly, then stutter-stepping around the room. We enjoyed our weekends driving through the mountains from Cloudcroft, New Mexico, to the Mescalero Apache Indian Reservation. We formed friendships with the families of the flight test team and, in many ways, it was like being back in the Air Force. Jack Ernst was the ground test conductor and on hot missions, with live missiles to be air-launched, he operated from King 1, the Range Control Center, plotting the armada of chase, photo, and shotgun aircraft that accompanied a Quail launch. He made sure that we observed the range safety boundaries and that we stood by for any test replanning or flight contingencies. Jack was always trying to get volunteers to join him in the Officers Club annual Rattlesnake Roundup. Prowling through the lava beds, Jack had collected several over 6 feet long. He was not easily disturbed by the critters of the desert. In December, shortly after noon one day, I received a call from Jack. "We have a problem," he said. "Meet me in the operations room at Boeing as soon as possible and bring your schematics." I took one of the flight line trams and entered the operations room just as the missile launch operator, Milt Norsworthy, was on the radio from the airborne B-52, explaining his problem. I was extending the lower missile to launch position. Everything was normal, and then I had indications that the launch carriage was gone. "We've lost all power to the missile, but the chase aircraft says that the missile is still in launch position." The implications were immediately evident and they were ominous. Normally, in this condition we could jettison the entire launch assembly. In the current situation, the missile was hanging 2 feet below the B-52's landing gear and we had no control over it. We had only 2 options: land on top of the missile and hope that nothing went boom, or have the crew eject and lose an instrumented B-52 and maybe the Quail program. If we landed, the possible loss of both the aircraft and crew was very real. We had to figure out how to get the crew and the airplane back safely. Landing on top of the missile posed obvious problems. The B-52's main fuel tank vents were aft of the bomb bay, as was the rear landing gear. The engine start tank was on the underside of the Quail and was fueled with explosively flammable ethylene oxide. When we landed, there would be one hell of a ball of flame and, if the missile came off the launch shackles, it would hit the rear landing gear, blowing the tires, tearing out the hydraulics, and possibly igniting vapors from the fuel vent system. The B-52 had plenty of fuel and continued to circle overhead while we discussed the quandary. As the errant B-52 continued to circle the base, there were some wild suggestions, including one for Norseworthy to climb down to the launch gear in the bomb bay and attempt to reconnect the electrical umbilical. I described the rigging of the umbilical and clearly and unequivocally stated, "We are wasting time. There is no way to reconnect the umbilical in flight. We should start working on things we can do." Without a pause, I turned the discussion to other options, brainstorming the problem with my Pacific Air Motive team of mechanics. Bob Brown, McDonnell's best electrical engineer, suggested that if we landed on the missile softly, the pins in the carriage drive motor would shear, allowing the missile to be pushed back up into the bomb bay. We decided that was the best option. Ralph Saylor, the Quail flight test boss, concurred with the recommendation and voiced the plan to Ol Parsons, the B-52 pilot. We then started to look at landing techniques. We were tuned into the discussions between the pilots, who thought there would be little difference between a lakebed or concrete runway landing. All agreed that we should land on foam to smother the flame when the ethylene oxide torched off. Parsons made the decision to land at Holloman and after a practice approach came in for a perfect landing. If ever there was a need for a grease job, it was that day and he pulled it off. After a brief flash of fire, the missile pushed up along the launch track, the B-52's landing gear touched down, and the aircraft continued rolling down the runway to a safe stop, chased by a fleet of fire and rescue vehicles. My team had its first flight test save. By the new year, 1960, we could see the end of the Quail. Competition in sight. We had the winner, and it was time for me to think about moving on. I wanted to return to active duty, citing my B-52 experience and gaining endorsements from both Boeing and McDonnell flight test pilots and management. I was willing to fly anything. I received a standard form letter from the Air Force, turning down my application. The Air Force did not need any more active duty pilots. I was devastated. I had been declared surplus by the Air Force at the age of 27. During lunch at Holloman I often read Aviation Week magazine, searching out news of our competitors and looking for pictures of my B-52. In the spring and summer of 1960, as I worked on the Quail program, the magazine was devoting more and more attention to the Man in Space project. McDonnell Aircraft had experimented with the concepts for a blunt-body ballistic spaceship as early as 1955, when I was there briefly after my graduation from college. In January of 1959, the company was awarded a contract to develop the one-man Mercury spacecraft, and they were expanding their engineering team rapidly. With the flight test program concluding at Holloman, it was time to figure out where to go next. Remembering my chagrin when the Soviets grabbed the high ground with the launch of Sputnik, I decided to move to space. After the Air Force turned down my request to return to active duty, I accelerated my plans when I noticed a small ad in Aviation Week that said, "The NASA Space Task Group is looking for qualified engineers seeking to work in the space program. Project Mercury positions are available at Langley Field, Virginia, and at Cape Canaveral, Florida." I took the advertisement home and talked to Marta. That evening I wrote a letter to the Space Task Group requesting an application for employment. My bosses, Ralph Saylor and George Derner, applauded my choice, but the pilots thought it was a bad call. They derided the civilian space program because the equipment was wingless and fully automatic. The spacecraft were able to function just as well without pilots, they said. They thought man should go into space in winged rocket ships like the X-15. Test pilots labeled Project Mercury a Mickey Mouse operation, a man in a can. Then they said, everything they launch blows up. The rockets did have an unfortunate tendency at launch to keel over on their side, a scene that reappeared frequently in the newsreels. Of the 19 unmanned U.S. rockets launched in 1959, 9 failed their missions. In spite of the risk, I felt I had to press on. I had chosen my direction. I believed that space was the future. I was hired sight unseen, as virtually all of us were in those early days. I mailed my application and a few weeks later received a phone call saying I had been accepted. This was how fast the agency was moving. Driving into Hampton, Virginia, on a dreary, rainy day in October 1960, I felt lost. My unease was not just a product of changing jobs. I missed the desert, missed flying, and suspected that I had made a disastrous mistake. Maybe the pilots were right. Maybe this was a Mickey Mouse deal. Marta and I checked into a motel on Military Drive and camped out there while we looked for a house with enough room for us and our daughters, Carmen and Lucy. Little did I know then that I would not be spending much time at home for the next 3 years. I was familiar with Langley Air Force Base from my flying days, but the material sent to me by NASA gave a much deeper perspective. Congress had funded the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics in 1915 to supervise and direct the scientific study of the problems of flight with a view to their practical solution. In 1917, the first aeronautical laboratory was built at Langley. This was the cradle of early aviation and, as I drove around the base in search of my new home, I felt a reverence for the early pioneers who worked in the labs. Most of the 2-story red brick buildings detected the 1930 sand seemed to emit a musty antique smell. The people of the Space Task Group were young, much like the members of my squadrons in the Air Force. But the similarity ended there. Just looking at the people, you sensed they were radically different. In the military, everyone was cut from a common stencil that allowed only minor variations. Those in the Space Task Group were a rainbow of personalities, mannerisms, and speech. They were friendly, almost collegial, but they did not seem to have the intensity and focus I had experienced elsewhere. They seemed to be dreamers, dealing in ideas rather than actions. I wondered what the hell I had gotten into and how I would fit in. I reported to the personnel office and was directed to walk across the alley to the operations building to find Chris Kritzos, the administrative assistant for operations, who had hired me from Hollowman. Kritzos, a natty dresser with a nasal inflection to his voice, took me down the corridor to my new office. Over the years, I learned to respect Kritzos for his ability to slice through rivers of red tape. He was the mechanic who got things done, and I don't think he ever failed. There were no doors on the offices, so we walked in. The introductions to my office mates were brief and businesslike. Paul Havenstein was an engineer and a naval officer detailed to work in establishing Mercury control. Another engineer, a guy named Paul Johnson, was working on the remote sites. A third, Sigurd Sjöberg, was the assistant to the Mercury flight director, Chris Kraft. Havenstein and Johnson, while pleasant, continued an intense conversation. Only Sjöberg seemed to acknowledge me. I was taken immediately by his friendliness and sincerity. Just talking to him brought a smile, but as I listened to him I saw a depth, a passion, that frequently broke the surface like a trout taking a fly. Sjöberg handed me off to Johnson to learn about me new job. This was the first clue I had about the work I would do. Johnson gave me a 3-page job description of my position on the control team and an IBM book on Mercury control. I had been on board only minutes, and the job description was Greek to me. Johnson said he would get with me later, which, of course, turned out to be those all too short 2 weeks at Cape Canaveral. But even when he wasn't around, he was still my guardian angel in my first, uncertain months in the program. The people of the group were friendly, but unlike the Air Force, they did not go out of their way to make a stranger welcome. Their reserve, combined with their preoccupations, made it tough to get started. Gradually, I got to know the rest of the office: John Hibbert from Bell Labs, the Englishman John Hodge, and Kraft, who answered to Chuck Matthews, the Operations Division Chief. Intense and high-energy types from Britain and Canada milled around like Boy Scouts at their first camp trying to figure out where to place the tents and campfire. They filled critical positions in every work area and much of the important mid-level leadership. Fred Matthews, Tequin Roberts, Rodney Rose, and John Hodge seemed to be everywhere, covering every base. Months later I found this was the elite Avro flight test and design team when the Avro Arrow, the world's top-performing interceptor aircraft, was cancelled by the Canadian government. The engineers came south to the United States and into the Space Task Group, providing much of the instant maturity and leadership needed for Mercury. I found it difficult to believe that the people in my building were the core of the team that would put an American in space. For the first time in my life I felt lost, unqualified, but no one sensed my confusion. Then I thought, maybe they feel just like me. All I knew was that the clock was ticking down to the next launch and, after the Space Task Group's first Mercury Atlas launch disaster, this one had better work. Behind the friendly faces there was an air of formality and an informal pecking order not represented on any organization chart. The local people talked about Tidewater, their little spot in Virginia, as though it was heaven on earth. After coming from the desert and mountains, I wondered if they had ever been out of their home state. The Tidewater group was like a country club, with a bunch of unwritten rules that only the long-time members knew. I soon found that I had some measuring up to do. Kraft advised me to dress up. No more sports shirts and khakis. Then a few days later he said, "Let the secretaries do your work." I had been doing my own typing and other office functions and had offended his secretary. I was out of step. Everyone seemed to be busy and moving to some cadence that I did not hear. I wondered whether I had come so far to be that saddest of all figures, an unnecessary man. Hampton, Virginia, 1960. During the second week, I started to grasp the lines of authority. Kraft's role was like the operations officer in a squadron. He called the shots, assigned the resources. Kraft's leadership style was to state a position that he had thought through and see who would challenge him. Familiar with his technique, Shepard and Hodge would rise to the bait. Kraft liked to lead and at times deliberately injected an emotional content into the discussions by overstating a position, just to see how strongly others felt. Chris and Hodge could really get going, but with Shepard acting as moderator it stayed friendly. I was just an observer and, while most of the dialogue went over my head, I slowly came to realize that since there were no books written on spaceflight, these few were writing them as they went along. This was their style. It was time to join them and pick up part of the workload. I knew about flying, systems, procedures, and checklists. I started to figure out how and where to use my background to fit in. It wasn't easy, nor did I expect it to be. By the time the Gemini program got rolling, I knew my job much better. I looked forward to stepping into the flight director's shoes and taking charge. 6. Gemini, the twins. The astrologers loved the Gemini project. Gemini was one of the 12 constellations of the zodiac, the sign of the twins, and one controlled by Mercury, a perfect label for a spacecraft flying a two-man crew. This program walled the training ground for the lunar landing. To reach the moon, we needed to develop new skills in mission planning, in the rendezvous and docking of two spaceships, in performing on-orbit maneuvers. Computers had to be abruptly yanked out of laboratories and made operational. Our mission duration had to virtually double with each flight until we reached 14 days, the longest possible lunar mission duration. Then there was the matter of pride. We were tired of being second best in space. We were reaching for the brass ring, an American manned space record. With two spacecraft, the manned Gemini and the unmanned Agena rendezvous target, we doubled our risk and the burden of responsibility. We now had two guys with fishbowls on their heads, sharing a cramped cabin and flying higher and farther than anyone before them. They were also flying untested state-of-the-art systems. The Gemini spacecraft looked like the Mercury capsule, but if you peeled off the skin, you could see a profound difference. An onboard computer provided the capabilities for precision navigation and maneuvers. Fuel cells and cryogenics allowed longer mission duration, bipropellant rocket engines were more efficient, and the propellant fuels were storable. The Gemini technologies were new and alien, the engineering so complex it bordered on pure science. My engineering knowledge had expanded only in a practical sense after my college years, with the exception of a brief experience with a computer on board the supersonic F-100 Super Sabre. My knowledge of digital systems was non-existent. I was a dinosaur stumbling forward into a technical revolution. Tech Roberts' digitalized control center was taking shape at the new manned spacecraft center in Houston. Many of us were quite nervous about, even suspicious of, computers, but they were inevitable. Automation allowed us to stay ahead of the escalating risks of spaceflight. With radically improved ground data systems and a deeper knowledge of the Gemini spacecraft systems, we gained greater control from the ground and enhanced our capability to support the astronauts. This was a whole new ballgame. The tracking stations were now using digital systems and 2.4 kilobit-second high-speed data transmissions. The Mercury requirement for multiple voice communications was relaxed to once per orbit for Gemini, allowing the 13 manned Mercury sites to be reduced to 6, including the 2 tracking ships. The Mercury veterans gave us a foundation to build on. Now, with only 6 sites to staff, the control team skills were the highest in our brief history. We reinforced our existing teams with the first generation of college graduates who had grown up in space. Young engineers schooled in the new technologies were matched with the Mercury veterans, and jointly they marched to the edge of knowledge, technology, and experience. During the Gemini years, the Kranz family continued to grow. We were back to girls. Our daughter Bridget was born on February 15, 1964. We considered her and Mark our twins because they were born 11 months apart. That was a pretty tight formation. After Gordon Cooper splashed down in May of 1963, nearly 2 years passed between the last Mercury and the first manned Gemini launch, 22 months and 1 week. We needed every precious minute. The Mercury debriefings indicated that in the unforgiving and fast-moving world of space, the personal abilities of controllers and the quality of data feeding into the console were key to the controller's performance. Learn by doing kicked into high gear in Project Gemini. Flight controllers from my branch deployed to the contractor facilities. Returning with bundles of the drawings used to manufacture and test the spacecraft and boosters. We studied the manufacturing and test data and then prepared schematics and performance plots on each of the spacecraft systems. This data was then used in our classroom studies, also taught by the controllers. When the schematics and training were completed, the controllers turned to the flight procedures, then to the mission rules. Only after we thoroughly understood the design and operation of the spacecraft, did controllers focus on the Mission Control Center, designing our displays and laying out our consoles. During the years preceding our first Gemini mission, we lived as a team, accumulating vital data, preparing the mission plan, and teaching each other. We were ready to start only when we trusted our data and trusted each other. the relationships that developed between the controllers and their families. On Flight Controller Ali were both personal and professional, and it was not long before they turned to the social and the athletic. One evening while standing on the corner talking, Dutch casually stated, "How about coming out to Ellington with me tonight? I'm thinking about starting to play judo again, they have a pretty good coach who is forming a team." This invitation started me on a decade-long love for the sport of judo, the gentle art. When I was issued the invitation, I did not know that Dutch and John Llewellyn had been playing the sport for years and were brown and black belts, respectively. I was the new guy on the block. Our primary instructor was the Houston Marine recruiting sergeant, and his team was top-notch in the Armed Forces Judo Association, in which we competed for promotion. We looked forward to moving into our new permanent offices at NASA near Clear Lake, outside Houston. Inside the old Stallmeyer's plant where we had been, the constant hassle to make more room for the incoming rookie controllers had us all but sitting in each other's laps. I compounded the floor space problem there when I brought in a cockpit trainer for the controllers. Electrical cords stretched across the floor and under the drafting boards and desks. People treaded lightly near the mock-up, walking around it like a swamp. But I wanted the control team to know the cockpit as well as the crew did. I spent hours in the plywood and cardboard replica until it became as familiar to me as my console in the Mission Control Center. The controllers practiced blindfold drills, sitting in the cockpit, reaching out and touching each switch or running through each of the checklists until they had the intuitive feel for the crew's every procedure. That was comparable to what we did when preparing to fly jets. We would have a blindfolded cockpit drill, with an instructor leaning over your shoulder. This enabled you to find any switch, at any time, under any flight environment. That was exactly the kind of proficiency and self-confidence I wanted my controllers to develop. Shortly after noon, on November 22, 1963, Maureen Bowen, Mel Brooks's secretary, burst into my office, her face drained and white. She said, "Kennedy has been shot in Dallas. Connie just heard it on the radio." The shock spread through the building. We hung on to each radio report. Someone found a television set and we congregated around the drafting tables. Tears were coursing down the faces of Kennedy's moonstruck recruits. John Kennedy had inspired us with his vision. One by one, we left work to grieve in private. The flag was at half-staff in our hearts. The Vice President, Lyndon Johnson, who as the Senate Majority Leader had been instrumental in passing the Space Act, was sworn in as the 36th President on the plane that carried Kennedy's body back to Washington. We now looked to him for leadership. We were confident that he would carry out JFK's commitment. But none of us will ever forget what it was like to live through that incredibly sad weekend when America came to a stop, stunned by this tragedy. At Mission Control and throughout NASA, in our hearts we resolved to honor John Kennedy's memory by meeting the challenge he had set for us. Midway through the interval between Mercury and Gemini, Hodge, Lunny, Andy were named as flight directors for the Gemini and Apollo missions. The short intervals between the planned missions, less than 2 months, high flight rate, up to 6 missions per year, and long flight duration, up to 14 days, demanded around-the-clock operations in mission control. The announcement in August of 1964 was a hell of a nice present for my 31st birthday. I was no longer flying craft's wing, I now had my own team to lead. To differentiate the teams for training and mission support, the flight directors chose identifying colors. Kraft chose it for his team, Hodge blue, and I selected white for mine. At a later date, Lunny chose black as his team color. In Mercury, the decision process seemed to be a shared responsibility between Kraft and Walt Williams. At the conclusion of Mercury, Kraft knew that the flight director must have the authority to make the final decision and more. Autonomy within his team. The operations director's role had to be advisory rather than supervisory. Kraft's job description, when he was Mercury flight director, had included words such as directs, controls, monitors, and approves. But Chris had gotten tired of having someone sitting above him. For Gemini, he began rewriting the definition. The mission rules are the flight director's Bible, and in that document he inserted this new description. The flight director may, after analysis of a flight, take any action necessary for mission success. This was about as clear as a job description will ever get. So the flight director no longer shared authority. He was now the guy in charge. We had plenty of other job descriptions to lay out. For example, the Titan II booster for Gemini was equipped with a primary and secondary guidance system, plus the ability to switch between the systems in flight. Since the switchover cues were determined by the flight trajectory, a guidance position was established in the trajectory team. Responsibility for the Gemini spacecraft systems was split between two engineers. One was accountable for the guidance, navigation, control, and propulsion systems. He was assigned the communications call sign GNC. Guidance systems provide the computations or corrective actions to achieve a set of orbital conditions, or to reach a target. Navigation systems determine the position, velocity, and orientation of the spacecraft. Control systems use guidance information to compute and provide pointing, steering, and engine start and stop commands. The second engineer was given the electrical, environmental, and communication systems, call sign Econ. With longer and more complicated missions, we established support staff rooms to assist the front room controllers. Midway in the Gemini program, we further expanded the team to accommodate the Lockheed Agena rocket that would be used as the rendezvous target. January 1965. Gemini 2 was the first mission requiring controller support. Gemini 1 was an unmanned Gemini launch on a Titan II rocket on April 8, 1964. The Cape MCC flight support was limited to an informal evaluation of the Titan rocket systems and launch trajectory support by the booster and trajectory controllers. The dummy spacecraft was not recovered. The game plan for Gemini 2 took Kraft and me to the Cape for what we hoped would be penultimate Cape deployment. The construction and much of the testing of the Houston Mission Control Center, MCCH, was completed. John Hodge headed the checkout team in Houston that would monitor Gemini 2 from the new Mission Control Center. After 2 successful missions in a monitoring mode, the mission control functions would be transferred from the Cape to Houston. Kraft and I were sharing a 2-bedroom efficiency apartment to stretch the per diem. The arrangement was convenient since the living area provided enough room for us to spread out all the material we had to work on to study the endless details involved in a launch. This mission was to be a simple lob shot, much like Alan Shepard's, but without a pilot. The goal in Gemini 2 was to check out the Titan's propulsion and guidance system, and its ability to steer along the planned launch trajectory. This would place the Gemini on a path to test the heat shield and reentry. An automatic sequencer controlled the entire mission. The only role of the control team was to issue backup commands if the sequencer failed. 2 ships were deployed downrange to monitor the 18-minute flight. Ed Vendel was a rookie flight controller assigned to lead one of the ship's teams. In Gander, Newfoundland, he was the voice on the radio guiding pilots to safe landings in blizzards, and later, at the Cape, he worked in range control. A hard-driving perfectionist, Ed was perfect for Gemini, and he inherited responsibility for a computer-driven remote site system that was marginally ready to do its assigned job. To prepare for my role as a flight director, I essentially became Kraft's understudy. The pre-mission responsibilities were vast. The flight director developed the mission game plan, ascertained that each test objective was scheduled, verified the network readiness, made sure that his control team was fully trained, and came up with a contingency plan in case things went wrong. Throughout the pre-mission period, the flight director oversaw the mission control, network, and team readiness, and provided the flight operations go-no-go at the reviews preceding the start of the launch countdown. Each evening, Chris and I would meet in the apartment, and I would listen to him run through the long list of open items for the first unmanned launch. As troubles mushroomed in the thruster and seat tests, he became obsessed with ensuring that the control team was capable of detecting and responding to any problems in flight. Craft gave me the authority to do anything needed to get on top of our job. I told him I had been marching my controllers in this direction for a long time. This was my first experience in the go-no-go world in which Craft lived. At launch -6 days, Craft got sicker than hell. He couldn't even leave the apartment. I knew it was bad when he told me to cover the final simulation, pad tests, and pre-launch briefings. I wondered what he would do if he did not recover for the launch. Each day as I returned, I waited for his word, half expecting him to tell me to step into his seat. While I prayed for his swift recovery, I have to admit that I also liked the idea of filling his shoes for the first time. Craft told me to go ahead with the briefings. Nervous as a cat in a rocking chair factory, I conducted the final readiness reviews. It finally dawned on me that I might actually have to do the launch, and I looked around for a security blanket, a way to mentally power down when I needed. A copy of Sports Illustrated, with a cover photo of an awesomely attractive young woman in a one-piece black and red swimsuit, was on the table. I cut out the photo and slipped it inside the plastic cover sheet of my mission book. Whatever happened, I would have her image with me at the console. Craft recovered through sheer willpower. As I watched him get dressed for launch day, impeccable in a crisply starched shirt and tie, I was relieved. With Chris firmly ensconced in the flight director's seat, my job on Gemini 2 was simply to make sure the control teams were go, and the data flow met the pre-launch requirements. During the brief test flight, the mission controllers would send ground commands to back up the automatic sequencer in the Gemini. These commands would separate the Gemini from the Titan rocket, fire the separation rockets, initiate the turnaround maneuver for reentry, etc. I used 2 stopwatches. One started at liftoff, and another started at Titan rocket shutdown to cue the controllers to send their commands. On my call, the controllers issued the commands to back up the onboard sequencer. The press was allowed inside the control room. Launch coverage was provided by fixed cameras and lights on both sides of the room, with a roving camera coupled by an umbilical to a recorder. We weren't going live with this one, but we would be live on later launches. It seemed excessive coverage for a simple lob shot, but it was a launch that kicked off the next round in the race to the moon. As the countdown progressed through the last few seconds before launch, the lights turned on, the room momentarily bathed in brilliant white, while the cameras whirred. I had a fleeting urge to call out, "Lights, camera, action!" Then everything in mission control turned black as the Titan lifted off. It was so dark I could not read my stopwatches. We had been plunged into a power failure because of the overload caused by the TV lighting. The only illumination in the room came from the small buttons on the Western Electric intercom sets, which were provided with a battery backup. Working blind, I listened to the reports from the launch pad. Unable to do anything, the controllers in the dark monitored reports coming in from the ships. Downrange. When Hodge didn't hear my backup command calls, he reported missions to Tusto Craft from his console at the new control center in Houston. The teams were prepared for anything except a total blackout. Gemini 2 was in reentry and the mission virtually over before we were able to restore electrical power. The Titan rocket and Gemini spacecraft performed flawlessly and Hodge's team in Houston tracked the entire mission. Craft's debriefing was short and curt. "Find out what happened," he barked, "and fix it so it never happens again." We soon determined that when the press powered up their lights and cameras, the surge momentarily overloaded the circuit breakers and cut the power to the entire control center at the Cape. Houston made sure there would be no such snafus in the future. Critical systems were reassigned between two separate electrical circuits powered by three different electrical sources. And the press was required to provide its own power. The mission was declared a success and the team returned to Houston, enduring the cheerful put-downs of the Houston controllers who had participated in the mission. In debriefing, Hodge jokingly told Kraft he should carry a flashlight with him for Gemini 3, the final mission to be controlled from the Cape. Kraft didn't laugh. March 1965. Almost overnight, it seemed we were back at the Cape in the final days of preparation for the first manned Gemini mission. This 3-orbit flight test involved a large number of maneuvers to check out the propulsion and guidance systems and the new onboard computer, the first ever used in space. Gus Grissom had been selected as the pilot of America's first two-man spacecraft with John Young as his co-pilot. Bright and exuberant, Young was a Navy pilot from the second class of 9 astronauts. We now had 3 astronaut groups, including a new breed of scientist astronaut, competing for a handful of flights. Since the spacecraft would do 3 orbits, the sites at Carnarvon, Australia, and Hawaii were critical to the preparation for deorbit and entry. Dan Hunter, who was leading my operations section, anchored the team at Carnarvon. During the final week of testing, the network achieved readiness and I gave the go to Kraft for the remote site teams. Many of the early astronauts, in particular Slayton and Shepard, doubted that Capcoms who weren't astronauts could stand up to the pressure of time-critical decisions and communications. They believed that only an astronaut should get the job as the remote site Capcom. I disagreed. My remote site teams had matured. In my view, astronauts assigned to remote sites were observers given the job of assisting the controllers if that became necessary. In any event, 5 days before the launch, Slayton deployed astronauts Charles, Pete, Conrad and Neil Armstrong to Carnarvon and Hawaii, respectively, continuing the tradition of stationing astronauts at critical positions on the ground track. Hunter and Conrad were both men of strong conviction. But given orders, they would salute their leader and then execute with few questions asked. 3 days before launch, the mission readiness review was concluded, and the time had arrived to begin the countdown. After a great meal at Ramone's Supper Club, Kraft and I returned to the apartment we were still sharing. We went over the next day's schedule and then retired for the night. It seemed like we had barely dropped off to sleep when I heard a loud pounding on the door in the hall. Someone shouted, "Chris, we got a problem." It sounded like Slayton. I rapidly pulled on a shirt and pants, wondering what the hell had happened. By the time I emerged, Kraft and Slayton were in a heated argument. Deke was exclaiming, "Damn it, Chris, get your guy under control." Kraft then went no-say-to-nos with Slayton. I felt that within seconds the dispute would escalate beyond shouting. Then, magically, both realized it was time to de-escalate but not back down. Like 2 junkyard dogs, they circled. Slowly, I realized that Hunter and Conrad had tangled at Carnarvon over who was in charge of the site during the mission. Conrad had quoted Hunter as saying, "Kranz put me in charge, and if you give me any more trouble, I want your ass out of the control room." Conrad, a Navy carrier pilot and new astronaut, was not about to take that from anyone. Besides, Slayton had told Conrad that he was in charge. Kraft finally got Slayton calmed down. It was around 3 a.m. by then. Chris agreed he would write out some guidance for the teams at Carnarvon and Hawaii in the morning. In preparation for a mission, the tracking stations worked on the same schedule as the controllers, so Hunter was on site when I kayed on the conference loop the next morning. I briefly mentioned Deke's outburst and asked him what the devil was going on out there. Hunter said, "Conrad arrived and proceeded to take over." Then the maintenance and operations staff and the site manager came to me and wanted to know who to take their orders from. I told them Conrad wouldn't know an acquisition aid if it fell on him. If Carnarvon wants to support the mission, they damned well better take their orders from me. The acquisition aid is a piece of equipment used to lock on the capsule signals and point the site antennas. The site staff, he concluded, is still not sure who is in charge and they want a teletype directive to cover their ass. I told Hunter I would get on it, terminated the voice conference, turned and briefed Kraft on Hunter's side of the story. With 2 days until launch, Kraft was not about to get into a hassle with Slayton over roles and responsibilities. Conrad was an unknown quantity to me and I thought we could paper over the differences until after the mission, then resolve it properly. This turned out to be a serious mistake. Working with Kraft, I drafted a message that clearly reiterated the job description of the remote site Capcom job, assigning Hunter the overall site responsibility. When Slayton arrived, Kraft handed him the report and the argument in the apartment started all over again, only this time before a large audience in mission control. "Damn it, Chris," Deke snapped, "if we are not going to put my astronauts in charge, it was a Wastato send them." Kraft cut him off. "Deke, I don't have time to argue. We will put Hunter in charge of the site operations and Conrad in charge during real time." The deal was cut. Kraft marked up the changes and I had the instructions teletyped to the Carnarvon and Hawaii Capcoms. The next day, launch -1, the entire network was called up for a final review of the mission rules and procedures. At the end of the call, Kraft began polling the sites for any open issues. When Hunter came on the line, he said, "I've got Conrad here. And I'd like to understand the teletype you sent yesterday." I passed Kraft the message and he briefly summarized the content. The whole world, at least our part of it, was listening as Hunter continued. "This message does not resolve anything. When I get back, I am going to frame it and hang it on the wall in my crapper." Controllers around the world listened, stunned. Kraft was speechless, and Hunter knew he had said too much. At the limits of his patience, a furious Chris snarled, "You've got your orders, young man." Following the launch -1 day briefing with the tracking stations, we adjourned to the beach house that had been provided for the astronauts by Life magazine, who had exclusive rights to publish their personal stories, approved reluctantly by NASA. Grissom and Young, totally unaware of the Carnarvon flap, had invited Kraft, the controllers, and astronauts Cooper, Shepard, and Gene Cernan for a brief get-together prior to launch. I was preoccupied with how I was going to save Hunter's career when he returned to Houston. Since Slayton was not in the MCC for the L1 briefing, he was unaware of the friction he had helped unleash. Now he walked in and greeted Kraft with a cheery "How's it going, Chris?" Kraft, still fuming from his discussion with Hunter, didn't respond. Instead, he made it clear he had no interest in talking to Slayton and walked over to Grissom. The customary mixing between the astronauts and controllers was missing. Controllers were in a group on one side of the room, the astronauts on the other, hovering around Grissom and Young. It was like a wedding in which the bride's side and the groom's side were strangers to one another. You could almost hear the usher, "Friend of the bride? Friend of the groom?" Approaching nightfall, the controllers, especially John Llewellyn, had had enough to drink, and, as we were getting ready to leave, their feelings surfaced. Llewellyn responded to some remark from Shepard. By the time I got there, the two were going at it, Llewellyn yelling, "You better hope that Hunter covers Conrad's ass. If he doesn't, you can kiss Carnarvon goodbye for this mission." I grabbed John, moving him toward the door with Shepard on our heels. Llewellyn, forever the Marine, then commented on Shepard's Navy background and again, to his face, said, "I got more Purple Hearts than you'll ever see in your lifetime, you SOB." I corralled Llewellyn again and hustled him outside, where a very concerned mission control team jammed him into a car and drove him back to the motel. This was no way to run a mission, and I hoped and prayed that cooler heads would prevail the next morning when we prepared to launch. We needed Llewellyn, And we needed a united team, controllers and astronauts, at every site, in the control center, and in the spacecraft. Living as we did in an environment that combined the temperament of a football training camp and the confinement of a submarine, with ego and pride all around, as well as relentless pressure, I sometimes wondered why an occasional bloody brawl didn't break out. March 23, 1965, Gemini Titan III. The first manned flight in a program evokes many emotions in me. Seated at the console next to Craft, I was about to enter a new age, not unlike the leap from the Wright brothers' Flyer to the fighter aircraft of the 1930s, bypassing 2 decades of normal development. With Gemini, we were stepping directly into the future. The incident involving Hunter and Conrad was far from my mind as the countdown progressed smoothly to liftoff. A brief hold just before launch was the only glitch, and then the Molly Brown was on its way. Just as every fighter pilot gets to name his aircraft, Grissom and Young assigned that name to their capsule. Since Grissom had lost his first spacecraft, Liberty Bell 7, when the hatch blew off at splashdown, Molly Brown, the unsinkable heroine of a Broadway musical who survived the Titanic disaster, seemed a logical choice of name for his second spacecraft. This astronaut combination proved to be a splendid one. Both had only the single desire to fly and were pure joy to work with. A 3-orbit mission has to go by the numbers. The race limited time to experiment, troubleshoot, or innovate. Grissom and Young's first orbit was devoted to abbreviated checks of the spacecraft, and the second included a brief series of experiments. In the third orbit, the propulsion and control systems were tested, gradually lowering the orbit so the deorbit maneuver could be completed with the reaction control jets, if the retro rockets failed. Fortunately, the deorbit was normal. Molly Brown's flight was flawless, with only minor technical problems to be worked out. The press and medics blew one item out of proportion. Just prior to launch, Skirra slipped Young a corned beef sandwich he had purchased at Wolfie's restaurant. To our amazement, some were offended, up to and including members of Congress. Skirra had thought his catering service was a practical alternative to the bite-sized freeze-dried chicken and beef pot roast provided by the medics. The mission debriefing was held in the auditorium, attended by the staff of the program office, engineering, and the astronauts. After a meticulous walkthrough of the pre-launch and flight periods on an event-by-event basis, we listed the open issues for the subsequent mission. At the conclusion of the debriefing, I asked the flight controllers to stay, and when all visitors departed, we secured the doors. The room was silent as I again climbed the stairs to the stage. They knew what was coming. Discipline. If you remember only one thing from this debriefing, I want you to remember one word: discipline. Controllers require judgment, cool heads, and they must lead their team. Leadership, judgment, and a cool head were not evident at Carnarvon. I understand how conflicts can raise tempers, but I also expect control. We are the last line of defense for our crews. We let a small incident escalate into a major flap that involved the entire operation. It was a distraction that we should have put behind us. We lost track of our objective. I took a breath and continued, our mission will always come first. Nothing must get between our mission and us, nothing. Discipline is the mark of a great controller. That is all. The auditorium was silent as I stomped off the stage and left the room. The military has long used the command and control principle, and now it was formalized in mission control. The Hunter episode finally defined the role of Craft's organization. Provoked by the incident, Craft sat down with Slayton and cut a new deal that gave the crew control of the spacecraft and gave the ground command of the mission. The overall mission responsibility now rested clearly with Chris Craft, his flight directors, and the remote site Capcoms. Slayton sent his astronauts to the remote sites as observers for one final mission. Hunter transferred to Goddard Space Flight Center and performed as the Madrid tracking station manager during Apollo Hunter had fought the battle and lost, but he helped to win the war for flight control. 7. White flight. As we celebrated the success of Grissom and Young on Gemini 3, the Russians were also celebrating. We would soon learn that 5 days earlier, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Leonov had become the world's first spacewalker, venturing outside the cabin and stepping into the void. On his return, Leonov delivered a speech from the top of Lenin's tomb, flanked by the Kremlin leadership. Leonov predicted that the time is drawing close when people will pass over from orbital flights around the Earth to interplanetary flights, and will go to the Moon, Mars, and Venus. The United States had yet to set a manned space flight record. Every member in flight control was aware of our opportunity in the Gemini program to set records for rendezvous, docking, duration, and extravehicular operations. We were confident that our turn was coming. April 1965. The primary objective of Gemini 4 was to obtain long-term flight experience. We were going to 4 days in space, which would be longer than all of our flights combined in Mercury and Gemini. To that point, the Apollo lunar missions were being planned to last from 9 to 14 days, and we had to prove our capacity for missions of that length. From a mission control standpoint, this would be our first full-blown test of the new space center and the new technologies, as well as the first mission to operate on a 3-shift basis. We had 3 teams operating 24 hours a day. The shifts were generally 8 hours long, with a 1-hour handover at each end. We saw no reason to juggle them much more than that. The crew in the Gemini capsule was awake about 16 hours and working in flight testing for about 12 hours. When the astronauts were awake, they were in the execute phase, so termed because they were executing the flight plan. This was the core of their workday. Craft would normally cover most of that period with his red team. My team's 8-hour shift covered the systems shift, which started with the Gemini crew preparing for sleep. During this shift we would put the crew to sleep, then look at any glitches in the spacecraft. We would check how much consumables had been used, oxygen, water, and so forth, and develop workarounds to cope with problems. We used this information to assess mission progress. We had to keep a very careful count of the rate of use of consumables in order to achieve the mission's desired duration. The 3rd shift, Hodge's Blue Team, was the planning shift. They took the data we had gathered and devised a daily flight plan, gave the crew a wake-up call, and briefed them on the activities they would be carrying out during their workday. The Gemini 4 mission, with astronauts Jim McDivitt and Ed White, was my coming out as a flight director. First operation totally controlled from the new Mission Control Center in Houston. I liked the systems shift, it was an engineer's dream. My white team sorted out the problems and developed fixes so that the mission could proceed as planned. During the mission, no one called me Kranz, I now answered to the name of flight. 1 week after the Gemini 3 mission, I completed the summary of the flight controller debriefing and carried the report to Kraft's office. While giving Chris a brief verbal summary, I noticed he was not paying attention. He turned to me and said, "I hope you're ready as a flight director for Gemini 4 because I have a job I want you to do for me." He walked across the room and closed the door. Chris wanted to know how things were going as I prepared for my first shift as a flight director. Then he turned to a new subject. "We had a damned good mission," he said. "The spacecraft did well and now it's time to stretch a bit more. We're going for 4 days, you know that. What you don't know is that we're going to try to do an EVA, extravehicular activity. Since January, Ed White has been in training for a possible spacewalk. We have scheduled altitude chamber tests with the spacesuit, chest pack, and umbilical to be run in a couple of weeks. We've just about caught up with the Russians, now we can set our own records." Chris never wasted words, his instructions were invariably clear and concise. "I want you to work with the engineering team in the crew systems division. We are going to do an EVA if we can get the equipment ready in time. I want you to write the rules and put together the data package we will need to carry out the mission." I was reminded of the day when Kraft first sent me down to the Cape, simply telling me, "Here's a job that needs to be done and I trust you. Do it." Kraft started pacing. "This is risky," he went on, "but I think it is worth the shot at getting a spacewalk on McDivitt's mission." So I began leading 2 lives in flight control. Daily, I worked at running the flight control branch and preparing as a flight director to lead my team on Gemini 4. I left work at 5 p.m., went home for dinner, then returned to work on the EVA plan. Each night I worked with the task force's spectacular engineers, sitting in on briefings and studying the spacesuit's operations, and then went back to my office to work into the night writing the rules for this high-profile mission. ACI was preparing for flight director duties and developing what I dubbed Plan X for the EVA. Marta had to take on all the work and planning for our move to Dickinson, Texas, 10 miles south and about a 20-minute drive from Mission Control Center. Our family had outgrown our Hussein flight controller alley. The EVA task force was the most powerfully creative effort I had witnessed to date in the space program. Astronauts, technicians, doctors, and engineers in a huddle, 1 minute discussing wrapping the 25-foot umbilical in a figure-8 layout in its bag, another minute reviewing movies of Leonov's spacewalk, obtained from Russian TV, while commenting on his body position and the mechanism used to tether him to the ship. The task force had to meet several deadlines and, as more top-level NASA management got involved, it was tough to keep a lid on what was going on in order to prevent leaks to the press. Our objective was to have the hardware qualified and planning for the EVA in place by launch minus 14 days. I was uneasy. I wanted a full briefing on the EVA systems and procedures for the teams prior to deploying to the remote sites. The orders came down, no briefings. But Kraft agreed I could use my secretary, Sue Irwin, to type the materials for the flight controllers. Data pack, and use Ed Findell, assigned to Carnarvon, to prepare a data pack for the EVA go-no-go sites. Sue was a tough-minded, tough-talking rodeo barrel race rider who had broken a leg when her horse fell on her, but had never stopped competing. Absolutely intolerant of foul language, of which more than a little was heard in the hallowed halls of MCC, and a woman with a radiant smile, she was the key to sanity in the wild world of flight control during the weeks prior to a mission. After I had worked many extra hours with the task force for a month, the tight-knit flight controller community started to suspect something was up. The final equipment qualification for the EVA would not be completed before we held the mission deployment briefings. After the mission briefings on May 10th, the remote site Capcoms were called into my office and handed a double-sealed envelope. Only when given specific direction by me would they open the package. If no direction was given, the packages were to be returned unopened. The Capcoms picked up the envelopes, about half an inch thick. Inside the envelope was another package labeled neatly in 1-inch letters, Plan X. The cover sheet for the data pack read: "The mission rules and flight plan are to be used with the data you already have. However, these rules cover flight plan activities you have not heretofore considered, i.e., booster rendezvous and extravehicular activity." This brief note was a hell of a way for the controllers to learn of America's first EVA. The remote site teams would be on their own, but at the MCC we had the talent of the engineers who developed the EVA equipment at our fingertips. The second element of Plan X involved an attempted rendezvous with the Titan booster to obtain experience in flying formation, closer station keeping with another object in space. With McDivitt flying in close enough, White could use his nitrogen-powered zip gun to propel him toward the Titan booster stage. The zip gun was a T-shaped EVA maneuvering device. It had a pistol grip and 2 small thrusters at the ends and used nitrogen as the propellant gas. I thought this was pretty sporty for the first American EVA. One of my primary responsibilities was team building. I remembered a key method we used in the Air Force to weld rugged individualists into a cohesive working group. A squadron insignia is used to give a group of fighter pilots a unique identity. It binds them together as a team. While I was flying the Super Sabrit Myrtle Beach, Marta and I had volunteered to paint the squadron insignia on the ready room doors. Marta made scarves with our insignia for several of the pilots. She understood the need for team cohesion in a high-risk business. I discussed my concerns about the white team's training with Marta one evening. As we talked, she said, "Jean, white is your team color. Why don't I make you a white vest to wear when you are on console? You can use it as your team insignia." Somewhat skeptical, I told her to give it a shot. I would make up my mind later on whether to wear it. The press kit for Gemini 4 was released on May the 21st, 14 days before liftoff. In it was a single page describing an EVA from an earlier plan. People immediately started to speculate on the possibility that there would be an EVA on this mission. We had only one final week of training when the word came down from headquarters, "We are go for EVA." I transmitted a message to all sites directing the Capcoms to open the Plan X package, and I set up an all-sites conference call the following morning. Around the globe, the plan was read, no doubt, with murmurs of disbelief that we would try for our first EVA without benefit of any training. The flight surgeons, in particular, were incensed because they had virtually no data on crew performance during the suited altitude chamber tests. Today we would not dare take this kind of risk, but at this point we were determined to at least catch up with the Russians, if not pass them. Capcom Ed Findel's team would give the go for the EVA on the second orbit at Carnarvon, Australia, and then Ed White would step outside the spacecraft at sunrise over Hawaii. The EVA would be concluded over the Cape. The remote site teams burned the midnight oil to learn enough Orbital EVA to ask the right questions at the scheduled briefing the next day. Crew systems engineers briefed the remote site and the control teams on the overall plan and details of the qualification testing. Then I briefed them on the EVA go-no-go mission rules. Craft wrapped it up with a brief pep talk. I could feel the confidence grow in the control teams worldwide. Craft's ability to use just the right words for the occasion was a rare gift. He was able to convince everyone who worked for him that no matter how steep the odds or how great the risks, we would succeed. Just the sound of his voice on the conference loop would give a young, inexperienced controller at some desolate site the confidence essential for doing his job. All of us who grew up in flight control learned how to use our own versions of this confidence-building technique that Craft taught by example. An electric shock passed through John Aaron when he learned of his role during the briefing. John, the son of an Oklahoma rancher father and minister mother, had trained in college to be a teacher of physics and mathematics, but on the advice of a friend applied to the space program at graduation. Now, just 1 year out of Southwest Oklahoma State College, John was Craft's Red Team engineer in charge of the Gemini life support, electrical, and communications systems during the first American EVA. To this day John remains the most respected engineer ever to work in mission control. He was a superb mentor for younger, less experienced engineers. He would eventually become NASA's space station manager and then the station's chief engineer. June 3, 1965, Gemini Titan IV. The maturing technical prowess of the launch team gave us a nearly perfect countdown, with only a minor glitch in lowering the erector that placed the rocket in a vertical position for launch. After a brief hold, the count resumed and Craft gave the go for launch. Gemini 4 had a large number of objectives. During a 4-day mission, we had scheduled the booster rendezvous, the EVA, an array of in-flight maneuvers, and 11 scientific experiments. Each Gemini mission would explore some of the many unknowns of spaceflight and test the new technologies needed for the eventual moon landing. With less than 2 years remaining before the first scheduled Apollo manned launch, we needed to race through our adolescence and grow up fast. All 3 flight directors were in the MCC for launch. Hodge had run the count from booster fueling through crew wake-up, with Craft picking up when the crew squeezed into the Gemini spacecraft. Shortly after liftoff, the Titan went through a brief period of pogo, a violent chugging that, if sustained, can cause the rocket to break up. During pogo, we had heard Jim McDivitt's reports in staccato, then it smoothed out as the Titan raced toward engine cutoff. The new control center was humming, the computers cranking out the go-no-go recommendations to the flight dynamics team, the controllers smoothly reporting to craft. 5.5 minutes after liftoff, McDivitt reported booster cutoff. He waited until the booster thrust had decayed and 20 seconds later fired capsule separation pyrotechnics and then maneuvered away from the booster with the Gemini thrusters. After he turned around, he saw the booster about the length of a football field away. McDivitt braked the Gemini and briefly fired thrusters to close the gap. Minutes later, perplexed, he reported the booster was now moving away and down from the Gemini capsule. In mission control, Llewellyn stood up at the retro console and started talking over the intercom to craft. Gesturing with his hands, like a cab driver in Rome, he was trying to explain what was causing problems for McDivitt. AST reports came in, and with night rapidly descending, McDivitt again thrust toward the slowly tumbling booster. The range increased to 2,000 feet, then appeared to decrease and then increase again during the night. Coming into daylight, the booster was now over 3 miles away. McDivitt checked his fuel quantity, conferred with craft, and, observing the cutoff limits, terminated the attempt to rendezvous with the booster. I sat in the MCC. I was baffled by the problems. Unwittingly, Jim had kicked open the door to the mysteries of orbital mechanics, and I had a new respect for Lonnie and Llewellyn, who quickly mastered the mysteries of trajectory control. After the mission we reconstructed McDivitt's maneuvers. Following separation he was ahead of the booster in orbit, and as he thrust toward the booster he was performing a retrograde, slowing down, maneuver. As the spacecraft slowed down it went into a lower orbit. To balance the force of gravity, a spacecraft in a lower orbit, no matter how slightly lower, must travel faster than one in a higher orbit. Thus, by slowing down, McDivitt was descending and going faster, pulling away from the booster's orbit. In the trajectory world you have to reset your mental gyroscope. Orbital mechanics are counterintuitive, particularly for someone used to flying an aircraft, which follows an entirely different set of rules. I realized then that orbital mechanics was something else I needed to learn a lot more about, particularly if I wanted to be ready for the far more complex orbital maneuvers involved in a rendezvous. While McDivitt was chasing the booster, Ed White did the best he could to complete the preparation for the EVA, which was scheduled to start over Hawaii at the end of the second orbit. McDivitt looked at the timeline. Since the EVA would expose the Gemini and its occupants to a vacuum, with nothing between them and instant death but the thin fabric of their spacesuits, he decided to postpone the EVA to the following orbit to make sure all checklist items were completed. John Aaron, seated with the crew systems engineers at the console, welcomed the delay. It bought them some badly needed time. They had been having trouble keeping in sync with Whitey's. He proceeded with his checklist. Using the delay to the third orbit, the astronauts had ticked off the items on the checklist and were now ready for the EVA. Findell, at Carnarvon, made the call. Gemini 4, your spacecraft's looking great. You are go to depressurize, the spacecraft. The oxygen pressure in the spacecraft was gradually reduced from 5.2 pounds per square inch, 1/3 of what we experience on Earth, to 3 psi. With the pressure suits inflated, White and McDivitt carefully checked out their suit systems, making sure the lock rings and seals held the suit's air pressure. They then gradually reduced the cockpit pressure to 0. If the suit sprang a leaker, they blew off a glove while they were still inside the capsule and the hatch was still closed. They would have had to respond instantly and repressurize. Once they opened the hatch and started the EVA, they faced a different set of problems. With his suit inflated, it was damn near impossible for a Gemini astronaut to get back into his seat and get enough leverage to close the hatch through which had exited for the EVA. If a major leak occurred in the suit with the hatch open, the astronaut wouldn't survive. Minutes later, after a brief report from the Hawaii Capcom, John Aaron turned to Kraft, gave a thumbs up, and quietly said, "We're go, flight." With the go from Houston, Ed White emerged over Hawaii to his third sunrise in space, decked out in the suit made by highly skilled seamstresses at David Clark Incorporated, in Worcester, Massachusetts. The world listened mesmerized to the interchange between White, McDivitt, and Gus Grissom, the Capcom at Mission Control during the stateside pass. This was one of those magical moments, like Alan Shepard's launch and John Glenn's reentry, that are forever embedded in my memory. Pride, patriotism, and American know-how triumphed that day. We were now neck and neck with the Russians, and in the next few minutes would eclipse Leonov's spacewalk record. I was happy and proud, almost giddy, but then reminded myself that it was time to get back to business. There was no real plan for a sequence and evaluation of the extravehicular activity, so White improvised as he went along. He used his thruster gun to maneuver around the Gemini, from the adapter section to the nose. Trailed by his umbilical, reporting on what he could see. In space and on Earth. He floated and tumbled for 20 minutes, and clearly was in no hurry to return to the spacecraft. As White passed across Florida, Kraft consulted the timeline and told Grissom it was time to terminate the EVA. Grissom briefly stalled Kraft to give White some more time, then Chris repeated, "I said to get him in." The final crew comments were vivid. "McDivitt, come on, let's get back in here before it gets dark." White replied, "It's the saddest moment of my life." McDivitt, sternly, "Well, you're going to find it sadder when we have to come down with this whole thing." White, finally yielding to his commander's orders, reluctantly responded, "I'm coming." The early lessons were always quick in coming. Throughout the EVA, the hatch seal had been exposed to deep space, and with the cold, the seal lost its flexibility. It was a real struggle to get the hatch closed and latched. Once it was closed and the cockpit repressurized, the team decided not to open it again to jettison the EVA equipment. Another rule in mission control was don't press your luck. With the hatch closed, it was time for me to occupy the flight director's chair for the first time. Kraft handed me the logbook as if it were a baton in a race. With a broad smile, he gave me a nod. "Young man, it's yours," he said, then left on a high for the post-EVA press conference. Mission control was mine. My white team members completed their handovers, and Kraft's red team left for a well-deserved celebration. Marta's resplendent white vest hung behind the console. No one had seen me bring it into the MCC. What the hell, I made up my mind to put it on. I felt like a matador donning his suit as I put on the vest. Dutch von Ehrenfried, seated to my left, was the first to notice. Rolling his eyes, he buried his head in his arms, then scooted his chair over to mine and said, "If you're not careful, they're going to haul you away, then I'll be in charge." He rolled back to his console, made a remark on the intercom, and then I noticed the control room TV turn and zoom in on me. Moments later, my picture at the console, resplendent in a white vest, was on television throughout the center, as well as the press area. One by one, the controllers reported to me, "Nice vest. Flight." The next day, a photo of me wearing the vest made newspapers across the country. Now that I had decked myself out in Marta's vest, it was time to clean up the open items, resolve the funnies, or anomalies and glitches, get the spacecraft configured for drifting flight, and put the crew to sleep. It was time to go to work as a flight director. Throughout the 8 hours of my shift, the capsule's orbit, combined with the Earth's rotation, would take the spacecraft off-range and into sparse tracking coverage. At the end of the shift, only the Rose Not Victor tracking ship would see, that is, be able to contact Gemini 4 once every 90 minutes. Our official call signs or designators for the two tracking ships were RKV Rose Not Victor and CSQ Coastal Sentry Quebec. This period in the mission, with the infrequent contacts, the spacecraft in drifting flight, and the crew asleep, provided an opportunity for detailed analysis of the spacecraft systems and orbital trajectory. Mission control borrowed technology from many eras. Most of the systems the controllers used were cutting-edge, only months removed from the laboratories. One notable exception was borrowed from turn-of-the-century technology. A pneumatic tube system provided the means to transmit messages of all types between the 3 floors and the work areas used by controllers and computer operators. The P-tube carriers were aluminum cylinders, 12 inches in length and 3½ inches in diameter. A spring-loaded hinge door allowed messages to be placed in the tube. The flight dynamics team was a principal user of the P-tube system, exchanging hundreds of messages daily within the complex. During a particularly hectic shift, when Llewellyn and his console partners fell further and further behind in unloading and returning the P-tube carriers, the empty canisters lay scattered on the floor about the consoles. Surveying the litter of canisters, Llewellyn, a former Marine, stood up, stretched, and in a voice for all to hear declared, "I think I am back in the trenches again with my fire control team, surrounded by empty 105 howitzer canisters." Inspired by this colorful analogy, the trench was subsequently adopted as a nickname by the flight dynamics team, who used it in their reports and media interviews. Within weeks, the trench matchbooks were circulating within the control team's ranks, and each subsequent mission contributed fresh additions to their lore and legend. The stage was set for competition among the mission control specialties. The trench had thrown down the initial gauntlet. My white team quickly settled down to the business at hand. One of the black arts in the trench, and one of the most critical, was orbit trajectory propagation. As the spacecraft circled the globe, numerous forces worked on the orbit, twisting and shifting it. It is necessary to forecast the spacecraft position hours and often days ahead for flight and maneuver planning. Now flying our longest mission and with only 2 Gemini missions remaining before the first attempted spacecraft rendezvous, Ed Pavelka, the FIDO, plotted the data, directing the computer controller to periodically input precise changes to the atmospheric drag constants. He worked with the same precision he used when tuning the engine on his hot rod. As my shift progressed, Gary Cohen, my GNC, guidance, navigation, and control engineer, calculated how much propellant had been used during the Titan rendezvous. Then he turned to forecasting the usage throughout the remainder of the mission. All engineers were reviewing the telemetry for the entire mission, looking for anything, even the slightest deviations from the expected. As they worked, they smoked, and soon the usual pall of blue smoke hung in the air over the consoles. Stale cigarette butts, cold coffee, and day-old pizza made up the scent of mission control. Mission control was windowless. No clock referenced us to local time in Houston. Greenwich Mean Time, the local time in England, synchronized us to our stations around the world. Then as now, every action, both in the spacecraft and on the ground, worked to time that started ticking after liftoff. Mission elapsed time, met. Our bodies were the only laggards, responding to the need for food and rest on a schedule corresponding to a sun we couldn't see. Besides the team in the control center, I had Skinny Lewis stationed on the coastal Century Quebec midway between Hawaii and Japan, and the team on Rose Not Victor also stationed in the Pacific, 1,200 miles southwest of Lima, Peru. The ships on their lonely vigil were the only source of information about the spacecraft status for the MCC throughout the last half of my shift. Tech Roberts' new control center was working to perfection. After the teletype of Mercury, the new mission control center was a giant leap, a window to the new world of space. The Gemini telemetry list had doubled from Mercury. With 225 measurements, I could now review, during a remote site pass, 1 or 2 samples of the data seen by the controllers at the site. Trend monitoring of the spacecraft systems was becoming a reality due to the computer and communications breakthroughs generated by the space program. The 8 hours passed swiftly and my relief was palpable. As I I started shift handover to Hodge. In many ways, my first shift was like flying an aircraft for the first time. It was great to get back on the ground in one piece. My first shift as a flight director was over and, thank God, it was uneventful. I took off my vest and hung it on the rack at the side of the room. It was a good start. Each flight director had another ordeal to endure. After a 10-hour shift, including handovers, he was expected to spend at least an hour at a press conference, feeding news to the hundreds of reporters covering the mission. I depended on the public affairs officer, PAO, just as I relied on my controllers. He would help me through press conferences, they sometimes felt like interrogation sessions, and make sure that the right word got out and that the flight director's tail was covered. The PAO really earned his pay when things went wrong. He was our first line of defense, and fortunately we had pals who were very good and unflappable when things got a bit dicey during a mission. They would prep us on how to answer questions likely to come our way, show the flight director how to put his best foot forward and keep the other one out of his mouth. I never quite got used to seeing my face on TV and in newspaper photos, but Marta assured me that I was the handsomest flight director she had ever married. Returning to the MCC, I went to the backroom surgeon to receive my whiskey ration. To assist in getting a good sleep in the center's bunk room, the military surgeons prescribed a double shot before bedtime. I poured the whiskey into my coffee and I sat silently next to Hodge for the next hour, watching as he led his team and periodically chuffed on his pipe. Pouring booze into a cup of black coffee was dumb, but winding down after a shift was a problem for virtually everybody, and this was the way we did it. There were some non-drinkers in our ranks, they either took pills handed out by the surgeon or counted sheep. Gemini 4 helped create a media misapprehension that I was a Marine. Jim Maloney, a reporter for the Houston Post, a morning newspaper, always covered my late-night press conferences. Since the Gemini 4 mission was the first flown from Houston and the first with 3 flight directors, he wrote an article on Kraft, Hodge, and myself. Adding some color, he described me as an ex-fighter pilot who you would trust with your life. Stocky, crew-cut and blonde, Kranz is a bloodthirsty model for a Marine Corps recruiting poster. The next evening after the press conference, I corrected him, Jim, you got it wrong in your article. I'm Air Force, not a Marine. He corrected me, saying, I didn't say you were a Marine. I said you looked like a poster boy for the Marines. What the hell do you want me to say? Over the years this clipping was picked up by the national and international media. No matter how many times I corrected it, the image persisted, even to the present day. The mission continued through the shift rotations and I slept at the MCC. With 5 kids, Marta felt my best chance for rest was at mission control. She was quietly pleased that I had worn her vest and told me that she would make me a new one for each succeeding mission. Later on, if my team did especially well, I would ask her to make me a splashy one for the landing shift. It became one of the ways I signaled to my team that they had done well. My relationship with craft had subtly changed. As in judo, there is a relationship between master and student that develops as the student grows in skills. Then one day the master steps aside and a relationship based on a newfound respect begins to grow. Craft was beginning the process of teaching his brood to be on their own. The flight of Gemini 4 ended in a nearly flawless fashion, a smash hit with Congress, the American public, and the media. The mission debriefing indicated we had indeed done well. The team structure was successful and the shakedown cruise of the new control center was a roaring success. We would need every millimeter of technology as each successive mission increased in complexity, duration, and risk. The computers and television displays gave the controllers instant access to hundreds of Gemini measurements. The trajectory data was instantly available to users, and the pneumatic tube eliminated the need for runners, and the distraction caused as they raced around the control room, but most of all, we liked the new Mission Control Center because we no longer had to travelto the Cape and live in motel rooms for day after day. Summer 1965. The Gemini 5 mission was scheduled to last 8 days, twice as long as the previous one. It would break the Russian record for endurance in space. Both inside and outside NASA, doctors had expressed doubt that man could adjust to life in zero gravity. Some went so far as to predict that exposure for a long period would probably be fatal, but the astronauts continued to confound the physiologists and the doomsayers. The concerns of the medical communities had been increased by a string of reports coming from the Russians at medical conferences, citing problems in adaptation, crew performance, and post-mission recovery. The key to the long duration of Gemini and Apollo flights was replacing batteries with fuel cells for the orbital phase of the missions. Fuel cells represented the leading edge of the science of electrochemistry. They produced electricity from oxygen and hydrogen and, in the process, generated heat and pure water. The oxygen and hydrogen fuels were stored on the Gemini spacecraft in separate thermos-like insulated spheres at temperatures as cold as -400 degrees Fahrenheit. The fuel cell technology was so new there were no textbooks and little engineering data. These devices were a good deal more complex than batteries, and when we took this technology into space for the first time I suspected that we would have problems. I began a crash course on fuel cells and cryogenic technology. I was fortunate to have John Aaron as my econ. Aaron tutored me relentlessly on his electrical systems. Frustrated at trying to absorb the arcane details of the cryogenic systems, I asked, John, if I opened up one of these tanks, what would I see? Thinking a few moments, he looked up, his eyes glinted, and he said, Gene, it would be like trying to look through a super-dense ice fog. The principal unknown member on my team was a new astronaut, Edwin, Buzz, Aldrin. Most of the Capcoms in the new groups approached their job with an attitude that said, I'm here, how can I help you? They learned the people, positions, and prerogatives through the process of training with the teams. Buzz was different, more assured and opinionated from the start. The good news on Aldrin was his pedigree as an Air Force veteran and an F-86 pilot. For years later I would give him the go to land on the moon, but for now he was just a rookie Capcom. Returning to my office from the final day of Gemini 5 simulations, I was surprised to find several of the controllers standing and talking in my office. As I turned to speak to them, I saw a spectacular American flag standing in the corner. The brilliant red, white, and blue contrasted with the gunmetal gray desk. Gold fringe and tassels hung from the eagle at the top of the dark oak staff. I was speechless. I had tried to requisition a flag from NASA many times, but all my requests were ignored. The flags were reserved for the top NASA brass. As I admired the flag, Don Bray, a young controller with the talent of an Army supply sergeant, stepped forward. Flight, this flag was requisitioned for mission control. You're gonna have to carry it over when we fly. Between missions I think it should stay in your office. I carried the flag to the MCC for each of the Gemini missions, returning it to my office after splashdown. At the beginning of Apollo, we finally acquired a permanent flag for the MCC. The original flag remained in my office, and at retirement it became one of my most treasured gifts. The crew for Gemini 5 was one of my favorites. The commander was Gordo Cooper, my welcome wagon driver from day one at the Cape, the friendliest of the original astronauts, and one who had shown great poise on Mercury 9 when his electrical system went to hell. Pete Conrad, his partner, had the most engaging personality in the second group of astronauts. Notwithstanding his flap with Hunter at Carnarvon, I liked Conrad's toothy grin, intensity, and frank and total openness. You had no doubt that he would do what he said. August 21, 1965, Gemini Titan 5. The Kraft, Kranz, and Hodge mission team cycle on Gemini 5 was virtually the same as on Gemini 4. At the first sight after reaching orbit, we became concerned about an unexplained drop in the fuel cell oxygen pressure. Since this was the first experience with fuel cells and cryogenics in orbit, there was no frame of reference for craft's Red Team Econ. During the first pass over Carnarvon, Cooper reported that the oxygen pressure was dropping rapidly. Troubleshooting, the crew found that the circuit breaker for the heater that warmed up the spacecraft's liquid oxygen supply for the fuel cells had tripped. Econ, listening to the crew's report, recommended resetting the circuit breaker and cycling the heater switch. The crew concurred and acted on his recommendations as they coasted across the Pacific. By the time the spacecraft arrived over Hawaii, the pressure was well below the point at which the fuel cells were expected to keep running and continuing to drop. The crew advised Hawaii that they had abandoned the rendezvous test and had powered down most of the spacecraft equipment. The operation of the fuel cells required a very precise pressure balance between the oxygen and the hydrogen and the pressure of the water produced in the cell. We had no data to guide us when the cells were operating at the current level. Additional equipment was turned off as the spacecraft continued on a path across the United States. It was customary for the second shift of controllers to be present for launch. This gave the launch team some extra controller resources if problems occurred. It also gave the second shift a good start at working and understanding the problems they would be given at handover. John Aaron from my shift had been sitting next to Kraft's Red Team Ecom since launch. He walked over to Kraft's console with the plot of the pressure data, his face reflecting the grim news. The rate of pressure loss, however, was starting to decrease. Faced with a possible fuel cell failure, but needing to buy more time to evaluate the situation, Kraft elected to continue for a few more orbits to see what would happen. The only good reentry options would occur for the mid-Pacific landing areas on orbits 4, 5, and 6, then we would have to shoot the gap of poor coverage, a no-man's land. Kraft advised recovery to deploy aircraft to the orbit 6 landing area. Within the hour, 6 aircraft, a destroyer, and an oil tanker had received orders to proceed to the landing area southeast of Hawaii. As Kraft continued to weigh the options, my control team was reporting to its consoles wondering whether we would get a shot at the problem. Meanwhile, Kraft was masterfully playing the options and assessing the alternatives. When the fluctuating oxygen pressure finally stabilized, and the fuel cells were still operating, I knew Kraft was going to go for a full day. He queried Cooper, "Gordo, I think the oxygen has bottomed out. We've got 13 hours on the batteries. I think we should go for it." Cooper's response was immediate. "I was hoping you would say that. Let's give it a go." I was mentally going through my handover questions for Kraft when he abruptly stood up and started to put his headset away. Surprised, I glanced at his log. At shift handover, the controller coming on shift would check the log entries of the controller he was relieving in order to see if there were any outstanding items or problems. The log was a summary of the status of the mission. There was no set plan to follow, and I suspected he was ready to leave for the press conference. So I asked him, "Chris, what do you want to do?" His reply was crisp and curt. "You're the flight director, it's your shift. Make up your own mind." Kraft had given me the job to shoot the gap. The spacecraft flies 16 orbits per day. During a mission, go-no-go assessments are made of the spacecraft and crew to determine whether it is safe to continue to the next point. These decisions are made by factoring in the spacecraft mission status and the locations of the naval recovery forces. The decisions are for orbits 1, 3, 6, and 16, and multiples thereafter. The major daily go-no-go is the one that shoots the gap of poor ground station coverage between orbit 6 and 16. This event in my life as a controller stands out as the moment I finally came of age in mission control. Chris was right. I was the flight director, it was my shift, my decision, and I had better get going. Like my first solo with Mr. Coleman, it was time to spread my wings and give it a shot. I was damn happy to have Aaron on my shift. He was born to be a systems engineer. He could tell me in plain language what the status was of any element of the spacecraft. In mission control, there is no such thing as a first team. Every team must have the leadership and technical knowledge to sustain the effort during a crisis. The white team controllers stepped up to the plate and took their turn at bat. The trench worked with the recovery forces to select the best landing areas as we shot the gap. Aldrin, in between calls to the crew, worked with the flight planners to develop alternative the Rendezvous. The systems team led by Aaron refined the power down procedures in case we had to use the batteries. The team was on top of the job, and its response to the problem was electrifying. Within a few hours the engineers at McDonnell were running a laboratory test of a fuel cell in St. Louis to replicate the problem we were having in flight. At John Aaron's urging, I decided to run a load test on the fuel cell. As the team talked, we developed a plan to perform a power-up followed by an oxygen purge to the cell. We selected a time for the test so that if the cell failed, we would have enough battery power to get back the next morning to the landing area patrolled by an aircraft carrier. We developed the procedure, talked to the crew through the power-up, and held our breath. All eyes were on the data from the Hawaii site as the power-up and purge progressed. A purge shoots a stream of pure oxygen into the fuel cell to flush out any moisture and impurities in the cell. The spacecraft was again powered down while we evaluated the data. The fuel cell sustained the load, and with a few more data points we were convinced the pressure would gradually increase. We handed our data to Hodge at shift change and recommended a plan to power up incrementally over the next 3 days. The press conference was Aaron's show. When I got the press question, what would it look like if we could open up an oxygen tank? I handed the briefing over to him. I was proud of my team and Aaron in particular. Sitting next to me was a fresh college graduate teaching the world all about fuel cells. We limped through the flight of Gemini 5 a day at a time. By day 4, we had full power even, though the oxygen tank pressure had only risen to 140 psi rather than the design operating pressure of 875 to 900 psi. Before liftoff, a clock was set in the MCC to read 119:06. At launch the clock started counting down. At the beginning of craft's 6th shift, as the clock approached 0, the retrofire officer, Retro, counted down the seconds over craft's voice loop. At 0, Craft lit up a cigar and proudly announced, "America has just set a new space record." The Gemini 5 crew had eclipsed the Russian manned flight duration, and it was suggested to Conrad that he should perform a victory roll. Conrad wisely demurred, "I ain't got the fuel, sorry." The next 2 days became really limited. The seesaw effect of powering up and down took a toll, and then the Gemini thrusters started to fail, further limiting the flight plan. With the crew in drifting flight and many experiments cancelled, McDivitt, now a Capcom, decided it was time to pipe some old jazz up to the crew for wake up. Another MCC tradition was born. During my final shift, I cut the mission short by 1 orbit. Tropical Storm Betsy had turned into a hurricane, and the recovery forces were moved off the storm track, north and west to the vicinity of Grand Turk Island in the Atlantic. The final shift allowed me to pull a gotcha on my friend and judo partner, Llewellyn. The Public Affairs Office prepared a news update for the in-flight crew, and this one included a report that Scott Carpenter, now also an aquanaut, was descending to the Sea Lab off the California coast for a 30-day undersea mission. Llewellyn had never forgotten Carpenter's remarks implying that Llewellyn did not know where Scotty landed on Mercury 7. John is intense, emotional, and trusting, perfect characteristics for an easy setup. The defining moment that brings every mission to an end is John's stentorian second-by-second countdown to retrofire. This is an event looked forward to by the entire team, and one John relishes like a fine cigar. I called FIDO, Retro, and Capcom over to my console. I told them that we wanted to get Llewellyn to believe that Carpenter would perform the countdown to the Gemini 5 retrofire from the C-Lab. The team readily agreed to give it a shot and see if we could pull a gotcha on John. At shift change time, Llewellyn sauntered into the room, exchanging banter with the various controllers until he got to Fido. When Fido did not respond, Llewellyn tried to pump him and Retro to find out what was wrong. Retro reported, "It's that damn test with C-Lab. It doesn't make sense." Llewellyn, concerned, responded, "What test?" Retro advised him to talk to me about this mysterious test. It was tough to keep a straight face as a troubled and deeply serious Llewellyn approached the console. He said, "Retro said to talk to you about the test." I told him to sit down, then I solemnly said, "John, I know how you feel about Carpenter, and you're not gonna like what we have got to do." His frown deepened as I continued. "We have orders to rig communications to C-Lab, so that Carpenter can make the retrofire countdown. I don't like it and have argued all night with Kraft, but he says, do it." Llewellyn looked as if he had been poleaxed, first puzzled but then furious. At that moment, rookie astronaut Dave Scott walked by and asked, "John, what's the matter?" Scott now listened to Llewellyn's explanation of the C-Lab command control test. Scott became even more furious than Llewellyn, loudly stating this was some kind of a half-assed decision and then complaining that he had doubts about whether he wanted to be an astronaut if such crazy decisions were going to be made in the future. The team let Llewellyn and Scott dangle on the hook for a few minutes more before telling them it was all a joke. The gotchas in mission control were usually irreverent and often silly, a way of sticking a pin in the bubble of someone's ego. They relieved the tension, poked fun, or just let one of the chiefs know that you will take their orders and respect their rank, but you weren't scared. But I knew that I was in for a tough bout the next time I stepped on the judo mat with Llewellyn. With the successful Gemini 5 mission behind us, it was time to go for a rendezvous and docking. The Russians, after their fast start, had been unable to rendezvous 2 spacecraft. We suspected they were hampered by inadequate computer and guidance capabilities. On 2 previous dual spacecraft missions, in 1962 and 1963, their spacecraft came within 3 miles of each other. Close does not count. A rendezvous means achieving a stable position that allows docking. It was now time for America to try for rendezvous. The rendezvous target was an Air Force Agena upper stage rocket. In early 1965, I made a fortunate series of personnel selections and formed a new systems branch combining Mel Brooks and Jim Hannigan, giving them responsibility for the Agena target and the lunar landing module. Brooks's innovativeness and can-do attitude were perfectly balanced by Hannigan's conservative do-it-by-the-numbers approach. Together, they built a great systems team for flight control. The Agena was normally used to place super-secret military satellites in orbit. It was operated by an onboard programmer that issued coded instructions to operate the systems. The Agena was modified by NASA to provide a restartable engine, a docking adapter, a status light panel, and electrical connectors that provided a limited display and control capability for the crew. Many of my Agena controllers had cut their teeth at Lockheed and were rock-solid confident in their spacecraft. Other members of the MCC team were less impressed, disparagingly referring to the Agena as a restartable cigar. I had a hell of a scare with the Agena rendezvous. Target rocket during a command test. 5 days before launch, I was supporting the Agena readiness demonstration. In the middle of the evening, with everything quiet at the MCC, I heard the Atlas Agena test conductor call out on the loop, "Who the hell is transmitting engine start commands?" He continued, "Houston, have you been sending commands?" Just as I was about to respond, "Negative," I heard the voice of my command technician state calmly, "Flight, the command system has failed, we have been in continuous command transmission. We have belched out every command in our inventory." We were lucky that day. If we had been in orbit and our command system failed, the commands would have been transmitted to the Agena, possibly starting the rocket engine, changing control system modes, and turning the telemetry system off. The unplanned commands would have wreaked havoc on the mission. We amended our procedures, but we were still uneasy about the next step. Loading new software into new computers and using it for the first time was like playing Russian roulette. It demanded and got a lot of respect. October 25, 1965, Gemini Titan 6. Brooks' steam was sharp as a scalpel as the test conductor pressed the button and the Atlas Agena rose majestically from Launch Pad 14. To the north, at nearby Launch Complex 19, astronauts Wally Schirra and Tom Stafford sat atop the Titan II rocket in their couches and listened as the Gemini test conductor updated them on the Atlas Agena launch progress. To set up the conditions for a rendezvous, we first launched the Atlas Agena. When the Agena passed over the Cape at the end of its first orbit, we would launch the Gemini spacecraft from another pad into a slightly lower orbit to begin the catch-up phase of the rendezvous. Launch of the target spacecraft was normal. The Agena separated from the Atlas booster and the Agena engine ignited. Brooks's data flickered briefly, then stopped updating. FIDO reported tracking was lost. Then came a report that range safety was tracking multiple pieces of debris falling into the ocean. Meanwhile, the Gemini countdown had continued on pad 19, but the reports going to the crew became progressively worse. The reports from Canary Islands and Carnarvon were negative. At launch minus 50 minutes, we scrubbed the Gemini countdown and gave the crew the bad news. The Agena was destroyed, pieces scattered in the Atlantic. They had no target for their planned rendezvous. I stayed with Brooks and his Agena team until there was no hope. Brooks was defeated, utterly spent. Many thought that the Agena had lived up to its less than sterling reputation. I was sad for my team. It was time for a few beers at the singing wheel before we started to regroup. This watering hole was a 2-story, barn-like building, the place we went when we needed some R&R. It was located a mile west of the center on State Highway 3 and hosted the Gemini Apollo generation of flight controllers. The floor in the barroom tilted toward the wall to a degree that made it impossible to lean back in a chair without falling over. The singing wheel sold Lone Star beer by the pitcher. Nelson Bland, the owner, knew all the controllers and ran remarkably accurate tabs for all of them. A wall-to-wall mirror stretched behind the ponderous and scarred bar top. The tables in the back room were covered with checkered oilcloth. John Llewellyn's wife, Olga, occasionally attended bar. After judo sessions, Llewellyn, Dutch, and I, wearing our sweaty GI outfits, white cotton trousers and a heavy, kimono-like jacket, would drive over for a beer or two after calling it a night. It was, for all of us, a place of refuge where we could celebrate on the good days and lick our wounds on the bad ones. Today was one of the bad ones. 8. The Spirit of 76. November 1965. The rendezvous in space continued to elude us. The Russians had tried twice and failed, but we were impressed by their dual launch capability. We couldn't even get our target rocket into orbit. Accomplishing this became the highest priority for Gemini and the American space program. Until now, a rendezvous in space was something only mathematicians really believed was possible. They worked out elegant equations and said, if you launch it at this time, and go this fast, in this direction, you eventually are going to catch up to a target. If you perform the maneuvers properly, the two spacecraft will end up side by side. Proving that this theory would work became not only a goal, but an obsession. If we accomplished a rendezvous, we would validate the software that controlled the Gemini spacecraft as well as the crew's fallback manual backups. There was no time to waste. We needed to dramatically improve our learning curve in order to be ready for the far more complex and sophisticated rendezvous and docking procedures necessary for a lunar landing. Within hours of the launch failure of our Agena target and the consequent scrubbing of Skira and Stafford's Gemini flight, we were discussing an alternative mission. A proposal from McDonnell's senior management seemed to offer the most promising option. Walter Burke, the McDonnell vice president and general manager for space and missiles, and his deputy, John Yardley, suggested we take apage from the Russians' script by launching 2 Gemini spacecraft in rapid succession from the same launch pad. He proposed using the Gemini 7 spacecraft, flying the subsequent long-duration mission, as the rendezvous target for Gemini 6. Frank Borman, the commander of the next Gemini mission, overheard the discussion and became an immediate convert. The proposal got a cold reception from the Air Force and NASA Cape management, so Yardley, a close friend of Kraft's, took the proposal to the Master of Science Director, Robert Gilruth. The respect for Gilruth was so great that virtually everyone in the program addressed him as Dr. Gilruth. Only those very close to him, like Kraft, ever called him Bob. Within 20 hours of the Agena failure, Yardley and Burke convinced Gilruth to give the dual launch concept to his staff. In short order, the NASA Gemini program manager, Chuck Matthews, and Kraft agreed to check it out with their people. In the early afternoon, Hodge, call leader, division staff meeting, apprised us of the dual launch plan, and gave us an hour and a half to see if we could pull it off. I was short on staff since most of my controllers were returning from the remote sites. After a brief meeting with the remnants of my branch, we concluded that it could be done and that the concept was not fatally flawed. I passed the word to Hodge, who passed it to Gilruth. Flight control didn't see anything we couldn't do, or anything we couldn't work around. Later in the afternoon, Gilruth had talked with Dr. George Mueller, the agency's associate administrator, in Washington. After a day of intense discussions and, only 48 hours after the Agena failure, a press conference was held at the Texas White House. Bill Moyers, President Johnson's press secretary, announced the planned rendezvous of 2 manned spacecraft. The mission was assigned the designated Gemini 76, combining 2 Gemini missions into a single mission by using the long-duration Gemini 7 spacecraft as the target for Gemini 6. Within hours of their return from the remote sites, our guys were at their desks writing the data plans, procedures, and site confidence tests. The mission concept was simple. Borman and Lovell would be launched first, before Gemini 6, on their 14-day Gemini 7 mission. Immediately after launch of the Gemini 7 spacecraft, 2 things were scheduled to take place. First, everybody at the launch site would carefully comb the entire area looking for any debris that might have fallen off the booster as well as checking for any damage at the pad. Then the Titan carrying the Gemini 6 spacecraft, crewed by Wally Skira and Tom Stafford, the previous launch of Gemini 6 had been scrubbed after the Agena failure, would be erected on the same pad used to launch Gemini 7 and the pre-launch checkout could begin. If all went well, we would be ready to launch Gemini 6 7 days after Gemini 7. The day after the press conference, flight control was in high gear. My branch went about its work with the kind of cheerful exuberance one experiences all too rarely in life. It was like watching Patton's Third Army break off their offensive, perform a pivotal maneuver, turn, and march 100 miles in the dead of winter to relieve Bastogne. In 48 hours, we had redeployed and were back on the attack. The launch was scheduled for early December of 1965. In order to move ahead to more complex missions while Hodge and I were building up the Flight Control Division, the Mission Planning and Analysis Division was expanding to develop mission concepts, design the trajectories, and write the software for the MCC computers. When I joined the Space Task Group in 1960, the Mission Analysis Branch was the largest organization in Chuck Matthews's division. The branch eventually grew to a division led by a perfectly balanced pair of leaders, John Meyer and Bill Tyndall. They were an unlikely pair and, except for the challenge of space, probably would never have met. Meyer was short, dark-haired, with a nose for finding answers to questions that appeared to have none. He had an air of aloofness until he got to know you. With his sharp features and horn-rimmed glasses, he could pass as an accountant for the IRS rather than a space pioneer. Tyndall, the deputy, with the easy manner of a farm boy, was tall, blond, and youthful in spirit and manner. He was gregarious, short-tempered but quick to recover from an outburst. Whatever needed to be done at the cutting edge, these guys could do it. Although the scientists and engineers at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology spearheaded the development of the Apollo guidance and navigation systems and software, many of the technical studies and prototype software were designed by Meyer and Tyndall's division, experience that would come in very handy when we had to come up with alternative ways to achieve our objectives. This unlikely pair pioneered trajectory design in Project Mercury. They presided over 3 sections of engineers and mathematicians. The highly talented and resourceful women of the computing unit, Mary Shep-Burton, Kathy Osgood, and Shirley Hunt, started out in Mercury with mechanical calculators, manually plotting the results of their measurements and calculations on graph paper. But in Gemini, with key-punched card decks and computers, they started planning every aspect of the launches, the Rendezvous and Reentry. They provided us with options that just months before we did not know existed. We had no choice but to believe in the data and methodology they came up with, so our trust in their work was absolute. They designed the mission, then loaded their software in the computers in the spacecraft and in the MCC. Their work had to be perfect, and it was, thanks to increasing computer capacity, speed, and availability. The rendezvous on the coming Gemini 76 mission was a trajectory show. The trench and the flight designers from mission planning and analysis were the orchestrators. Mission control and the launch team followed their lead. To the last note, improvising the music only when things fell apart. During a mission, Meyer and Tyndall's division operated a standalone computer in the ACR, the auxiliary computer room. Throughout the mission their computer ran in parallel with that of the mission team. If we crashed and couldn't generate the data, they fed the answers into MCC. The MCC frequently had to load new software into new computers, and the ACR was our only backup if we got into trouble. Mission deployment for Gemini 76 started November 21st. Several of the new remote controllers were Air Force officers assigned to flight control to prepare for the Air Force Man in Space program. Ed Fendel was deploying to Hawaii with Bill, Big Shoes, Buchholz, an Air Force captain assigned to my branch. Buchholz was a blonde, broad-shouldered Missourian who croaked when he talked. Both of us graduated from Parks College in 1954 and entered flight training the same year. His family had grown rapidly to 8 children, and the only affordable transportation for the entire bunch was an old large black Cadillac hearse that seated 12. The hearse often served another purpose. After the mission deployment briefings, the remote site teams often partied in downtown Houston. When they wanted to come home through the downtown traffic, the controllers would form up their cars in a line behind Bill's hearse and turn on their lights, mimicking a funeral procession. The ploy worked every time. The afternoon before the final Gemini 6 simulation, while drinking beer with his Hawaii team, Fendel had been approached by the site training chief, who proposed that Fendel fake a heart attack during the training run to see if Buchholz and the backup flight surgeon, Dr. Warren Prescott, were capable of taking charge of the site team. Fendel returned to the Hawaii site, conferred briefly with the training boss in Houston, then put the plan into action. The final network simulation was a full-blown mission dress rehearsal, involving all sites and teams in the MCC. During the second simulated Hawaii pass, as the Gemini 6 spacecraft was closing preparatory to the rendezvous, Fendel turned to the Hawaii surgeon and said he did not feel well. Moments later, he stood up from his chair, grasping his chest, emitted a groan, and then crumpled to the floor. The team momentarily forgot the simulation as the flight surgeon ministered to Fendel in the course of their own little simulation. Struggling into the Capcom's chair amid the tangle of headset cords, Buchholz stepped on Fendel's chest, punched in his headset, and croaked on the voice loop, "Chris, Fendel just had a heart attack." Kraft, momentarily startled but wise to the tricks of simulation, called the simulation's supervisor and asked, "Simsup, is this some of your doing?" Since he had not originated the plan, Simsup responded, "Not mine, flight." Kraft then punched up the loop. "Hawaii, keep me apprised. Have the surgeon give Fendel's statusto the MCC surgeon." Although deeply concerned about his Capcom, Kraft knew that the clock was ticking to launch and, with the whole tracking network up and operating, not even a heart attack could be allowed to interfere with the mission preparation. Buchholz passed the test. With Fendel on the floor at his feet, he took control of the site's part of the simulation, provided support to Gemini 7, then reconfigured to support Gemini 6. For the next hour and a half, despite everyone in the loop worrying about Fendel, the simulation went forward flawlessly. As the third Hawaii pass approached, Fendel rolled over, got to his feet, and placed his headset back on. The startled Hawaii team was speechless, then relieved, then concerned how they were going to break the news to Kraft. Kraft was angry, but Fendel, with an ear-to-ear grin, was delighted that his new protégé, Buchholz, had come through. Buchholz, a pilot, got the critical assignments on the old merchant ships for the remaining Gemini missions. At the end of Gemini, he returned to combat duty flying C-123 transports to relieve the pressure on the special forces based in Vietnam. Many young heroes passed through flight control in the 1960s. The Air Force transfers were some of the best, adding seasoned backup to the recent college grads in the evolving brotherhood. As rapid as the technology developments were in the entire program, the human factor was still key to our success in Gemini and Apollo and in integrating the contractors for both into our data and operational loops from the first Mercury mission through Gemini. The personal, gut-level knowledge each controller brought to his console from liftoff through completion of mission was the key to success and to survival when things went to hell. Years later, it was the human factor that would save us when technology could not. It wasn't always easy to get contractors to play the game our way. North American Aviation, for example, was one of the new Apollo contractors, and they strongly resisted the transfer of design engineering data to flight control. They grew up building fighter airplanes that were always delivered with their own write-ups of flight manuals and procedures. Control of this function was even more important to them in building a spacecraft. They didn't believe that flight controllers had sufficient knowledge to put together the manuals and procedural documentation. I fought a long battle, as I had with contractors in Mercury, to get 2 North American engineers assigned to flight control to set up a data pipeline linking our offices at the Master of Science with the North American factories. In any complex and high-risk program like Gemini or Apollo, there is always an understandable reluctance to share the intimate design details and detailed test data. The contractors' design teams often doubted that the flight controllers were technically capable of understanding and correctly using the data. The team building and trust between designer and flight controller demanded sharing the information openly. December 4, 1965, Gemini 7. Given the magnitude of the change in mission content and direction, it was remarkable the way the launch, flight, and contractor teams collaborated. There are times when an organization orchestrates events so perfectly that the members perform in perfect harmony. It is part of team chemistry, where communication becomes virtually intuitive, with teams marching to a cadence, the tempo increasing hourly and the members never missing a beat. The cadence continued unbroken, and at 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time on December 4, 1965, the Gemini double launch mission began. The Gemini 7 flight was a saga of human endurance and spirit. Borman and Lovell were cooped up in a spacecraft smaller than the front seat of a Volkswagen Bug. The ejection seats and instrument panels limited their range of motion. The seats were canted 12 degrees outboard and 8 degrees forward. A console, with the pistol grip attitude controller much like a gearshift in a modern-day sports car, was between the seats. The crew would be virtually immobile for 14 days. Try to imagine yourself stuffed into a confined space like this for 14 hours, much less 14 days. The crew wore new lightweight suits designed for use only inside the spacecraft. The most recognizable aspect of the suit was the soft hood that replaced the traditional hard helmet. According to the manual, in an emergency, the crew could don the suit in 15 to 20 minutes. In fact, after much effort, it turned out to be more like an hour. Food was as limited as the rest of the crew systems, consisting of simple rehydratable meals, add water and ignore the taste, in a squeeze bag with a feeder spout. The bite-sized foods were dry and tended to crumble. The 14 days in the spacecraft were like a primitive campout, minus the ability to shower, stand, stretch, or take a walk. Through every day of Gemini 7, the controllers' hearts were with the crew in the spacecraft, and we worked hard to cheer them toward their 14-day flight goal. As soon as the Gemini 7 Titan had cleared Pad 19, the launch turnaround for Gemini 6 started. Both stages of the Gemini Titan arrived at Pad 19 within 2 hours of the previous launch. The race was now on. Kraft, Hodge, and I were following the team rotation pattern we had established on the 2 previous missions. During Kraft's shift, Borman and Lovell flew formation with the Titan upper stage and then methodically started on the flight's medical experiments. Kraft's handover was smooth, and soon I was up and working my 3rd mission. As flight director, the technology of space was sprinting forward, especially in communications. The ships on my shift were in their familiar locations in the Northwest Pacific near Japan and in the Southeast Pacific off the coast of Chile. For the first time, we used a satellite communications relay from Chuck Lewis's team on the Coastal Sentry. I had a new controller working on the white team for Gemini 76, who would become a key player on many of my Apollo teams. Jerry Griffin was an experienced Lockheed Agena engineer and in the military flew as a scope dope, radar and weapons officer, in the supersonic McDonnell F-101 Voodoo interceptor. Griffin followed in the footsteps of Aldrich as a Gemini GNC, guidance, navigation, and control engineer. My shift broke down into 3 distinct activities. The trajectory team worked to pinpoint Borman and Lovell's orbit to support the rendezvous targeting. Griffin and my ECOM split their time between spacecraft support and updating the telemetry, command, and display data for the subsequent Gemini 6 launch. The challenge to the MCC procedures team was to integrate the pad test and controller training schedules for the coming Gemini 6 launch into the team shifting and daily operation of the Mission Control Center as we continued the support of the flight of Gemini 7. After Kraft's go-no-go on day 3, Lovell removed his suit. We had planned to get both astronauts out of their suits, but NASA management got involved, and the decree came down that one crewman would be suited at all times and both would be suited for rendezvous and reentry. By day 4 it was obvious that Lovell was a hell of a lot more comfortable and was sleeping better than Borman. The message was clear, the cockpit was cramped, the suit was hot, and it was again time to challenge headquarters' decision. By compiling medical telemetry and data from both men, we were able to show the marked difference in things like blood pressure, pulse rate, and quality of sleep between Frank Borman, sweating and uncomfortable in his suit, and Lovell. We even deliberately raised the issue at press conferences, but NASA's top management remained adamant. Kraft finally brokered a sort of compromise. Borman and Lovell would take turns wearing the suit. We also had to follow NASA's directive to let the media, and through it, the whole world, listen to virtually all communications between the spacecraft and the ground. We had to make some exceptions to give us privacy in certain communications involving things like mission risk discussions or direct conversations between flight surgeons and crew members, So we developed a code word. If the MCC or the crew wanted a private conference, either side could request or schedule a UHF-6 test, which we gradually wove into the daily flight plan, hoping that the media would pay little attention to the test. Early in the mission, the UHF-6 passes went well, and we were pleased that we could conduct needed mission communications in private. When the UHF-6 was requested, the surgeon at the MCC went to the back room with the communications technician, and all lines to the controllers and outside the center were disabled. After the UHF-6, the surgeon briefed the flight directors privately. We thought we had pulled it off and got a bit cocky. We were wrong. Reporters are a sharp and nosy lot, after all, that's why they're reporters. They started to become suspicious and pressed Kraft to explain the UHF-6 business. After repeated queries, Kraft finally said, "Ask Kranz at his post-shift conference. He's the one with the details of the test." At my press conference, I tried to bury it in a highly technical discussion of communications and antenna patterns, but I knew the jig was up when a reporter finally asked, "Is UHF-6 a code name for a private medical conference?" My answer was simply, "Yes." With my response, the press corps applauded, and the atmosphere became friendly once again. They had caught the NASA flight directors fair and square, and for a few minutes had us jumping through the hoops. Virtually every event in my early career taught me some very painful but useful lessons. We debriefed the UHF-6 episode with the mission team much like any other mission event. We determined never again to try a fast one. Personally, I took the attitude that a press conference was like a high-stakes poker game. I loved playing the game with the press, always telling the truth but showing my full hand only when asked the right question. Apart from such public relations glitches, things were going well and certain individuals began to stand out as superlative performers. Griffin was a great systems guy. He was an Aggie, a graduate of Texas A&M, which enjoyed a fierce rivalry in football and everything else with the University of Texas, and, thanks to his experience as a backseater in early jet interceptors, had an ability to make good snap decisions. He also had an uncanny ability to grasp complex issues. Next to Lonnie, I considered him one of the quickest controllers to recognize problems and initiate corrective action. We were lucky that Kennedy's challenge had inspired people like Lonnie and Griffin and so many other sharp men and women to rally to the greatest challenge of our country in a turbulent era. They entered flight control as rookies, and within a year, if they survived, they had the MCC version of a master's degree in real-time operations. By their second year they had a PhD in flight control. During the periods of my shift when we were shooting the gap and the communications with the Gemini spacecraft were infrequent, I would drill the remote site teams with a series of hypothetical mission situations. My objective was to get the teams supporting my shift up to speed and on the edge, responding to each other crisply, precisely, correctly, and convincingly. Learning to make the seconds count, I would continue the brain twisters for hours, interrupting them only when the Gemini passed over a tracking site in real time. I did not know it then, but these early drills would pay off handsomely on Gemini 8 when the remote sites would be critically important. In the midst of all this, the turnaround process on Pad 19 was going with remarkable smoothness. The Air Force 6555th Test Wing, Martin, the Titan contractor, and McDonnell were pulling off a miracle. All three teams of controllers were pulling double shifts, supporting the ongoing mission and preparing for the coming launch with Skirra and Stafford. After one of the extended shifts, John Llewellyn decided to go home to get some rest. When John did not arrive for shift change, the previous shift SRETRO called his house to find out whether he was still at home. Llewellyn awakened, realized he had overslept, and charged out of the house into his Triumph TR3, tearing up the road en route to the MCC. Arriving in the parking lot, he circled, looking for a parking space, his frustration mounting by the second. Spotting no spaces, he made the only decision possible for a Marine, driving his car up the walk, circling across the grass and then up the steps, stopping at the entrance. Clipping his badge on, he emerged to a surprised group of controllers and security guards, moments later striding into the control room and, with a grunt, putting on his headset and starting the handover. Outside the building, the security forces mustered around John's car, calling in additional support. Lunny and Hodge were fed up with Llewellyn's antics, so when they pulled his car pass after the mission, John appealed to me as his judo partner to intercede on his behalf. I talked to Hodge, but in his clipped British accent he said, "Gene, Llewellyn has got to learn a lesson. Having him walk on site will maybe make a dent in his thick skull." The story doesn't end here, however. With no car pass and faced with a mile-long walk from the front gate, John came up with an alternative not covered by the regulations. The first day of his suspension, Llewellyn pulled his horse trailer into the parking lot at the Nassau Bay Hotel across from the NASA main gate. Mounting the horse with his leather briefcase, then showing his badge prominently to the surprised guard, Llewellyn galloped through the gate to Mission Control. For the remainder of the week we knew John was in the office or on console when we saw a horse hitched to the bicycle stand. Llewellyn's legend grew once again. The simulations before the mission had shown that supporting two manned spacecraft simultaneously with a system designed to cope with only one Gemini spacecraft was a Capcom's nightmare. The job was marginally doable. The slightest procedural glitch would crash the site computer. For each tracking site pass, the team had to load the computer at the site with telemetry and command programs for the first spacecraft the site acquired, and then, after the guys at the site got a few minutes of data, they dumped the site computer program and reloaded the computer for the second spacecraft in the pass. As the rendezvous drew closer, the intervals between the two spacecraft narrowed from minutes to seconds. During this tense interval, the site Capcom would be directing the computer switching, relaying instructions to both spacecraft, and reporting and responding to MCC in Houston. Never a dull moment. The remote site drills on rapidly loading the computer programs had brought the site maintenance and operations teams to their peak. You could feel the gritty determination of the operators. The voice exchanges with the remote sites crackled as I handed over the shift to Hodge and his blue team for the start of the Gemini 6 countdown early in the morning of December 12, 1965. Hodge, puffing at his pipe, bid me good night as I beat a hasty retreat to the MCC sleeping quarters. Public Affairs had wisely cancelled my post-shift press conference. The press would get its story from Kraft's shift in the morning. December 12, 1965, Gemini 6. The countdown proceeded without a glitch. The trench computed the precise liftoff time for the rendezvous and passed it on to Kraft, who passed it to the test conductor on pad 19. Skirra and Stafford were given the liftoff time, the countdown clocks were synchronized, and the liftoff was scheduled for 8:54 a.m. Central Standard Time, Sunday, December 12. The controllers leaned forward, alternately scanning displays, reporting the final countdown events, and worrying during the final seconds to liftoff. The chief worrier at this time was the booster engineer, Charlie Harlan. His console was on the left side of the trench next to the retro. He was located so that if the console communications failed, he could yell out the Titan rocket data to those in the trench, who needed his data. Seated next to Charlie was astronaut C.C. Williams, observing a small plot board displaying the Titan rocket's fuel and oxidizer tank pressures. Between Harlan and Williams was the red abort toggle switch. The flight director normally executed the abort command, but the booster response to problems was measured in seconds, and so booster engineers act on their own during launch. Their decision time was 2 to 4 seconds. Booster's two main nightmares were calling for an abort when it wasn't really necessary or ejecting the crew too late. The parachutes wouldn't inflate or the crew would be swallowed in the boiling, explosive, toxic propellants that we called the BFRC, the big fucking red cloud. Among many of the major differences between the Mercury capsule and the far more sophisticated Gemini spacecraft was a shift from the escape tower system to individual ejection seats modeled on those used in high-performance jet aircraft. To make the Gemini crew fully aware of conditions that would require ejection in the vicinity of the launch pad, we trained a two-man MCC team, an astronaut and one of my controllers. They monitored the booster for low tank pressures, engine parameters, and pad fallback conditions. The astronauts in the capsule had only meters indicating tank pressures and lights indicating thrust level. Sitting on the launch pad, the Gemini astronauts would eject horizontally. Either crewman could initiate the ejection sequence by pulling a handle between his legs, which would jettison the hatches and fire both of the catapult rockets for both seats. If the Titan rocket engines shut down, or developed insufficient thrust after ignition, the controllers had only seconds to issue the abort command. The decision process allowed no delay and no error if the crew was to eject in time to avoid the fireball in a pad fallback. The ejection seats were the last resort and were irreversible. Harlan, Williams, and the crew lived by a few simple ground rules. Booster must see two independent confirmations of a problem before deciding on an abort action. Then when the abort command was transmitted, it had to be followed by a voice abort before the crew would take action. The abort command from the MCC illuminated a red abort light in front of both astronauts. If the crew saw the red light and received a voice call abort, they were to eject from the Gemini. At liftoff, to avoid a pad fallback, the overall response had to be within 3 seconds. 3 seconds seemed a lifetime to the booster engineers. Harlan made the abort calls for the Titan engines, Williams for the fuel tanks. Both fingered their mic buttons nervously as the countdown clock approached 0 for Gemini 6. The crew also waited through the final seconds. The eyes of Skira and Stafford were no doubt glued to the clock, engine lights, and tank pressure meters. In the launch sequence, at T=0, the firing command issues engine start commands. The engine lights in the cockpit will blink on briefly, then go out as the engine thrust builds. After 2 seconds, at greater than 77% thrust, the hold-down bolts fire, releasing the booster from the pad. The hold-downs are mechanical attachments that restrain the rocket until thrust is sufficient for liftoff. When the rocket moves 1.5 inches, the electrical umbilicals release, which starts the clocks in the spacecraft and on the ground. At this point the mission is committed and liftoff has occurred. At 8:54 a.m. Central Standard Time, the engines roared to life as steam billowed from the flame bucket. Harlan saw a blip indicating thrust buildup, and the first motion command triggered the clocks in the MCC to start counting up. Skira and Stafford in the spacecraft felt the initial rumble of engine ignition, the thrust lights blinked, and the Gemini clock started, but then it was strangely quiet. Like a lightning bolt, the same thought had to have flickered through the minds of the crew, Harlan, and the launch test conductor. Had liftoff occurred? Were we in a pad fallback? Was 300,000 pounds of rocket, spacecraft, and crew crumpling back to Earth? Within the seconds allowed for this case, 3 separate minds came to the single correct conclusion. Harlan called over the voice loop to craft, "No liftoff, no liftoff." In the spacecraft, Skira and Stafford were icemen. They held fire, calmly reporting the cockpit indication as the Martin test conductor initiated the kill recovery procedures. A launch kill is the most critical single event the operations team faces in the seconds before a launch. The few seconds between engine ignition and the hold-down release is the kill period. With the rocket engines running, the launch system computer rapidly scans the final performance checks. If all is well, the hold-down bolts are released, but if there is a fault, the computer commands an engine shutdown. A complex sequence of commands closes the valves, engages relays, and returns control of the space system to the blockhouse. During a launch kill, everything has to go perfectly. The safing functions and events are critical to fractions of a second, commanding engine shutdown and locking out the hold down release. The crew, controllers, and launch team must be supercool, at the highest state of readiness, and all decisions must be perfect. We not only dodged one bullet that day, we dodged two. The Titan kill occurred at 1.2 seconds because an umbilical released prematurely. Reviewing the data, we found that the engine thrust was already starting to decrease before the umbilical dropped. Engine inspection found a dust cover had not been removed during the engine assembly months before. That day we measured up to the challenge, but we were also lucky. The turnaround was short and efficient, and much of the redundant testing was deleted. Having only 5 days of mission lifetime remaining for Borman and Lovell provided the needed incentive. It was going to be a horse race to get Gemini 6 turned around and Rendezvous accomplished before we had to bring Borman and Lovell home. December 15, 1965, Gemini 6 second launch attempt. The Cape test team pulled off another miracle, recycling for a successful launch with Skirra and Stafford 3 days after their kill. The launch was almost an anticlimax considering all we had to contend with before Gemini 6 actually lifted off the pad. The Rendezvous plan launched Gemini 6 into an orbit below the target, and since the craft in the smaller orbit travels faster, it would catch up with Borman and Lovell's spacecraft. Ground radar tracking was used by the trench to compute a series of maneuvers to align the orbits of the two spacecraft and set up the catch-up condition. When the Gemini 6 passed in the smaller orbit below Gemini 7, a maneuver was performed to bring Gemini 6 to a position where the crew could initiate the final braking maneuver. 6 hours after liftoff, on the fourth revolution over the Hawaii site, and following 9 maneuvers, Skirra smoothly braked to a standoff position on Gemini 7. Sensing history in the making, Jerry Bostick, the Rendezvous Fido, wanted an American flag for each of the mission controllers to celebrate the world's first rendezvous. Unable to find several hundred flags in the stores, he had sent his secretary on the rounds of funeral homes in the Clear Lake area, collecting the flags they mounted on the fenders of cars for military funerals. As the two spacecraft closed together, Bostick started walking between the consoles, passing out small flags to each controller. As Skirra closed to within feet of Borman and Lovell, Craft gave the command and the flags were raised over each of the consoles. I mentally savored the moment of America's triumph like a fine wine. With the rendezvous complete, Craft handed over to my team, and for the next 4.5 hours the two spacecraft continued their aerial ballet like two friends celebrating a reunion, only this time in space. Just prior to sleep, Skirra performed a pair of maneuvers to establish a standoff position that separated the spacecraft by 10 miles. My shift was brisk and there was little time to celebrate. My team needed to get the final planning together to bring Stafford and Skirra home the next day, and when this was done, review the status of Borman and Lovell's spacecraft to make sure it could stay in space for the planned duration of the mission. At the conclusion of Craft's press conference, reporters offered a champagne toast to Craft's team and America's new space record. I watched the celebration on the TV at my console. At the conclusion of my shift's press conference, Martin Kading, one of the great pioneers in aviation writing, Jim Maloney, and others in the press corps stood up and passed out champagne glasses just as I had seen them do for Craft's conference. Kading passed me one wrapped in a red, white, and blue ribbon, then filled my glass and then the others at my press table. He poured from a bottle wrapped in a towel until the glasses were brimming, the liquid straw-colored and bubbly. It looked good, and as they offered me a toast, my ego soared. As I drank deeply the taste was familiar, but it sure as hell was not champagne. Kading then unwrapped the bottle and set it in front of me. It was Canada Dry Ginger Ale. I had had a press gotcha on the white team. There was no alternative but to laugh with them. It was that way with the media on Gemini. They were a great bunch of talented and dedicated professionals. My mother came down for the lunar landing years later. Meeting ABC correspondent Jules Bergman was the highlight of her trip. She talked about it for years afterward. Gene Kranz was a guy she had known since he had been born, but Jules was a star. Gemini 76, the biggest and riskiest one so far, had worked. We had calculated the risks and, in space and on the ground, won our bet. It was one hell of a great day. Borman and Lovell continued their heroic mission. Borman finally got out of his suit, 2 of the 3 fuel cells ceased operations, 2 thrusters failed, and we were down to 4% of the orbital fuel when Gemini 7 came home. Their mission was longer than any of the planned Apollo missions and would hold the U.S. duration record for the next 8 years. It was a great triumph. All too soon, it was another time of change. Glynn Lunny launched the first Apollo Saturn developed by the Marshall team from Mission Control Center's second-floor control room as Hodge and I were preparing for Gemini 8. Kraft turned the last 5 missions over to his students and began preparation for Apollo Flight Director duties. Hodge planned to leave for Apollo after Gemini 8, and I would follow him after Gemini 9. We would join Kraft for the first manned Apollo mission. Flight directors Glynn Lunny and Cliff Charlesworth would close out the final 3 Gemini missions. March 16, 1966, Gemini 8. Due to staffing limitations, Hodge and I elected to support Gemini 8 on a 2-shift basis. This was the dumbest staffing decision we ever made. With the planning, training, mission reviews, and the press conferences, by the time we were ready to fly we were flat out exhausted. The 2-shift arrangement, however, fitted in with the Agena team's staffing. They had only 2 teams of controllers. The astronauts for this mission were Dave Scott and Neil Armstrong. Scott, a former Air Force pilot, later flew on Apollo 9 and Apollo 15 as well, racking up more than 546 cumulative hours in spaceflight and more than 20 hours doing EVAs. Armstrong had done it all. Neil was a decorated Navy combat pilot in Korea. Then, as a civilian, he spent 7 years as a test pilot at Edwards AFB and was one of the few who had flown the X-15 to the fringe of space. He was the first civilian pilot hired into the astronaut corps. Neil would spend more than 205 cumulative hours in space, and would be the first man on the moon. He had worked with Buzz Aldrin as a Capcom on my Gemini 5 team. With the successful rendezvous on Gemini 76, it fell to the Gemini 8 crew, supported by Hodge's and my teams, to capture the next big objective, the physical docking of 2 spacecraft. If all went well, we would attempt our second spacewalk during orbit. At last the Agena target performed as advertised, rising from pad 14 and then 5 minutes later separating from the Atlas and reigniting its engine to maneuver into a 180-mile circular orbit. At cutoff, Brooks was all smiles when the Agena responded to his commands. Hodge's attention now turned to the astronauts, Armstrong and Scott, and the Gemini on pad 19. Since I was spending most of my time planning for Gemini 9, I had little experience with this crew. Hodge had debated the mission rules, run the simulations, and briefed the pilots. My association with the crew was limited to the handful of reentry simulations to get my team pulled together for the mission. For Gemini 8 we had an experienced Gemini team, a novice Agena team that had never seen a spacecraft in orbit, a crew that would be docking with an Agena for the first time, an MCC and remote site computer systems running brand new software. Adding to the level of concern was the fact that the Agena had failed on its previous mission. Many at MCC considered it the potentially fatal weak link. The Gemini 8 launch was textbook. Hodge's team smoothly guided the crew through the rendezvous maneuvers to the handover point where the crew took it in on their own. The mission was progressing smoothly, and I arrived for my 12-hour shift just as the crew and the MCC were comparing data for final rendezvous maneuvers. The Agena was performing flawlessly. During the docking it would be positioned perpendicular to the direction of orbital travel. To maneuver the unmanned Agena from the ground, we had to send time-tagged commands known as stored program commands, SPC, to its onboard computer. The commands were prepared at the MCC and sent to the remote sites. When the sites transmitted the commands to the Agena, there was a complicated error-checking routine on board the Agena to make sure the commands were correctly inserted into the Agena computer's memory, which the ground controllers could read using the site computer and could automatically compare with the commands transmitted from the site. This was a new computer program, used for the first time on Gemini 8. As a backup, the site recorded the commands as they left the antenna and checked these automatically with the intended command load. We call it an echo check. The favored technique was always to compare the commands actually in the Agena's memory. If you couldn't automatically compare the data, the Agena controller could perform a manual data comparison using the recorded telemetry of the Agena memory. This process, however, often took several hours. To avoid glitching the mission timeline, the controllers would normally give their go based on the echo check if the auto memory comparison failed. At MCC, in the second row of consoles, Brooks was struggling to complete the SPC load to configure the Agena for the after-docking maneuver. This maneuver used the Agena control system to align the docked spacecraft with the direction of orbital travel. Brooks, after manually assembling the command sequence and adding to the time tags for each event, made a final eyeball check of the load and sent it to the Rose Not Victor, where it awaited the arrival of the Gemini 8 spacecraft. At acquisition, Keith Kundle at Rose Not Victor uplinked the command load to the Agena while Armstrong and Scott were in the braking maneuver. The load was accepted by the Agena, but the Agena memory dump and automatic data comparison could not be performed. Perplexed, Chuck Gruby, the Agena systems engineer, reran the comparison routine to no avail, then began the laborious process of printing out the memory data and manually checking every one of the thousands of data bits. Gruby called Brooks and advised him that although they did not get the auto-compare, all of the commands were uplinked and, from the echo check, he was certain that the Agena command load was okay. It would take Gruby several hours to do the manual data comparison. Over the next half-orbit, Armstrong slowly closed on the Agena, finally maintaining a station-keeping position a few feet from the docking collar. The Rose Not Capcom, Keith Kundle, looked both spacecraft over, got the nod from his systems controllers, and gave Armstrong the go for docking. Neil had been patiently waiting, standing off a few feet, the nose of the Gemini aligned with the Agena docking adapter. With the go, he closed on the target, moving a few inches closer each second. 6 hours and 34 minutes after liftoff, another American record entered the books. Armstrong reported to the Rose Not, "We're docked, no noticeable oscillations, very smooth." In Houston, a brief cheer rose from the team, then we all settled down to listen to the remainder of the pass. Kundle and his team were busy, rapidly assessing the status of both spacecraft. As the docked Gemini Agena approached loss, Kundle gave Armstrong a looking good. "The planned maneuver load has been uplinked." Chuck Gruby, the Agena controller, remained at the console reviewing the pass record and continued the bit-by-bit comparison of the command load. He advised Kundle once again that he was sure that the load got in properly. On board Gemini 8, the crew began their post-docking checks. Brooks advised Hodge that the Rose Not Victor did not get a compare on the load, but that he was sure there was no problem in the load or the Agena. Hodge's Capcom, Jim Lovell, noted the load compare problem as something that Armstrong and Scott should be aware of. After a military coup in Zanzibar in January 1964, President Johnson had ordered that the site be closed, and much of the air-ground communications equipment was relocated to Tananarive, at the center of the island off Madagascar in the Indian Ocean. With the new communications installation, the MCC could communicate remotely through the site transmitters to the Gemini. We did not get telemetry from this site, only voice communication. The Tananarive Pass was very short, the spacecraft passing low on the horizon at the very fringes of radio coverage. Toward the end of the pass, Lovell advised Armstrong and Scott of the SPC maneuver load status and concluded, "If you run into trouble and the Agena attitude control system goes wild, just send the command to turn it off and take control of the spacecraft." The station pass concluded with Lovell's request for a propellant quantity readout. Approaching the coastal sentry, Scott, in the Gemini spacecraft, commanded the Agena to execute the maneuver. The command sequence began, the Agena jets firing to maneuver the docked spacecraft 90 degrees in the direction of orbit travel. Dave Scott clocked the turn and was pressing on through the flight plan checklist when he looked up. The docked spacecraft had rolled 30 degrees off the horizon, according to his attitude indicator. A check by Armstrong also showed a roll. Using the Gemini thrusters, Neil maneuvered back to the correct attitude. When he released the hand controller, the docked spacecraft resumed its motion. The astronauts conferred briefly, both believing the problem was a stuck-on Agena thruster. Dave disabled the Agena attitude control. Unknown to Armstrong and Scott, inside the Gemini spacecraft an electrical short was triggering a 23-pound roll thruster to fire. None of us knew at the time there was a problem. At first it was intermittent. And then it came on continuously. With no ground station in view, the crew was on their own. For a few moments the problem seemed corrected, then a roll rate developed, causing the spacecraft to spin erratically like a small centrifuge. Armstrong took control, fighting the gyrations with the Gemini's thrusters. As their orbital fuel levels plummeted, Scott cycled the Agena controls once again. Nothing seemed to be working. To isolate the problem they quickly decided to separate from the Agena. Prior to jettison, Scott, with a test pilot's remarkable presence of mind, re-enabled ground command control of the Agena. This would give the ground team the ability to troubleshoot the Agena later in the mission. When Scott hit the emergency release, Armstrong fired the thrusters in one long burst, pulling the Gemini away from the Agena. At undocking, the Gemini spacecraft shed almost half its mass. Now, as a much lighter spacecraft, the effect of the continuously firing Gemini thrusters virtually doubled. The Gemini was now rolling and tumbling. Using every test pilot skill, Armstrong and Scott fought for survival as the spacecraft completed a turn every second. As the orbit propellant dropped below 25%, there could be no doubt that the problem was in one of the Gemini thrusters. The Coastal Sentry control team, stationed east of Okinawa, heard the docking report over the air from the Rose Knot and had received the teletype message that all was go at loss of signal. At the planned acquisition time, the Coastal Sentry ship's technicians reported difficulty in locking up the Gemini telemetry. They had the impression that the Gemini was spinning. Finally, with the telemetry lockup, Jim Fucci, the horrified Coastal Sentry Capcom, reported to the MCC, "The crew has undocked, they are rolling 360 degrees per second, orbital fuel is down to 20%. All they could do in the MCC was hold on and pray that Coastal Sentry's team could somehow give the crew some help. Scott reported, "We have serious problems, we're tumbling and have separated." Then Armstrong continued, "We're rolling up, we can't turn anything off." Armstrong then activated the reentry jets, and killed power to the orbit thrusters. On the verge of losing consciousness from the accelerating spin, the crew regained control, using the fuel normally reserved for the reentry phase. Coastal Sentry Capcom Jim Fucci related, "They've activated their entry fuel system, they are firing the entry jets, the spinning is slowing, rates are coming down, it looks like they are starting to get control." Fucci continued reporting, "They've just about used up one entry fuel system, they're getting it just about stable now." With the Gemini craft stabilized, Armstrong started flicking the switches in the overhead panel to determine which Gemini jet had stuck and nearly killed them. As After Gemini left the coastal sentry, the mission was a mess. Gemini 8 was now entering the period where the only site coverage was provided by the two ships. Within 3 hours, we would see the crew only once every 90 minutes, which was not good. Although the docking objective had been satisfied, the rest of the mission was a bust. We were out of orbit fuel and half of the fuel in one of the two reentry fuel systems had been used up. The reentry fuel was of course intended for reentry. It was time to come home. No mission rules covered the exact predicament we were in. To get to the next day's landing area, Hodge would have to limp through 16 hours with no fuel and limited tracking station coverage. His alternative was to call it a day and bring the mission down in the West Pacific prior to entering the period of limited site coverage. Hodge moved quickly to terminate the mission and bring the spacecraft down in the last suitable landing area, covered by the recovery forces. He turned and told Kraft he was bringing them home. My team had come into the MCC for the docking and we were critically aware of the mission status. Hodge, drained and groggy after 11 hours on the console, told me, "Your team is trained for entry. I want you to bring Armstrong and Scott home." I stood up, put on my white vest, and over the voice loop told my controllers to get on the console and start the handover. Within minutes, my team had messages circling the globe, activating the recovery forces. The West Pacific recovery forces were alerted that the planned target point was 500 miles east of Okinawa. Within minutes, for para-rescue aircraft with life rafts and parachutists, as well as an amphibian, seaplane, began the race to the landing point. The destroyer USS Mason, 160 miles from the landing point, turned east and put all 4 boilers online. The white team handover in the midst of the crisis was seamless. Our job was simply to get the crew home in the West Pacific landing area. My assets were the 3 remaining site passes and the MCC team. We had a single shot to do it right. A wave-off would send the crew off the tracking network critically low on fuel, shooting the gap for another 13 hours before reaching the next suitable landing area. It was like changing quarterbacks in the middle of a handoff. In simulations we had practiced this kind of switchover, just as a football team rehearses plays. The trench, the ECOM, and the GNC pulled out the checklists and smoothly prepared the briefings at the next 2 ship sites. The trench read the targeting orders to the computing complex, then relayed the resultant landing data to recovery and then prepared the detailed deorbit data for the crew. 40 minutes after Armstrong's undocking, my team had completed the deorbit planning and had passed the reentry data to the 2 ships. Fucci, on the coastal sentry, in crisply measured tones read the long string of the deorbit data, recovery call signs, pickup times, and last-minute reminders to the crew. This was our last go-for-broke pass, and the remote site performance was superb. We would hear no more until the recovery forces made contact. Gemini would be on its own, deorbiting out of station contact over Central Africa for the West Pacific landing site. A rescue aircraft was overhead as Gemini 8 splashed down, and 15 minutes later, a parajumper landed with rafts and flotation gear within swimming distance of the spacecraft. The USS Mason arrived after the crew had spent 3 hours bobbing in the heavy seas in their spacecraft. Gemini 8's flight lasted 10 hours and 41 minutes, but the flight of the Agena, thanks to Dave Scott, continued under a carefully crafted plan for the next 2 days. Brooks performed 10 maneuvers with the Agena, expending all maneuver fuel and electrical power and vindicating the record of the Agena in the process. Over 5,000 commands later, the Agena died, a valiant first effort for Brooks' team. They were ready. My debriefing was short and pointed. We got our crew home safely and the control teams did a damn fine job under real-time pressure. I know this is going to sound like Monday morning quarterbacking, but the lessons from this mission are how we screwed up in planning and training. The crew reacted as they were trained, and they reacted wrong because we trained them wrong. We failed to realize that when 2 spacecraft are docked they must be considered as one spacecraft, one integrated power system, one integrated control system, and a single structure. I continued. The next thing is that many of us did not trust the Agena. Only Brooks's team thought it was a great piece of hardware. If we don't trust a spacecraft, we have to fix it. We were lucky, too damned lucky, and we must never forget this mission's lessons. Treating docked spacecraft as a single system was one of the most important lessons to come from Gemini. It had a profound effect on our future success as flight controllers. The lesson learned on Gemini 8 would be invaluable on Apollo 13. 9. The Angry Alligator. Spring 1966. John Hodge departed the ranks of Gemini flight directors to prepare for the unmanned Apollo Saturn rocket flight testing. Glyn Lunny and Cliff Charlesworth joined me as flight directors for Gemini 9. Both men had grown up in the trajectory world, but there the similarity ended. Glyn was an early entrant to the Space Task Group. He was smart as a whip, boyish and trim, the youngest of the flight directors, freewheeling, with a tendency to get ahead of his team in moving to a solution. Cliff was the oldest, a civilian who had previously worked in the Navy and in Army Ordnance Labs. He had a laid-back personal style that earned him the nickname the Mississippi Gambler. I regarded Glyn Lunny as my friendly but intense competitor. He ran the trench, and I ran the flight control branch. Our branches were 2 of the 7 in Hodge's flight control division that staffed the Mission Control Center. Glyn and I both wore 2 hats, as flight directors in the MCC and as branch chiefs in Hodge's organization. I had the good fortune to have grown up under several outstanding leaders who had given me a lot of hands-on experience with people and technically complex missions. I didn't thave Glyn's innate talent, so I surrounded myself with smart people and relied on them to work with me as a team to get the job done. My credo: always hire people who are smarter and better than you are and learn with them. My team respected me because I did the dirty work and never pulled rank. I assigned the work responsibilities, and once I set up the plan I stuck to it. I took the risks to let people stretch and grow, and I took the heat, and deserved it, especially when I decided there would be no holidays, no vacations. Which meant that I got to answer the calls from agitated wives. I was blessed that Marta was not among them. She understood the pressures at NASA and, in turn, I tried not to bring them home. In truth, there was no room for them. Our 6th child, and 5th daughter, Jean Marie, was born on April 16, 1966, between Gemini 8 and 9. The house who had moved into just a year before was crowded again. With the increasing frequency and complexity of the flights, we now had to prepare for several missions simultaneously. To integrate the Gemini mission design, training, and planning, Hodge, in his role as division chief, assigned a lead flight director to coordinate the mission strategy of the flight directors, astronauts, and program office. During the mission, the lead provided a strategy overview, resolving any conflicts among the flight directors. Risk is normally highest during the launch phase. Decisions must be made rapidly and the teamwork must be precise, for the results are irreversible with craft closely monitoring us. Hodge and I worked up to the position of launch flight director by demonstrating our skills at risk judgment and rapid and correct decision-making under pressure. Working with craft in Mercury and early on in Gemini, I had been an understudy for the flight director's part. On occasion during training or testing for these early missions, craft gave me the helm at mission control. Hodge had launched Gemini 8 and now he assigned me to launch Gemini 9. He made me the lead flight director. Craft, the teacher, was now handing over the baton to the new generation of flight directors. A Gemini launch took about 6 minutes. The launch simulation begins with the final 5 minutes of the countdown, the mission control go no-go, and then liftoff. Some launch simulations might end only seconds after launch with a call for a crew ejection. Other exercises might bounce in duration if we screwed up and got into orbit when we should have aborted. In those situations we were required to solve the problem we had created. The launch phase of the mission was the toughest to prepare for. The flight director, the mission control team, and the astronauts had to be tuned to perfection for this to make the most fundamental decisions, continue the mission or abort. The real-time decisions were made with the entire world listening and watching. So our simulation dress rehearsals had to come as close to reality and the unpredictable as possible. We took a quantum leap forward when we got digital computers and systems that worked faster and faster with each new upgrade. They brought us into that virtual reality that made simulation training almost indistinguishable from the real thing, particularly as the missions became more complex. This technology also replicated the atmosphere, the tension and intensity that prevailed in actual missions. Technology and training were pushing us to the ultimate standard. Failure was not an option in simulation. And in real-time, controllers knew that if the team made the right decisions, we would accomplish the mission and bring our men home safely. If we were wrong in real time, we would ruin the mission and the crew might be killed. In the course of an abort training session, for example, 8 to 10 simulated launches were run in a 6 to 8 hour day. Some sessions might be only seconds in duration, demanding instant decisions for an on or near the pad abort. These were perhaps the most intense. I remember one when Kraft, in the middle of a training run, his nerves and reflexes set at a hair trigger level, unexpectedly threw the abort switch and shouted abort. Abort! After the crew in the capsule simulator got the abort information from control and responded right on the money, Chris got on the intercom and asked, "Who said abort?" In a somewhat embarrassing post-mortem debriefing, it turned out that no controller had called and there was no reason to perform an abort. The only voice Chris had heard was his own. We kidded him about this for years afterward, but we all knew that any one of us, when we were primed and on edge, could have done the same thing. Not doing it was an important part of what a simulation was all about. As a Catholic, I found debriefings were almost like confessing my sins to a priest, except that this was done over a microphone, so the whole congregation heard my mea culpas, particularly when I had to say what all of us learned to say, "I don't know." Knowing what we didn't know was how we kept people from getting killed. May 1966. The Gemini 9 mission was a brute, and the 2-month turnaround went far too swiftly. Gene Cernan and Tom Stafford were my crew. Cernan was the easiest of the third group of astronauts to know. On the first 4 Gemini missions, he worked as the booster tanks monitor or a Capcom. In the eyes of the controllers, Gene was one of us. I knew Cernan in a different way. The Catholic priest at my church, Father Eugene Cargill, was also Gene's chaplain. The Padre was invited to the Cape for launches and was a familiar face at the crew's splashdown parties. Father Cargill followed our missions closely and always gave a special blessing at the morning mass before my missions as flight director. Although I knew Cernan, Stafford, with a wide smile and a perpetual hoarseness to his voice, was a bit harder to get a fix on. He kept his opinions to himself, generally letting Cernan talk. Tom was in the second astronaut class, out of their force, studious and balanced, while Cernan's antics were characteristic of Navy pilots who land airplanes on aircraft carriers. Cernan was my favorite for his carefree and jovial attitude, unabashed patriotism, and close personal relationship with the controllers. He was also a skilled systems guy. Gemini 9 had virtually everything packed into the first 72 hours of the mission, 3 different rendezvous techniques being tested for Apollo, a docking, and a spacewalk by Cernan with a jet backpack. The Air Force proposed that Cernan fly the jetpack without being tethered to the Gemini. Slayton and Kraft made their position clear: he will fly without a tether over our dead bodies. The Air Force lost that argument. May 17, 1966, Gemini 9. Things did not go well on the Atlas Agena launch. 20 seconds before cutoff, we lost control when the Atlas engines swung abruptly to the side, spinning the rocket. For the second time, the Agena target was reduced to junk as bits and pieces crashed into the Atlantic. There was no question the controllers were beginning to feel snakebit as we passed the word to Stafford and Cernan and scrubbed the Gemini countdown. Before we left mission control, we had received orders to develop a backup mission. There was no party that night at the Singing Wheel, but by now our team had developed a resilience that we believed could overcome this and any other difficulty. The Gemini Program Office had directed McDonnell Aircraft to develop a backup rendezvous target. The target was called the Augmented Target Docking Adapter, ATDA. It was assembled using the nose, aerodynamic, shroud, docking collar, and command system from an Agena and a Reentry. Attitude control package from a Gemini. The whole lash-up was launched on an Atlas rocket. The backup could perform every Agena function except on-orbit maneuvering. The most distinguishing characteristic was the 10-foot aerodynamic nose shroud that opened like a clamshell and was jettisoned after launch. Facito exposed the docking system. My control team, aware of the backup option, had developed procedures, rules, and plans for the mission. The remote teams were advised to remain at their sites and we began a 2-week turnaround for the backup mission. To keep the paperwork straight, the mission was renamed Gemini 9A. June 1, 1966, Gemini 9A. The ATDA launch on June 1 went well, reaching the planned circular orbit at an altitude of 160 nautical miles. I passed the good news to Stafford and Cernan on pad 19 and continued counting down to the second launch. As the target passed in its orbit over Bermuda, the ATDA controller, Jim Saltz, passed a warning on to me. "Flight, I think we've got some problems with the ATDA. We're using the attitude control fuel like crazy, and I did not see telemetry indications of the nose shroud separation." 5 minutes later, after reviewing the target's telemetry data, the Canary Island Capcom advised me, "Flight, we're really hosing out the fuel. I recommend we secure the attitude control jets before we lose it all." My response was brief: "Go ahead, shut it off." In less than 12 minutes of flight we had used one of the 2 tanks that supplied fuel to the ATDA attitude thrusters. I turned to Saltz and ordered, "Jim, keep me advised of any further developments. I'm going to follow the Gemini Titan launch countdown from now on." The mission rules for launch were simple. As long as the ATDA was in an orbit suitable for the 3 planned rendezvous demonstrations, we were go to launch the Gemini 9. Docking with the ATDA was considered a secondary objective. The Gemini countdown entered the scheduled hold at launch -3 minutes, while waiting for the precise liftoff time needed to set up the orbital conditions for rendezvous on the 3rd orbit. During the brief hold in the countdown, the ground test equipment computed the exact steering information to guide the Titan into the ATDA orbit. When the countdown resumed, the ground support equipment failed to provide the update to the Titan guidance. The launch was scrubbed for 48 hours. During the 2-day turnaround period, we conducted several tests with the ATDA using ground commands to extend and retract the docking mechanism and fire the attitude control jets to kick the shroud loose. We concluded that the target nose shroud was only partially deployed. While we regrouped, the Titan team fixed the electronics box that had failed to send the update. The crew, the control team, and myself were briefed by the team at the Cape that had installed the shroud. They concluded that a safing pin had not been removed from the band and as a result the sequence had started but the band had not separated, leaving the shroud unopened. June 3, 1966, Gemini 9A second launch attempt. The countdown was virtually perfect for our 3rd try at getting Stafford and Cernan off the ground. After giving the launch team the word, "Mission control is go for launch," I stood up and put on my vest. By now everyone was used to the bit with the vest. But this one was radically different from any I had worn previously. All earlier vests, while different in style and material, was solid white. After my second Gemini 9 launch scrub, Marta made a splashy vest of gold and silver brocade over white satin. She thought I needed a bit of good luck for my third launch try. When I put this vest on, Kraft made a few wry comments. Looking up and through the glass into the viewing room, I could see people pointing. The vest had made a hell of an impact on the visitors. Now I just hoped it brought my team and the crew a bit of luck. There is no feeling in the world like a launch day. The controllers, launch team, and crew are a single entity bound by a mission, the atmosphere brittle and electric. The clock provides the cadence as we grind through the procedures, events, and tests. In the final minutes prior to launch, I began the flight director's ritual, locking the doors of the control room after the final status check. For the last 60 seconds the voice calls are all programmed. There is no superfluous chatter, all reports are crisp and formal. We were like sprinters in our blocks, waiting for the starter's gun. Alas, the automatic launch update again failed, so Mike Guido, guidance officer, manually transmitted the commands, ramming them home in the allotted 40-second window. In the final seconds, it turned eerily quiet in the control room. The controllers scanned their displays, absorbing and assessing hundreds of pieces of data. The only sound was the incessant finger tapping against the consoles or the nervous clicking of ballpoint pens. Relief from the tension comes only when the launch team calls, auto. Sequence start, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and engine start. Approaching 0, I felt like I was flying an aircraft for the first time. My adrenaline reached a peak, and then there was icy calm at the moment of commitment. I was ready and I felt great. In a few moments, when the rocket cleared the launch tower, the ballgame was ours. I never had a controller get the shakes during a mission. The nervous types were weeded out or else looked at the job and knew it wasn't the right one for them. Flight, liftoff, 13 hours 39 minutes and 33 seconds, 7:39 a.m. Central Standard Time. The clocks have started. Recording the liftoff time, I decided this new vest was really lucky. We were finally on our way, the crew and controllers crisply reporting launch events as the Titan accelerated, arching skyward, reaching for its target orbit in space. The work, sweat, and frustration now paid off. With a perfect orbital cutoff. After separation, and then another maneuver, Stafford and Cernan were racing toward their rendezvous target. Their maneuvers inexorably closed the distance between the two spacecraft, the crew and ground perfectly executing the procedures, the team harmony and rhythm fluid and dynamic. Approaching the end of the third orbit over Hawaii, Gemini 9 slid smoothly into position, flying formation with the target. As Stafford maneuvered, Cernan gave a running commentary during the approach, finally confirming our suspicion that the shroud had not separated. From a distance of a few feet away, Stafford said, "The clamshell is open wide, the band holding it together is at the front. I believe the rear bolts were fired, and we can see the springs. The band is holding the whole mess together. It looks like an angry alligator." While the crew remained as observers, I directed my team to send a series of rapid attitude maneuver commands. To attempt to shake the shroud loose, the crew saw the target's motion as the thrusters fired, then reported, "No joy. It's not doing any good. You might as well save the fuel." With this new data, and to buy some time to develop other alternatives, we passed the crew maneuver data for the second planned rendezvous of the mission. This maneuver thrusted them away from the Earth and, if perfectly executed, placed them onto a football-type trajectory, returning to the target in exactly one orbit. My Agena controllers left the console to attend a meeting with engineering to assess any reasonable shroud jettison alternatives. Just to make life more confusing, we continued to have our controllers use the Agena call sign, despite the fact that on this mission the target vehicle was not an Agena rocket but a target made up of spare parts from Agena and Gemini. After an hour and a half, they returned, reporting no one saw any way to separate the shroud. With Gemini's orbit moving toward the area of sparse network coverage, I felt it was time to call it a day and get the crew moving toward the sleep period. A maneuver was passed to separate from the target and set up the conditions for the third and final rendezvous on my shift in the morning. Lunny had been standing by during the second rendezvous, and at handover his black team took to the consoles in mission control. During my press conference, most of the correspondents tried to engage me in speculation about a comment made by Stafford to Cernan that we might be able to nudge the target shroud off with the nose of the Gemini. During my shift I quickly discouraged Stafford from contemplating such a maneuver, and I did not want to give it any more credibility via the media. I advised the press, our priorities are to accomplish the 3 rendezvous, a complex EVA, and a bunch of experiments. Docking, while an objective, is now only frosting on the cake. I paused, then added, there is a lot of energy still stored in the thrusters in the shroud. When and if that band comes loose, I want Gemini long gone. After the press conference I went home for supper and some fresh clothing, then returned to the sleeping quarters above the lobby of Mission Control. Prior to hitting the sack, I went to the control room to check in with Lunny. I was surprised to find Cliff Charlesworth in Lunny's chair. Cliff said, they called Glynn to a meeting in the controller-ready room to discuss tomorrow's EVA. I hit my boiling point in a second as I exclaimed, what EVA? Cliff responded, they want to do an EVA to release the shroud. Next to the sleeping quarters was a ready room for the controllers to observe TV mission status and listen to the other controllers and crew communications while relaxing before or after a shift. The lounge is on a floor midway between the 2 control room floors, and I took the stairs 2 at a time in my haste to get there. When I opened the door, the ready room was loaded. Present was an array of NASA's top leadership: George Mueller, NASA Associate Administrator; Chuck Matthews, Program Manager; Robert Gilruth, Center Director, as well as Kraft, Slayton, Dr. Charles Berry, and assorted astronauts. Glynn Lunny, the only flight controller present, looked up as I entered, rolled his eyes, and silently raised his hands in exasperation. Standing up, he walked over and said, they are talking about doing an EVA to release the shroud. I was livid. The last word I had left was that in no case would we plan to try to release the shroud. Kraft saw my expression, walked over, and said, damn it, control yourself and settle down. No decision has been made yet. As I watched, I concluded that astronaut Buzz Aldrin was the principal proponent of the gamble, since he was animatedly discussing possible procedures to release the band. William Schneider, the Gemini 9 headquarters mission director, motioned me to the corner, briefed me on the discussion, then asked me for my opinion. My response was tart: Bill, there is little to gain, the risk is high, and I don't want to compromise the planned objectives. This is nothing I will support. Kraft, standing, was studying me, wondering what else I was going to say when my turn came. I had been expecting some wild scheme since we first learned of the shroud problem. While politics was not my long suit, I knew enough to address my comments to the real players: Mueller, Matthews, and Gilruth. They seemed to be the swing votes. I could not yet figure out who was for the EVA besides Aldrin. It was obvious that the top brass knew little about the shroud mechanism, so for about 10 minutes I briefed them on the details. Then I talked about what the ATDA EVA would require Stafford to do, station keeping with the ATDA while Cernan, free-floating on the umbilical with no handholds or footholds, tried to cut the band or pull the safing pin. Summarizing my argument, I said, there is a lot of stored energy in the ATDA shroud mechanism. It is cocked and ready to fire, and I don't see any way to safely get it loose. When it separates, I don't want an astronaut or even the spacecraft in the vicinity. This is only our second EVA and it is already sporty enough. When we return to the target tomorrow morning, we will have completed our primary rendezvous objectives. The planned EVA is long and complex and Cernan should do the one he trained for. When we get this done, we will have done damned well on this mission. The discussion continued for another half hour until finally Matthews, the Gemini program manager, made his decision. I think we should do an EVA to see if we can release the shroud so we get our docking objective. I think we can make the risk acceptable. As he summed up the debate, I was surprised that no one in the room challenged his decision. Matthews closed the meeting, saying, "Does anyone have any more comments?" Walking out the door, I took my last shot. This is a stunt. A dangerous and unnecessary one, and we're going to kill someone. By the time Lunny and I got back to the control room, Charlesworth's team was on the console and the black team had gone home. Lunny turned to me and said, "What are we going to do?" I replied, "Get smart." I don't react well when management starts second-guessing me, but I knew I had to keep a lid on my anger. I was surprised and frustrated that Kraft did not shoot this crazy idea down. As I walked by his console, I fired at him. "Chris, this is my last damned mission. I am through." Kraft looked me straight in the eye, saying, "You got your orders, now do your job." Red-faced, I turned away, thinking, screw the role of the flight director. When push comes to shove, the flight director is just another management flunky. Later, Kraft denied he had directed me, but in the heat of battle it sure seemed like direction to me. As quickly as my anger came, it went. If I had to implement a bad decision, I would make it come out right. My job had not changed. If it looked as if Cernan or Stafford was over their head, I would wave it off during the EVA. In the heat of real time, none of my bosses would be in a position to turn me around. There was no sleep for me that night. I had to build a plan for the new EVA prior to starting my shift at 4 a.m. I had missed the early part of the meeting, so Lunny summarized the details of the proposal by Aldrin. When John Aaron heard about the shroud, he rounded up the crew systems team we worked with on the original EVA. The team and I worked through the night, searching for any hazards to the integrity of the space suit and the umbilical. The shroud area provided the largest single hazard, littered with razor-sharp edges and items that could snag Cernan's suit or catch the umbilical. Our plan was to have Stafford fly formation at the open jaws of the shroud. Cernan, on the umbilical, would check to see if the band was under tension, then verify that the springs were in the ball socket. From there the procedures became vague. Some believed that if we pulled the safety pin the band would release. Others thought Cernan should try to cut the lanyard with some medical scissors. This was the best we could do to keep Cernan away from the stored energy. Stafford, the commander, would have to use his judgment on when to call it a day if he didn't like the setup. When Charlesworth briefed me at shift handover, he said that astronaut Dave Scott had been in the Los Angeles area and, prior to returning to Houston, examined a shroud at the Lockheed plant. Later, in the shift over Carnarvon, Scott briefed the teams on his observations. Everyone was pitching in to try to keep Cernan out of trouble during the ad hoc EVA. After I came back into the control room for my shift the next morning, Charlesworth advised that the crew was completing the third rendezvous in the first 20 hours of Gemini 9. Approaching the end of our first day in orbit, Charlesworth gave the go for EVA preparation over Carnarvon, then quickly handed over to my team. Armstrong and Lovell, my Capcoms, briefed Stafford on the timeline and the areas of the shroud to avoid. During the air-ground discussion I started picking up vibes that none of the astronauts involved in the planning felt warm about EVA. I wondered if Deke Slayton had polled his guys and was having second thoughts. Stafford and Cernan listened to the proposed plan and advised, "We'll get together on this at the next site." 9 minutes later, over Canton Island, Stafford and Cernan gave us their input. Stafford took the lead. Bothoff. Us are pretty bushed, we're low on propellant, and by the time we finish with the prep we're going to be mighty low. I think we should knock it off for a while and consider EVA for tomorrow. Due to the low maneuvering fuel levels, we all knew that there was no way to re-Rendezvous with the target the next day, and that waving off today was tantamount to saying no-go to the Shroud EVA. I could have kissed the crew. Neil Armstrong turned in his chair and looked for my input, smiling for the first time in hours. I gave Neil a thumbs up, followed by a resounding, "Flight concurs." Before I received any further top-level input, I had the controllers give the Agena a few more jolts to see if we could kick the shroud loose, but the angry alligator was not about to surrender. 23 hours into the mission, the exhausted crew separated for the final time from the docking adapter. Within one revolution, Cernan was asleep and Stafford was soon to follow. The crew had made the right call. Sometimes you need luck. The program dodged a bullet when the crew waved off. They also savored me from eating crow. I was glad that I never had to follow through with my words to Craft in the heat of the moment that this would be my last mission. The flight director's job was my life, but I was still too proud to say, "Damn it, Chris, I was out of line." I could easily have bailed out of the program, since I had recently received an attractive offer to go back into aircraft flight testing. If two stubborn types like Craft and me locked horns, Craft would have let me accept the offer. In any case, both of us were saved by the crew's decision. EVA skills, like those of Rendezvous and Docking, were an essential element of working in space. The skills were needed for lunar surface operations and for crew transfer between spacecraft in the event that the crew could not dock or was unable to open the hatches. Cernan's EVA was developed to add to the knowledge base of the engineers and mission planners as they designed the more complex missions to come. It was also intended to test the utility of a jet backpack. Cernan's EVA the next day was as tough as it ever got in the MCC. Years later in his book he would describe it as the EVA from hell. We were behind the timeline from the beginning. It seemed that every EVA activity imposed a high workload on Cernan. In the tradition of great test pilots, his incredibly detailed and graphic reporting made us intimately aware of the problems he was encountering. He worked so hard that his helmet started to fog over from perspiration, the rest periods recommended by Dr. Berry gave Cernan a break, but no more. Cernan, partially blinded by the fog, continued aft to the Gemini adapter module, where the backpack was stored. Entering the adapter by raw force, Jean was further confounded by poor lighting, limited restraints, and inadequate footholds. After a brief rest, he resumed the EVA. The oxygen umbilical was a few inches short, making it difficult to don the maneuvering unit. Nothing seemed to be going right. Before the mission, Cernan had walked through the EVA procedures using the Gemini mock-up in what we called 1G training. Cernan had asked me to observe the training so I would be familiar with the sequence and terms she would use. I now could visualize his effort, virtually blind, trying to adapt and invent ways to anchor in a position, any position, that would let him get his work done or give him some respite. As flight director, I was helpless, hostage to a chain of events occurring 150 miles above me, half a world away, and with only scattered bits of UHF communications. It was like watching a movie in short segments, with 20 or 30-minute gaps between the segments. Only Tom Stafford or Gene Cernan could make these go or no-go calls. ACI looked around the room. Controllers sat silent at the consoles, scanning their displays, hands tightly gripping the handles of their TV monitors, all empathizing with Cernan. Dr. Berry periodically would notch up the anxiety level of the room as he reported pulse and respiration rates. Each report from Cernan heightened the tension as we strained to hear. My heel is caught on something. It touched the spacecraft and got a torque that won't quit. Every statement was punctuated by labored breathing and an occasional grunt. I found myself thinking, God, am I glad Stafford had the sense to scrub the Shroud EVA. In the second hour, the reports weren't getting any better. Cernan selected a high-oxygen suit flow in an attempt to keep cool and clear the helmet faceplate. Then Stafford started to have problems communicating with Cernan. Can you see out at all? Can you read me? Finally, Cernan conceded. Tom, I'm going to call it quits. Nothing seems to be working. The struggle to unstow the maneuvering unit left Gene totally fogged over, sweat now pouring into his eyes. And no way to wipe them dry. When Stafford called, I quickly concurred in his no-go of the remainder of the EVA. Frustration rang in Cernan's voice as he said, "Sorry about the maneuvering unit." After a brief rest, the blinded astronaut started back to the hatch area. The only place on his visor that had cleared was at the tip of his nose. Peering through this small view hole, he secured the adapter area and started forward. Every time the tiny opening fogged over, Gene would rest for a few minutes until the plexiglass in front of his nose cleared, then he continued on. We had a blind crewman outside the spacecraft feeling his way with his hands back to the cockpit. I thought, God, those guys are like icemen, chock full of guts. 2 hours and 10 minutes after opening the hatch, the crew started to repressurize the cabin. For the second time in the mission, I felt I had been granted a reprieve. We had walked the edge. Cernan was back inside and he had avoided disaster on the EVA. We were blessed with a dedicated, well-informed, and highly professional press corps in the 1960s. Unlike so many reporters today, they knew the difference between objective reporting of news and hyping things up to entertain the audience and bump up their ratings. The press conference was almost as much of an ordeal as the mission. Reporters were as confused as we were, asking, Ed White's EVA on Gemini 4 came off like clockwork. Why are we now having problems on Cernan's mission? They asked the tough questions, but they respected us and the work we did as long as we didn't try to mislead them. For the first time at a conference I found it tough to give them specifics. I was as confounded as they were. In retrospect, I am amazed that we had such a hard time figuring out what was causing the problem. We were still thinking in earthbound terms. Space has an entirely different set of rules and dynamics. We also had no telemetry to analyze what was happening, only the crew's subjective impressions and some hazy pictures from the onboard TV camera. As a result of this nerve-wracking experience, most of the Gemini flight directors and craft developed a decided and long-lasting lack of enthusiasm for EVAs. Wrapping up the press briefing, I said, the nature of flight test is working at the boundaries of knowledge, experience, and performance and taking the risks needed to get there. There are times where the things you learn are things that you don't expect. Often the plan you execute is different than the one you started. I believe this is one of those times. The Gemini 9 mission left me with mixed emotions. The rendezvous objectives had been satisfied, demonstrating the Apollo techniques and options for rendezvous and rescue. The docking objective was a bust, but based on the Gemini 8 experience I believed that any good formation pilot could dock. The EVA was a different story. At the debriefing party, Cernan's words rang in my mind. Gino, Cernan and I always called each other Gino. EVA is a tough SOB. The race nothing that prepared me well enough to do the job we had planned. No one could reconcile White's success with Cernan's problems. We would just have to press on and get more EVA time. July-November 1966, Gemini 10, 11, 12. With mixed feelings I left Gemini to join Kraft and Hodge in preparation for the first manned Apollo mission. I was proud to be named to the manned flight to kick off the Apollo program, but I had to leave the console with 3 Gemini missions remaining. The flight director's console was my life, the White team my squadron mates. Missions were living, walking on the edge, feeling the camaraderie of the brotherhood. Leaving the console was like walking away from the cockpit of my beloved Sabre. The flight director's ultimate training comes at the console, working real problems, facing the risks. Making irrevocable decisions. I had a lifetime of learning ahead as a flight director, and I envied Lunny and Charlesworth the experience they would gain in the final 3 missions. I volunteered to work the crew sleep shift if they needed me. Lunny and Charlesworth directed the ever more aggressive missions of Gemini 10 and 11, conducting rendezvous, then docking and riding the Agena to record high altitude. Their missions measured the space radiation environment and were crammed with significant new scientific objectives. The glow from the successful rendezvous, docking, and science experiments, however, could not compensate for the continuing difficulties encountered in EVA. Mike Collins's experience on Gemini 10 further demonstrated the need for positioning aids, restraints, and realistic planning of spacewalk activities. Collins's debriefing was fed into the training and planning for Dick Gordon's EVA on Gemini 11. I was an observer seated next to Charlesworth as Gordon's EVA went to hell. As Dick moved from the hatch to retrieve a tether on the Agena, he lost his grip and drifted in an arc floating aft to the Gemini adapter. Conrad pulled him back toward the hatch with the oxygen umbilical. Gordon again moved to attach the tether to the umbilical, but it was obvious he was struggling. Charlesworth faced the same dilemma I had faced on Gemini 9. Dick's struggle while holding himself in position with one hand created a workload heat level beyond the capacity of the suit to cool. Sweat was running into his eyes, stinging and blinding him. With no way to wipe them, he groped back to the hatch. Kraft leaned over his console behind Charlesworth and demanded, "Get Gordon in." By the time Gemini arrived at Tananarive, Conrad had already cut the EVA off after only 33 minutes. On the final Gemini missions, Charlesworth, Lunny, and I found the limits of the flight director's role. During the EVAs, we could only listen to the crew and watch over the spacecraft systems. Only the commander's view from the cockpit afforded the perspective to make real go-no-go decisions. But the experience we gained with Gemini stood us well for Apollo EVA planning. With one mission remaining and the EVA objectives not satisfied, a headquarters review board assessed the results. Their conclusions stated, NASA has designed overly complex and demanding EVAs, based on analyses, theories, and concepts that are not entirely accurate. The board recommended that we train the crew in a neutrally buoyant mode with the crewman suited and ballasted in a water tank. This mode of training most closely replicates the environment experienced in EVA. To get ready for Gemini 12, the crew, controllers, and planners all went back to the drawing board. Only weeks before, Gemini 12 had been a mission without objectives. Now the urgency to conduct a successful EVA had placed it on the critical path in the preparation for Apollo. Buzz Aldrin, the EVA crewman, proved an apt student in the neutrally buoyant environment, and the combination of extensive underwater training and improved tethers and tools unlocked the door to a successful EVA on the final Gemini mission. Lunny and Charlesworth had been pulling 12-hour mission shifts since I left, so they called me back for the sleep periods on Gemini 11 and 12. It was great to close out Gemini surrounded by the greatest crews and controllers who ever lived. We were a unique clan. Gemini developed the tools and technologies we needed to go to the moon, but even more, Gemini was an essential step for the crews and controllers. The culture of early Gemini operations centered on Kraft and Slayton, strong individuals who stepped up to the risks and with courage knocked them aside. In the process, they defined the leadership qualities needed for success in space. Their words were clear, their expectations high. They knew they needed to develop a second generation of leaders. They used Gemini to select and test those individuals who would carry the torch in Apollo 10. A fire on the pad. The 750 members of the initial space task group that Dr. Robert Gilruth led to Houston had grown to almost 14,000 civil servants and contractors by the end of the Gemini program. Now the Manned Spacecraft Center was a technical powerhouse of scientists and engineers with vast responsibilities, charged with implementing the manned spaceflight program. Center responsibilities ranged from program officers charged with directing the design, development, and operations of the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo space programs, as well as the manned medical and lunar sciences and related experiments. The center also had lead responsibilities to integrate the design and operations activities of the Marshall Space Flight Center, in Huntsville, Alabama, in developing the Saturn boosters, and the Kennedy Space Center in developing the launch facilities. An engineering directorate supported the program offices in the design, development, and program integration of the Space Systems. A science and applications directorate supported the Lunar and Space Sciences, and a medical research and operations directorate supported space life science investigations. The operational responsibilities of the center were assigned to two directors, Chris Kraft and Deke Slayton. Kraft's organization was composed of 4 divisions responsible for trajectory design, MCC design and operations, spacecraft landing and recovery, and flight control. John Hodge led the flight control division and I was his deputy. Slayton's responsibility included an astronaut office, aircraft operations office, and a large division supporting flight planning, crew procedures, and simulator operations. The Master of Science team had been working on the Apollo program since the initial NASA industry planning session in July 1960. January 27, 1967, Apollo 1. There are not many days in Houston that begin with a shiver. This one did, and it was not a premonition. A cold front was pushing through southeast Texas that Friday morning. A rare freeze was expected as I left the house for work, in the dark. I was ready to roll. The details of the day's agenda were dancing in my head as I pulled out of the driveway. Command and Service Module, CSM, 012 arrived at Kennedy Space Center from North American's factory at Downey, California, on August 26, 1966. Systems tests were completed in September and were followed by altitude chamber tests to verify spacecraft pressure integrity and validate the system's performance in a vacuum. During the chamber tests, problems with an oxygen regulator and later with the cooling system delayed completion of chamber testing until the Christmas holiday period. The Kennedy launch team carried most of the burden. They were working around the clock except on Christmas and New Year's Day to complete testing so the CSM could be mated to the Saturn booster in early January 1967. The MCC had its own problems. Telemetry and trajectory computers were crashing for undetermined reasons, and astronaut training was falling behind due to simulator problems. The CSM was moved to the launch pad at Complex 34 on January 6 and the mechanical and electrical hookups, plugs, between the CSM, booster, and launch complex progressed smoothly and were completed January 18. A plugs-in test with the CSM and booster was supported by the MCC and was successfully completed the following day. The launch day countdown is rehearsed several times to run through procedures, to check facilities, and to train the launch and flight teams. Rehearsals for the Apollo 1 launch day countdown consisted of 2 tests. The plugs-in test verified the procedures used to check out spacecraft and booster systems using electrical power supplied by the launch complex at the Cape. The plugs-out test verified the procedures for the final 3 hours from the entry of the crew into the CSM through launch. 10 minutes before the simulated launch, the CSM was switched to internal power. The plugs-out test configuration used a set of batteries mounted outside the CSM. The fuel cells were not active. The plugs-out test concluded with a simulated launch and a series of orbital tests supported by the MCC. The Cape is responsible for making sure that the CSM and booster are safe and meet the pre-launch requirements specified in the test procedures. The MCC's responsibility is to ensure that all telemetry, command, and computer functions meet the mission rule criteria and that the MCC is ready to assume control of the mission. The testing sequence is similar to that used in Gemini, although more complex. A second plugs-in test was conducted starting at 3 o'clock. MCST on January the 25th to refine countdown procedures and troubleshoot launch day communications. The test was supported by the Apollo 1 backup crew, Wally Schirra, Walt Cunningham, and Don Isley, and my team in the MCC. Due to problems with the Kennedy Spacecraft Center ground checkout equipment, the planned 10-hour test staggered through the next day, finally concluding around 2 a.m. January 26th. Since my team did not get much hands-on experience during the test, I volunteered to power up the MCC and support the early hours of the following day's plugs out test. The plugs out test was not classified as high risk. This classification was reserved for tests at the vacuum chamber or those involving propellants, cryogenics, high-pressure systems, or live pyrotechnics. The sun was not yet up when I arrived at my office that morning. I called the Kennedy Space Center test conductor. His report that there were no more deviations, changes, to the test and checkout procedure was reassuring. The TCP was a several inches thick manual for the test that synchronized every action of all elements of the launch team, booster, MCC, and CSM crew. It was not unusual to have 20 to 30 page soft changes that had to be inserted into the manual in the hours before a test. I shoved a thick stack of the papers from my desk into a briefcase and walked the short distance to mission control, arriving about 7:00 a.m. local time. When I put on the headset and moved to the flight director's console, John Hatcher, the ground controller, informed me, "Flight, the MCC is green." Colors were used in controller's verbal status reports. Green was go, amber indicated problems, and red indicated a no-go. John continued, "All voice, telemetry, command, and radar interfaces between the MCC and KSC. Kennedy Space Center were checked. We are now receiving CSM telemetry. The MCC countdown is on schedule and my test team is in place." Hatcher, as usual, had everything under control, so with less than a month to the planned Apollo 1 launch, I turned to my action list, nailing each item with a to-do date. My office mail included a note from Kraft, indicating that headquarters was conducting a meeting in Washington to lay out the Apollo schedule. Chris knew that a recent report by General Sam Phillips, the Apollo program director, had been critical of mission control. Phillips expressed his concern about our ability to support the approaching flight schedule. His report said, "Mission control has two problems: the software is not written and the computers are not working." Kraft's action memo to me was clear: "Get your damn systems guys to stop the gold plating. I want you to personally justify every one of their requirements." I penned a brief Roger on his memo and left it in the flight director's log for him to review when he reported for countdown support in the afternoon. Then, in the early morning, I brought the MCC online for the test scheduled to take place early that afternoon. MCC personnel participating in the plugs out test would arrive an hour before the crew entered the cabin, about 11:00 a.m. ACI listened, the countdown preparations progressed smoothly. The banter between the communications technicians at Houston and the Cape told me that the Apollo team chemistry was developing rapidly. The launch and flight control teams had reaped the benefits of the previous 2 days of plugs-in testing. There had been a bundle of communications problems, but at this point the voice communications sounded crisp. Hodge appeared just after 11 a.m. Shortly thereafter a mixed team of controllers straggled in from their nearby offices. Our handover was short. "John, the interface tests are complete, communications solid, and the MCC is go. I have a team in place on our end to troubleshoot any communications problems if they reoccur." Settling into his chair, Hodge adjusted his headset and neatly placed his pipe and tobacco pouch below the voice comm panel. In his clipped British accent he remarked, "I sure as hell hope it goes well today. We need to get a break from this blasted testing and get going on our own work." I nodded as I packed my headset in a pouch and shoved it in a drawer. I didn't want to get John started on the long litany of open work remaining for flight control. Just past noon in Houston, I handed the console log to Hodge and departed for the office area. I had planned to leave early that day. At the launch pad, the test conductor gave the go for crew entry into the command module. Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee had arrived at the sterilized White Room, then ambled across the 20-foot catwalk to the hull of the capsule. Shortly after entering the spacecraft, Grissom activated the suit circuit oxygen flow, and immediately note down odor like sour milk. The spacecraft test conductor continued the countdown hold, as technicians performed air sampling of the suit circuit. When the sampling was completed, Hodge ran a brief status check and gave the pad test conductor a go to resume the count at 1:25 p.m. Houston time. Chris Kraft had been listening to the MCC and pad voice transmissions in his office. Since the countdown process is often erratic, we normally listened to the countdown over the squawk boxes in our offices until it was time to report for our shift in the control room. All of a 5-minute walk away. When the count resumed and the launch team completed the hatch installation, Chris left to report to the MCC for the final hours of the simulated launch countdown. Chris adjusted his headset and started to track each step of the test. Kraft and his red team would launch Apollo 1 and then support the first 3 orbits before handing over to my team. My white team was to pick up from Kraft 5 hours after launch. I had the systems shift, responsible for dealing with any CSM problems and getting the crew to sleep. Hodge then picked up with his blue team, developed the next day's flight plan, awakened the crew, and then handed back to Kraft. The 3-shift sequence was the same one we successfully used in early Gemini. Shortly before 3 p.m., Kraft polled his team and waited for the test conductor's callouts for the MCC abort command checks. Hodge, with his handover complete, briefly considered returning to his office, then put down his tweed jacket, shrugged, and ambled toward the coffee pot. If the test dragged on, like the previous day's plugs-in test, he planned to relieve Chris later in the day so that Chris would have the option to go back to his office and do some paperwork or take off for the weekend. As usual during such tests, we had a mixture of members from different teams involved so that all controllers got a chance to see the CSM telemetry. Since everything seemed to be going well, I left the office early to avoid the traffic. Marta and I had not had many nights out since the birth of our 6th child, Jean Marie, now 9 months old. I had promised her an evening at the Athens Bar and Grill, a popular Greek restaurant on the Houston Ship Channel, where on any night the impromptu entertainment might include, for example, a large, sweaty woman slinging a skinny sailor around the dance floor. I also wanted to see what the big deal was about eating food cooked in grape leaves. Arriving home, I had to hit the deck running and get dressed if we were to beat the evening supper crowd. Marta had the kids all lined up and fed. With the help of the older ones, a single babysitter could handle the whole gang and, since it was a Friday night, the kids didn't have any homework.